So we sing this little prayer that's expressing two things. A prayer is just a bunch of words, and words express thoughts, don't they? And here we're discussing the mind, which is thoughts, right? So the first two lines express, for those of us who already identify with being a Buddhist, express our relying on the Buddha, reminding us of our reliance, our refuge. And the second two lines, for all of us, is expressing an altruistic kind of purpose or motivation or goal for our being here together, all of us, listening, including me, to Buddhist teachings about the mind, about happiness, about suffering, and then to try and get the application of this, the tools from this, to help us develop what for the Buddha is truly our phenomenal potential, way more than we can imagine, for our sake, and then because we're all in this world together, for the sake of others. Okay. Sangye charang soke chongnam la jancho padu dangi kyap suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penchir sangye dropa shok sangye charang soke chongnam la jancho padu dangi kyap suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penchir sangye dropa shok Sangye charang soke chognam la jancho paru dagni kyab suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penche sangye dropasho. So so many ways we can look at Buddhism, look at what Buddhism is. So in relation to the mind, as we've been talking, there's this, as I said very often, I quote it, this nice analogy that a bird needs two wings, wisdom and compassion. So that's the entirety, that encompasses the entirety of Buddha's path to enlightenment from A to Z, And then if we look at this packaging that we know from Tsongkhapa, which is similar to the packaging in all the traditions, this called the Lam Rim, this gradual path, which is really just a medieval phrase that I think we would better translate as a course. We know with a course it's gradual. I don't know if it's in Swedish, but in English we say grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. What do you say in Swedish? Same? When you go to school? Grade 1, grade 2? Those words. Like grade. Okay, it's so logical, the word, gradual. So they call it medieval, Tsongkhapa, gradual path. We go, oh wow, what's that? Well, guess what? It's a course. Grade 1, grade 2, then you graduate. There it is, same. And as Holly said, it's like the education system. It's true, this is the point. So when we hear all this Lam Rim, this packaging of Lord Buddha's teachings, it's just another way of presenting it is all the wisdom wing and the compassion wing. And so if you wanted to graduate at high school, because junior school and high school, first scope, second scope, lower scope, middle scope, these words. Junior school and high school, that's all that we've been mainly talking about, which is about the mind, your own self, understanding karma, controlling your body, controlling your speech, not wanting to harm others because you don't want future suffering, understanding karma, the law of karma, this natural law, Buddha says, that runs the universe, that plays out in minds. And then that's junior school. Then we go to high school, we start to get into the mind itself, which is the source of the problem, and where all the potential is, and we become our own therapist, as Lama Yeshe likes to put it, This is all the hard work. Then knowing your mind, understanding the Buddhist model of the mind, understanding what concentration and meditation is, understanding what you're doing, and then the crucial thing you're trying to do, having control of your body and speech in junior school, to whatever degree, the real job, and this is why it's crucial we understand the Buddhist model of the mind, is taking this distinct approach, distinct to Buddhism, of distinguishing between the neurotic and the positive states of mind. It's not supposed to be just a general, vague statement. It's like technical. So Buddha's saying, in this mind of ours, we've got these three categories, remember, of states of mind. Negative, positive, neutral. Neutral are not meaningless. They're just this term meaning neither virtuous in their character, nor non-virtuous or negative. So then, this is the wisdom wing, and we've already talked about this so far. And then if you graduate there, rid the mind of all the rubbish, get rid of all the nonsense, finally see the truth, when you first see the absence, recognize that there never has been, isn't and never can be an inherent I, which is the fantasy, the biggest fantasy we've got. Once we've accomplished this and then perfected that, and then if you're going to graduate at high school, then you won't come back. Once you realise emptiness, and in life after life you perfect that realisation, you finally achieve your liberation from suffering and its cause. And you're gone, you're finished, you're out of here, you're not going to come back. That's it, you're done. Your mind's in a subtle state of bliss. Now the biggest interesting point here is the Theravadan teachings, the ones that are extant, you know, the Theravadan teachings, which is one of the only remaining sub-schools of the 18 sub-schools of the initial, all the different schools of thought that existed back in India, which are the teachings that are taught in Burma, Thailand and so on. According to their interpretation of Buddhist teachings, when you achieve your nirvana and you die, it's not as if you don't come back, you're finished, you're done, there's nothing of you left, your mind has stopped. But then, as His Holiness said very sweetly, the Mahayana has a problem with that. Because the Mahayana interpretation is your mind doesn't stop. You just go to the state of subtle bliss and stay there a long time. And then Buddha comes along and taps you on the shoulder and says, okay baby, please come back out of this bliss, come onto the Mahayana path, practice bodhicitta, and now come and help others. You know? So there's different interpretations. So basically, if you graduated high school, you've done the wisdom wing. You perfected that. But if you want to go, but you can add the compassion wing, which is the bodhisattva path. We haven't even talked about that yet. All the work we've discussed so far is the work we have to do on our own mind. That will already bring itself incredible benefits for oneself. Become clear, stable, wise, less neurotic, less attached, less fearful, less jealous, less depressed. I mean, who doesn't want that? Blimey. And then, naturally, this is the point now I'm getting to here, the point is naturally, as and when we lessen our neuroses, we become more clear and more blissful and more content. But also, we become closer to others. When we understand that these delusions, these neuroses, are what not only cause us suffering, but completely cut us off from others. This is so clear when we can see the relationship between the wisdom wing and the compassion wing. So even naturally, as you progress in lessening neuroses, you become more blissful and more clear, and naturally, it's like you're expanding your mind and you encompass others more easily, because it's the delusions that separate us, that cut us off. So if I'm totally full of greed and attachment with Patrick, and completely neurotic, and completely manipulative, I'll be completely jealous and angry, I'm only seeing what I want. That's what we in the world call selfish. You like to be called selfish, nobody. Well, Buddha would call it attachment. You're obsessively obsessed to your own needs, caught up in your own needs. It's called attachment. And it's natural that it's self-obsessed naturally. This is how it is. This is how it is. All we do is see everything through the filter of our needs. That's the world. So naturally I see Patrick in that light. It might look like I'm being attached because I'm all cute and loving to him. But it's just because my attachment wants to get what it wants. But the millisecond he doesn't do what my attachment wants, the millisecond he doesn't fulfill my attachment's junky fantasy of his job in my life, which is give me what I want every second and make me happy, the millisecond he doesn't. Anger, jealous, depressed, blame, hurt, all the rest. Look at the world, look at our relationships. It's obvious. So the more I work on my mind, lessen my neediness, lessen my anger, lessen my anxiety, which is this path, the more naturally I'll be more patient, more kind, more loving, get closer to others. So the compassion wing is where you enhance that to a radical degree, a shocking degree. Buddha says we've got the potential to have absolute empathy with every living being as if they were you. Now, just the compassion wing on its own is not enough because it's still an assumption of an I. Just the wisdom wing on its own is not enough because you haven't enhanced the love and compassion by practicing bodhicitta. So a bird needs two wings. So you could say every time you lessen your own neuroses, you get closer to others. Every time you practice patience and love, you chip away at attachment. So they each naturally help each other. But there are specific techniques to develop the wisdom in the wisdom wing and to develop compassion. Developing compassion is not enough. You can even lose bodhicitta until a certain stage of development of it. You can even lose bodhicitta until you've got into this. And you'll never get out of samsara until you've achieved wisdom. And your compassion will only go so far if you've only got wisdom. Your wisdom will only go so far if you've only got compassion. A bird needs two wings. That's the brilliance of this presentation, you know, that's articulated in what the Gelugpas call the Lamrim and what other traditions call different things. This wonderful Tibetan packaging of Lord Buddha's teachings, showing the logic of it all, you know. So technical. That's why it's so important to understand this packaging. It takes a while for us because we don't get it, you know. We don't understand how it's a progressive presentation of practices. You know. We don't get it. So it's important to do this. And we'll see it's just a psychological packaging. It's a gradual, incremental development of one's mind. You know. So what we're talking here then, the key thing is to be able to really understand this Buddhist presentation of how these neurotic states of mind function. We all know them. Buddha does not own the word attachment, excuse me. He doesn't own the word love. He doesn't own any of this. He didn't make any of this up. It doesn't belong to him. He just articulates it really well, in my opinion. So the key distinction in our mind then, and this is the tricky part, is to distinguish between the neuroses and the virtues. So it would be easy in my relationship with Patrick if I had a 100% moment of attachment. You can see it nakedly for what it is. But the tricky part is it comes along with kindness and with love and with generosity or with compassion, which are the virtuous qualities. And so that I can't, and what we don't notice is that my love and my kindness are there, but what we don't realize is that they're being polluted by the attachment. Polluted by them. And so therefore they're very limited. This is what's very tricky. So for example, to distinguish between having attachment for Patrick and loving Patrick is extraordinarily difficult. Because there's like these love and attachment are mixed together in a soup. But not just a soup with bits and pieces flying around, but a pureed soup. Can you hear my point? Attachment and love are so mixed together, it's almost impossible for us without understanding this model. I'm saying this very sincerely, you know, because it's so distinct, precise, the Buddhist psychological presentation of what the delusions are and what the virtues are. It's not meant to be just some kind of emotional statement, a religious statement. It's technical. So remember, like we said yesterday, effectively in day-to-day life, in our mental consciousness, we only function conceptually. All our emotions, including love and compassion or attachment and anger, are rooted in being conceptual stories. Rooted in being conceptual stories. And that's something we have to first understand, and which often we just do not, because it's not how we think in our culture. And that's why you can't begin to see this. We can't begin to listen to these conceptual stories that underpin my anger and my love. We just mostly are familiar with the emotion, the feeling, and that's our problem in the West, because when it hits the body, when we feel it in the body, we then know we've got a feeling. That's why people who get angry can see very quickly, or others can see the evidence very quickly of anger, because it expresses itself immediately through their speech and their body. But a person who gets depressed, it takes a much longer time to be aware that you're depressed, because it's only when you finally can't get out of bed one morning because you're inert. Oh, I must be depressed. It's much harder to recognize. And this is what's utterly fascinating too. The more we comprehend this relationship between these two fundamental states of mind, and again this is unique to the Buddhist way of saying it, attachment and aversion, they're utterly, utterly related. So just think about it in ordinary terms, you know. Attachment energy is when you see something or hear it, you go, oh, that's lovely, and you go towards it. It's sort of obvious, you know. It's sort of pretty clear. An aversion, the opposite, is, oh no, go away. It's so simple, it's so fundamental, this concept, we get it. And this is the point, that when attachment gets what it wants, and go, oh, that's lovely, that attachment makes it look delicious, that's the point. We don't realise our mind is making Patrick look delicious. That's the shocking part. We think he is delicious in his bones, you know. And poor little innocent me, oh, it's not my fault. He makes me happy. Look at him, he's so delicious. That's what we think, isn't it? And that's the root delusion functioning. Not only does attachment make him look delicious, which we don't realise, because we think, but we think he's delicious in and of himself. That's the one of emptiness. That's the hardest one to see. And then, when he doesn't do what my attachment wants, aversion arises. How dare you do that? And you get shocked, you've got to go away. That's aversion. That's aversion. This is so primordial, so fundamental, so natural. Attachment, so that naturally, because attachment makes the object look delicious, and then attachment, like we said before, triggers a good feeling. This is the part that's the worst, But when we understand it, we'll really see why it's so hard to practice. And because attachment's a junkie for those good feelings, triggered by contact with that object. Because like I said yesterday, we're so in this attachment body. This body is the product of attachment. For the Buddha, this is a desire realm that we occupy. What that means is, our mind is so deluded. We're living in this bag of bones here, this walking sewer, basically, isn't it? The only way we know how to trigger a good feeling, hear the words. The only way we know how to trigger a good feeling, the only way we know how to get a happy feeling. Good feeling, pleasant feeling, happiness, joy, they're all bliss, they're all just words that are synonymous for happiness, and they're on a spectrum, isn't it? You know? So, the only way we know how to trigger a happy feeling, which is what we're junkies to get, is by getting an object. Just to sit here like this, without sight, sound, smell, taste and touch functioning, we go mad. Unless we know our minds, of course. If we're a meditator, then we're fine. If we don't know our mind, and we don't, then that's why we're junkies for sense objects. It's so obvious, it's so clear. And then, of course, the big delusion, this is what Buddha's saying, is that we believe the happy feeling comes from Patrick. And we believe the unhappy feeling comes from mean Patrick when he doesn't do what I want. This is what he means by samsara. So understanding this even technically, and then beginning to observe the workings of this. This is what being a Buddhist means. It's not just, you see, we hear it as religion, we hear it as emotional, we hear it as moralistic. We don't hear it as technical. It's refined technical instructions. You know? You've got to hear it this way. Then we can begin to recognize the state of mind called attachment and distinguish it from the state of mind called love, for example. So what are some of the indicators, just experientially, of the presence of these two? So if it's mainly attachment, it's so hard. The only way we get good feelings now is by getting an object of attachment. That's it. And don't sound like you'd be depressed like you're some deluded naughty sinner. Join the universe here, okay? This is the way the world is. That's why, you said last night, who was it sitting in that chair? She said, but it seems like we need people. Your point. And that's why, what's your name? Cecilia. That's why it's so taken as a given in our world, and it's so much our experience, that we are beings, that we are social beings who do need others. And this path isn't really saying we don't. But the Buddhist path is, when it's mainly based on attachment, that's why we have the problems, when we need each other. I mean, like I said, 40% of all women on earth get murdered. By whom? The 40% of all women who get murdered, the bloke in the bed kills them. That's got to tell us something about the mind. We just sort of think, oh, that's how it is. You just suffer when you love somebody. Utter nonsense. You don't suffer because you love somebody. You suffer because you have attachment and neediness and therefore anger when it doesn't get what it wants. And that's always obviously the closest person to you, So that should tell us about the mind. And how we can't distinguish between attachment. So right now, having attachment, yes, we definitely need people. We go mad if we don't get them. We go mad if we don't have any object. Like I said, if you sit there without any object of the five senses, we'd be insane in a few hours. We would go mad, quite literally. So of course, given that we're ordinary samsaric beings who are driven by attachment, of course we need people, quote unquote. We'd go mad if we didn't have them. But that's what we take as our basis in modern psychology. We take that as our starting point, our baseline. But the Buddha's going more deep and says, yeah, we do need, given that you've got neediness, which is attachment, which means you feel like a half a person, a quarter of a person, a 1% of a person, unless I have someone, unless I have food, unless I have objects of the senses. That's the point. That's what he's saying, and it's heartbreaking, if we can see it. So not to beat our problem. And then when we realise as we lessen it, that's the method of getting closer to people. We think attachment is the way to get Patrick, which is basically eating him up for breakfast every day, Then you've got to get him again tomorrow. Give me pleasure again, please, Patrick, come on. Isn't it? I don't know how to do it on my own, I've got to get him to do it for me. Or the cake, or the sound, that's it. We're like these junkies. Yes, despaired and lonely and depressed and nothing unless I get the objects. So the Buddha's view is you start looking at that neediness itself, lessening it, lessening it, what does it bring? It brings more fulfillment, more internally. Buddha's saying everything that we are is here. Everything we are is here. And it's called virtue. Sounds so boring and religious. But as you lessen attachment, you have more love. And so attachment is freaking out, panic-stricken, fear-based, I-based, I'm nothing, and I've got to get something. Basically, attachment is a junkie. Put it that way. It's the voice of a junkie. It's the best way to put it. In our world, we understand junkie, but only right at the end of the spectrum, when you're a junkie for like if you want to jump on girls 6 times a day. I remember reading about one guy who was attached to sex. And this is how attachment works. As he's having sex with one girl, he's thinking on the next girl. And even people now with this Tinder app, I read about people with the Tinder app, especially in America, where you get girlfriends and boyfriends free. So you don't have to pay prostitutes anymore. It's real cheap. You just look up Tinder, there's a cute picture, I'm ready for a date, boom, hop into bed. And the girl said it was a bit depressing after a while, because after you're just getting dressed after sex, there he is in the bed looking up his Tinder for his next date. This is how attachment works. So even as, when I'm drinking my delicious tea in the morning, it used to be coffee, but I'm going to give up coffee. It's quite shocking to me. I can't believe it. But I gave up coffee because I gave up milk for a while. Because I don't like black coffee. I like my cafe latte. Like I mentioned, I have about 3.5 possessions, and one of them was a pink stovetop espresso pot. So it shows my priorities. Anyway, I've given it up now. I have my tea. So as you're drinking your delicious tea in the morning or your delicious cafe latte, you watch your mind. It's so delicious, isn't it? Already, as you're taking the first mouthful and the second, and you're feeling sad because it'll end soon, so you're waiting for the next cup. You can't wait to make the next cup. But it's already too late because the first mouthful is the best. It's downhill from there, isn't it? Really. It's attachment, though. Actually, one of my sisters is very fascinating. This is why it sounds so brutal to call it a delusion. This is my sister. She's got 7 babies and about 47 grandchildren. She's amazing. She really takes her job seriously. She's a matriarch. And she really takes care of everybody. She's incredible. She's got great grandchildren now as well. She's amazing. I admire her. She takes her job so seriously. The thing was, when she had her 6th baby, she told me, and she's in the ward with the women, and her baby wasn't there at that moment. She'd just given birth. And next bed was a woman, how do you call it? What do you do when there's a polite term for feeding your baby. There's a nice word for it. Nursing or some word, I keep saying suckling like a little pig. Nursing your baby. She said she had this intense craving for another baby. That's the way Buddha talks about attachment. It's this junky mind that even when it's got what it wants, like little girls or little boys, you're picking up a chocolate and already it's in the mouth and you've got your other hand and you see someone else getting one and you'll cry. That's how attachment is, like this little kid in there. That's attachment energy at the simplest level for the objects of the senses. And it runs all the time. So that's a sign of attachment. It's intense. It's kind of neurotic. It's got a lot of energy. And the first level of it is a feeling of, what's missing, dissatisfaction. That's the first level. Dissatisfied. Then you think, what am I going to have, Then you think of cake, but the light bulb goes on. And then the process starts of standing up, going to the fridge, getting the cake, taking it out. And what's building up now is anticipation, isn't it? And that's the exciting part about attachment. Waiting for the first date. It's almost like that's the best pleasure, I think. Do you understand what I'm saying? All that's attachment energy. And the excitement of that. The excitement of when you go to the restaurant. Like I told you, I'm not seduced by boys or anything anymore, money or houses, but food gets me every time, I watch my mind, you understand? And you're hungry, and someone says, come for dinner. Oh, great, you feel it in the mind, all excited, and you're sort of waiting, you serve, and you're watching your mind. You choose it, and you come, it looks delicious. All excitement, isn't it? I mean, you get my point. This is attachment energy. And of course, attachment makes it look so delicious. And suddenly, by the halfway through the plate, you look again, and suddenly it looks a bit boring now, messy, and you check, am I satisfied? No. You check your stomach, is it full? Yes. Then this distress comes, doesn't it? This is how attachment works, and it's all the time. So why, to call it junkie is the best one, because we get it. But we only think you've got a problem in the West when it's extreme. Buddha just says, any attachment at all, baby, is a problem. And this is why it's so shocking, because as we're saying here, we take it as a given that an ordinary attachment, as Buddha would call it, is normal. But Buddha says, no, it's a mental illness. And as long as you've got a baby, you'll never be satisfied. So it's very interesting to really hear what he means by that logically, not moralistically. That's our problem. We hear it as religion. I'm bad, I'm a sinner. Don't hear it that way. So, attachment, deluded energy, delusions in general, are I-based, frantically I-based. They're fear-based, because look when attachment's so intense. The panic of not getting the object. I remember one time I was completely obsessed with one person, you know. I can really understand when you read stories about people killing for attachment. You can understand it. That's complete panic. But you know, you won't, like you won't get the person, or let's say, you know, or like when he rings up and says he's not coming. I mean, you just want to kill yourself. You're shattered. Everything collapses. The bubble bursts. The anticipation, the drama, the tears, because attachment didn't get what it wanted. All this drama inside us, this constant story. But it's just naturally there, and we just think it's normal. This is ordinary world, ordinary people since we're children. Obsessive. I was thinking, I know as a little girl, go to many parties, you know, and we were invited to a party. And I just remember thinking for days, visualising this dress I was going to buy. Do you understand? Normal world. It's normal world. And we think it's called imagination, and we encourage people to have fantasies. It's okay. But we never fantasise about being kind to people, unless, of course, you're being praised for being kind to people. We never fantasise about virtue and goodness. It's all, you know, it's just this attachment energy. We don't comprehend it, I think. So then it seems, well, what are you going to be if you don't have it? We can't conceive of what we'd be like if we didn't have it. That's why it sounds so scary, you know? That's why it's important not to hear the opposite as being detachment. You sound like some kind of just sort of autistic nobody when you're giving up attachment. And that's the big misconception, when you misread the teachings. And you read it, I'm going to give up attachment. Oh, you know, would you like some tea, Robina? No, thank you, I'm detached. Would you like coffee? No, thank you, I don't care. That's nihilism. That's not giving up attachment. Giving up attachment in a relationship means more love, more patience, more kindness, necessarily. Because I'm going beyond my needs and actually extending myself to include him. So the sign of love is under the positive heading, and it's defined as, may Patrick be happy. Or when you see him happy, you delight when he's happy. Or anybody for that matter. So right now, this is what they teach in the Bodhisattva path. You know, the very first teaching in the series of techniques to cultivate bodhicitta, the very first one's called equanimity. It's a very powerful one. So equanimity, again, these words are very simple, but we've got to get the definitions clear. Don't be wishy-washy. Equanimity is very precise. So this is, you know, when you start to look into the techniques to cultivate bodhicitta, there's different presentations of different techniques. So the first one, equanimity, when you've got it, when you've accomplished it, what it is, what it would be if you've got it, when you've accomplished it, which is pretty intense, would be this heartfelt recognition that friend, enemy, and stranger are equal to each other from one point of view. This is precise, okay? That friend, enemy, and stranger are equal to each other from one point of view. They wish to be happy, they wish not to suffer. This is a fundamental starting point for really Buddhist teachings. All the Four Noble Truths are in the context of suffering and happiness. We can see everybody's driven for happiness, driven to get happiness, and driven to be free of suffering. It's because of attachment, that's why, but we can see it's common, it's the universe is like this. So equanimity is a profound one. So what I'm getting, okay, so what this is right, so why we've got to have equanimity is because right now, we do want people to be happy. That's called love. Every time you see someone happy and you delight, that's love. That's the meaning of love. It can be quite small, and we have to grow it, of course, that's the point. But we tend to think it's a big gooey feeling, you know, tears coming, wow, Patrick's so happy, I wish I could be happy, wow, or Robina loves Patrick so much. So right now, okay, a friend, enemy, stranger are just the three objects of the three main delusions in terms of sentient beings. In the wisdom wing, you're talking about attachment in general to things. It's all the delusions. And now here, we're seeing these delusions as obstacles to growing love and compassion in the compassion wing. So right now, so the three objects of the three main delusions. Okay, in general, when you study in the high school, middle scope, the model of the mind, you've got this hierarchy, I like to call it that, the hierarchy of the neuroses, the hierarchy of the delusions, the negative states of mind, the neuroses, the mental afflictions, the disturbing emotions, all these synonyms. like I said, the root delusion, we briefly touched on it yesterday, the root delusion, the mother of them all, the most primordial, the most instinctive, such that until it's gone, you're in samsara forever, up and down like yo-yos, 1 minute high realms, next minute low realms, until you cut that, life is never ending. So that's the root delusion, and that's known as ignorance, very simple, ma-ripa, unawareness, and it's this primordial ego grasping, they call it, like we said, nice colloquial term for it. This primordial lie in the mind, and all these delusions share this characteristic of being delusional. Delusion in English is a great word, like I said, many other languages, and I don't know about in Swedish. What's the word for delusion? Do you have one in Swedish? What do you use in the teaching? Right. Say it to people.
Villfarelse.
What's the word? What's it?
That's delusion.
Literally delusion. What's it? What would you be like if you were this one? How would you be like if you had this one? In the worldly terms, what would you be like?
Confused.
Illusion. Illusion is
No, you see, no. This is. I can hear in Swedish. You haven't got a word either. Very fascinating. In English, okay. In English, in psychology, generally, if a person says you're delusional, to be really offended because you are believing in things that don't exist. You're seeing things that don't exist. And that's what these. So when I'm attached to Patrick, attachment is literally causing me to be delusional in that the Patrick I see is seen through the filter of my craving, my neediness. You get my point? So the Patrick that I'm seeing is literally not the Patrick that's there. That's a very literal meaning of delusion. So we can say we believe in illusions. That's fine. But the word delusion is so precise.
It's like hallucination.
Huh?
Almost like hallucination.
It is. It's like hallucination. Yeah. But it's like, you could say that, and the Lamas would often use that. Or even Lama Yeshe would often call it superstition, and they use that in Buddhism. That's weird to us, because when you say yourself is superstition, if you walk over this, you'll get, you have a car accident. And that's really, but in a sense, delusions are superstitions. We really believe that cake will make me happy. That's a superstition. It's not true. So they're all variations of it. Because once we understand this particular characteristic, we'll really get the meaning of what Buddha's saying. So anyway.
We have the word desillusionera.
Villfarelse, gagelse, villfarelse. Från delusion, in goggle.
So give me the definition of that word in Swedish.
Villfarelse.
Give me the definition.
Delusion, deception, fallacy, aberration, illusion.
Okay, maybe sort of like, you get the idea. That's what Buddha is saying. All these unhappy emotions have the function of being, of causing us to be this. That's when we get that. So this is why when we hear the Buddhist model, then like I said before yesterday, in the mental consciousness we only have two levels of mind functioning, conceptual and perception. Perception in your mental consciousness, you only get that in subtle meditation, when you're beyond the conceptual, beyond the sensory. So conceptual, like I'm saying yesterday, is informing. Concept is thoughts, right? So that informs all our emotions. So a loving emotion is a more valid emotion, but it's rooted in a valid concept. I'll explain this more. But the attachment is rooted in a concept, but it's a misconception. One of the most literal words for delusion is a misconception. Now we get the word misconception, don't we? It's a wrong understanding, isn't it? That's the meaning of delusion, but they sound more dramatic when we use it like delusion, illusion, hallucination. But misconception is very precise. And that's why the more we understand all these emotions are rooted in conceptions, you get, like we said yesterday, Magnus and the music. Do you remember that one? When we understand that, then we'll get the understanding of Buddha's view. So attachment, it brings its massive emotion. Oh my God, we know that one. Look at the body. When you have attachment gone rampant. But it's rooted, the more we meditate, the more we get down beyond the emotional component, beyond the body component, we're going to hear clearly in our own mind, deep down, this elaborate conceptual story that's a lie, that's a misconception, and it brings all these other misconceptions. This is the way Buddhist psychology is talking. So, the root delusion, the root misconception, and you speak it out as this, believes that I am self-existent. Well, I mean, we haven't heard of that misconception before. Just go, oh yeah, how boring, you know. I mean, I suffer because I believe I'm inherent. It sounds boring because we don't get it. So that's why I'm going to unpack that. So the root misconception is called ignorance. Maripa, known colloquially as ego grasping. Then on the basis of this, you have attachment to get what that fantasy I wants. And then on the basis of attachment being thwarted, you have aversion or anger or depression. I'll describe that more too. So this ignorance, you can say there are two main functions of it in day-to-day life. One way of the function of this root delusion, one of its manifestations, and we can see it in daily life, is you're very narrow-minded. You're very small-minded, very fundamentalist. Eye for an eye, you know, jingoistic, racist, sexist. You understand? Narrow fundamentalist. You can see when you hear really fundamentalist people talking, every word they say is just nonsense. It's an extreme belief system. You understand? Extreme, that's the function of ignorance. It's superstition, you know, really narrow-minded and rooted in fear. So one function of this maripa, the root delusion, is you're very narrow-minded. Another function, now we're getting to equanimity, okay? Another function is you don't care about the third category of sentient beings are those called strangers. So a friend is the object of attachment. He looks divine. An enemy is an object of aversion. He looks disgusting. And a stranger is an object of indifference. So another function of this root ignorance is indifference. Do you get my point here? So this is the two main ways in daily life that ignorance manifests in a direct way. One is narrow-minded, fundamentalist, and the other is don't care. So here in this context, equanimity is don't care. So let's look. Let's look at it. We'll see. So right now, you know, okay, in this universe, that all sentient beings fit into these three categories. There's no fourth category of sentient beings. There are those we are attached to. Here in this context, we can call them our friends. Beloved, it's just a term, you know, our friends. Attachment. Then we've got those who we're not attached to, who we have aversion for, and that we can call these enemies. We mightn't use that word, but it's a good term for objects of aversion, objects of anger. You can't stand them. The third category, which is 99.99999% of all sentient beings, how do we feel about them, called strangers? Well, because they've neither harmed us nor helped us, we couldn't care less. They could all drop dead. The whole universe can collapse in the ocean. We won't know. We won't care. It's so obvious, you know. So in equanimity, we're trying to break down those misconceptions in relation to sentient beings. Why? Because Buddha says they're made up nonsense. Friend is a label my attachment puts onto him that makes him look delicious. So then, okay, this is where some virtue comes in. So they're the only ones we tend to love or have compassion for. Love means may they be happy. Compassion means may they not suffer. We have bucket loads of that for our beloveds. But as soon as Patrick leaves me for a younger version, excuse me, overnight, I put him in the enemy category, and now I hate him. We understand this. So as Love Open says, we do have love and compassion now, but it's unstable. It's based on attachment. Now that's the worldview. That's how we are. We do have love and attachment, but it's based on attachment. And because we never question the validity of attachment, we don't even label it as a problem. We think it's normal. Buddha says this is why we have a problem. This is why 40% of all women get murdered by the bloke in the same bed. The attachment object that now turns into the aversion object. The strangers, you don't kill strangers. You can care, they all do what they like. Because we don't care, because they haven't affected me. This is how we work. This is samsaric mind. It's obvious. We have friends, enemies, and strangers, and we keep putting it in different categories, you know. So I like to use this silly example like with Patrick. Let's say I've never met Patrick. Let's say he's a friend of Katja, and he's the guy down the road. Lives in, you know, number 7 or something. Do you understand? But I've never met him. And she tells me about him. But he has these terrible migraines. And I go, oh, the poor guy, does he really? Pass the tea, please. I mean, I don't care. Why? Because he's a stranger. I try to be sympathetic. But just naturally, you sort of have some empathy. You get my point. You read the papers and everything. But you don't care about strangers. Well, it reminds me, in my New York Times, I read the paper, all the papers, many papers. I'm a newspaper junkie. I don't go to Facebook, I go to newspapers. I'm old-fashioned, maybe I'm old, I suppose, because I read newspapers. Anyway, I remember one time my New York Times, on my iPad, there's a story in the right-hand corner on the homepage, and the heading said, 350 people die in a ferry accident in Tasmania. Well, Tasmania is one of the states in Australia. It's a little island just south of Melbourne. And I went, oh no, because it's my people. They're my people, right? They're the French, aren't they? Australians. So then I saw that it said Tanzania, not Tasmania. And then I went, oh, that's okay. Because they're strangers, aren't they? So I could have noticed it and read the story and tried out compassion. But it's very deep inside us, isn't it? Very instinctive, natural. And this is because we have these three root delusions. Join the universe here, people. It's so primordial. And we can see, therefore, these are the, in terms of the compassion wing, these are the obstacles we're trying to get rid of to help us get closer to others. The emphasis in the wisdom wing is trying to diminish, minimize these delusions for your own sake. We've got to understand this part. The wisdom wing is all about you. Do not underestimate, because you're recognizing how these delusions cause you suffering. This is the point about the wisdom wing. When we get nervous about that, it sounds selfish. Oh, I'm supposed to have compassion. You can't possibly have compassion until you see how it's causing you suffering first. Now we can continue to work on attachment, aversion, ignorance in reference to others. And they're breaking down the barrier to others. So eventually we're going to have infinite love and compassion for all sentient beings. And why? Because our basis is equanimity. It's because they want to be happy and because they don't want suffering. So right now, I have love and compassion only for the friends. I might for a few strangers because we try to be kind and everything, but generally it's only for my beloveds. So anyway, I've never heard of Patrick. I heard about his migraines. I couldn't care, Then we meet and he moves me into number 7. So now he goes from stranger category to friend, doesn't he? And now what am I like? Oh, Robina's so compassionate. She's so loving to Patrick. She loves him so much. She spends the money. She finds doctors. She stays up all night with him. She helps him. She's got so much love and compassion for Patrick. Right? It's normal, isn't it? Now I'm attached to Patrick. Suddenly I'm showing all this love and compassion. Now let's say he moves me out and moves in Katya. Now he's in the enemy category, isn't he? And I hear about his migraines. Oh, I hope he suffers. But now we know that's natural. The indifference, the attachment, and the aversion. You get my point. It's sort of a dumb story, but you get my point. Now the point is this. Equanimity is this. The recognition that stranger, friend, and enemy, in this case I use one example, but stranger, friend, enemy, are equal in their wish to be happy and not suffer. So, if you're a little journalist and come along and tap on Patrick's door when he's my stranger, you ask him how are your headaches, he'll tell you how unbearable they are, won't he? And then you tap on the door when I'm in the house and he's my friend, and he'll tell you exactly the same. His headaches are unbearable, won't he? And then when he's my enemy, and you ask him how his headaches are, he'll tell you exactly the same thing. Get my point? Enemy, friend, stranger are exactly the same as each other. Patrick has not changed 1 millimetre in his wish to be happy and wish not to suffer every second. But because we are so addicted to our views, 1 minute I couldn't care because he doesn't affect my life. Next minute I totally adore him because I've got my attachment has got masses of vested interests. Now I can have bucket loads of love and compassion, but polluted by attachment. And now when he's my enemy, I wish he would suffer. So we can see it's like almost we should be embarrassed at how self-centered we are, but this is the universe. Friends, enemies, and strangers. Because we have attachment, aversion, and ignorance. So here you continue to work on your mind like you do in the wisdom wing, but it's in reference to others. In the wisdom wing, really the role of others in the wisdom wing is to back off and leave them alone. That's it. The job is about your own mind. Seeing your own garbage, seeing how it causes you heartbreak, how it causes you suffering, and then you sick of suffering and you want to change. That's renunciation. Now we continue to work on our mind, continue to rid the mind of these neuroses, but it's in reference to others now, to help us get closer to others, to break down the barriers that these delusions have created between self and other. We can see it. So equanimity is a starting point, it's the foundation. It's to shift, it's to make this fundamental shift in the logic for why we want people to be happy. So now, the reason I want Patrick to be happy is only because he makes me happy. But we're trying to shift that to why do I want Patrick to be happy? Because he wants to be happy. And that's what you do with equanimity, it's the foundation. And from then on this you grow with little incremental practices until eventually it culminates in love, compassion, and eventually bodhicitta. It's this logical progression. And it's got logic to it, not just some emotional feelings, how we talk about this stuff. There's logic to it. Are we communicating? Do you have any questions? Of any kind, based on this morning's words.
But isn't it in the wisdom wing? Like if you work with yourself, if you're in touch with your own suffering, for instance, and because some of us just sort of block it off.
Yes, we do. We do.
Yes,
Exactly, we do.
And then
Exactly.
if we're in touch with the suffering,
That's right.
we sort of understand,
That's right.
like develop compassion.
So,
That you start developing compassion.
the more you understand your suffering,
the
the
more
more you can then have
yeah,
compassion.
so
That's
that
right.
person is walking around saying.
Same as you. That's the point about the wisdom wing.
Yeah.
And that's why we often in the spiritual ones, and when we hear Buddhism, we gloss it over and think, oh no, I'm not suffering. Only others are suffering. Oh, I shouldn't be thinking about my suffering. It sounds selfish. So we'll never have valid compassion. It'll only be, you see, also it'll be compassion based on attachment, like I've just described with Patrick. And it can't go further. Because the basis of, this is where I'll say I'm morphing now, but what you're saying is essentially true.
Yeah.
But let's look technically again at what is the logical basis of this compassion and what enables it to grow limitlessly, to include enemies, friends and strangers. So so this is part of the wisdom wing. So there's two parts of the wisdom wing, okay? Two things we have to cultivate. One is junior school, which is understanding karma, which is that my negative actions will ripen as my suffering. And then we go to high school and we realize the mind and we realize the delusions are wanting to tell me to do negative things, and the delusions are the main cause of suffering. So this is really what the wisdom wing is, and that's what renunciation is. You recognize suffering and then its causes. You recognize what suffering is and then its causes. So this is the Four Noble Truths, the four facts for the noble ones. Let's look at that briefly. So the first one is Buddha's pointing out there is suffering. The second is he says there are causes. The third is, wow, guess what? You can be free of it. Whew, what a relief. And the fourth is how to do it. It's not complicated. So what's suffering? Well, for the Buddha there's three levels. And this is where it gets complicated, because for us we think of one kind. So the first kind is called the suffering of suffering. And that's the only one we think of as suffering. And basically that's when the bad things happen. Yourself and the world. Isn't it? You get that one. The second kind of suffering is called suffering of change. It sounds kind of boring. But it's profoundly depressing when we hear that what Buddha is saying is that this level of suffering is what we call happiness. The third kind of suffering is even more abstract, and we referred to it before. It's called all-pervasive suffering. So let me just explain roughly. But the good way to explain it is in the context of the second fact, the causes of suffering. So with the Buddha, and this is where he talks about cause and effect. So, and we all know about cause and effect. The world functions according to the law of cause and effect. It's what we call science. Flowers. Once we establish the logical cause of flowers, we can become a gardener. We know it. And we know that once you've got it down, then you'll get a flower every time when you apply all the correct rules. We know this. That's what a law means. Once you've established that 1 + 1 is 2, you'll get 2 every time. It won't become 7 one day. We call it natural laws. Okay? Well, the Buddha's so you can see everything's cause and effect. And we can see that for a flower, there are many things that have to come together, isn't it, to produce a flower. But we can narrow it down to a few things, a few essential things. Well, the key thing, the main cause of the rose is the rose seed. That's obvious. But you can hold up a rose seed in the sky for 27 years. You will never get a rose, because it needs the secondary conditions, the secondary causes, which is called water, soil, a bit of warmth, and a bit of time, and a bit of nurturing, you know. Do you understand? We get this. We don't talk like this, but we don't. Well, Buddha's saying the same thing. There are countless causes and things that have to come together to produce a moment of happiness, or a moment of suffering, because that's his deal here, suffering and happiness. There are many things that have to come together to produce a moment of suffering, or many, or indeed a moment of happiness. The reference point here is suffering. So there are many causes. And one of the crucial, so in ordinary words, why are you suffering, Robina? Patrick hurt me. So as far as we're concerned in the world, there's only one cause, and it's called Patrick. Isn't it? That's how we think. And if you look at the world, the way we all behave, we can deduce that the logic of the world is this, that the causes of my suffering, and indeed the causes of my happiness, are out there. Our psychology says it, our neuroscience says it. That's why when I go to my therapist, you go back into the past for the causes. We're looking for a needle in a haystack for the causes of why I'm angry, why I choose crummy boyfriends, why I get jealous. This is just exactly what we think and we don't question. Well, you know, like I said, that's not Buddha's deal. He doesn't say you shouldn't look in the past. It can be very helpful. In fact, conditions do play a role. So if the sun isn't working properly, you won't get a rose. If the earth isn't working properly, you won't get a rose. So you've got to work on the conditions. But what Buddha's suggesting is we only think of the conditions in the West because we don't posit the main cause, which is our mind. And that's the shocking part. We don't posit that. So we keep working on the external conditions: mummy, daddy, the events, the weather, the food. We don't think of the two main ones for Buddha. The two main causes of suffering, and indeed happiness, are both inside ourselves, which is why it's shocking to hear initially. So they're called, in terms of suffering, the two main causes of suffering, they don't include Patrick. He's the one who punched me, but we don't, in this main causes of suffering, Buddha says he's only a secondary cause. He's not a main cause. The main causes are in me, and they're called karma and delusion. And they subsume to the one. The real main, final cause of all suffering and of all happiness is the mind. Is the mind. Is the mind. That's why we have to understand it. It's so obvious in Buddha's view. So clear, you know. So karma means the past action. 2.5 lives ago, must have been mean to this mind, who is now called Patrick, because karma's pretty personal. And that action I did was based on a delusion. Karma, delusion, action, delusion. Equally, why is Patrick, why are you happy, Robina? Oh, Patrick's so kind to me. So we naturally assume, don't we, that Patrick's kindness is the cause of my happiness, as if he injected happiness into me. And attachment thinks that. That's why we're junkies, that's why we're nuts, you know. Buddha says it's more nuanced than that, it's more subtle than that. We're missing the major point. That we set ourselves up beforehand to even meet Patrick, and to even have Patrick be kind or to punch me. So yes, he does play a role, you can't argue. But the cause even of that is my past action. My virtue, my kindness to him, based upon a virtuous state of mind, is the cause of why he's kind to me now, speaking simply. My past negative action, which is rooted in a delusion, sows seeds in my mind, that caught, you know, karma with him, we meet together, and boom, he hunts me. I mean, speaking simplistically. Clearly, it's infinitely more subtle, infinitely more nuanced, but these are the fundamentals. So I think it's so important to remember the causes of happiness are the same as the causes of suffering. My karma and my mind. But we forget that. That's why we never ask, why do good things happen? We just take them for granted. And assume we deserve good things, and we don't deserve bad. There's no logic to that. There's no logic to that, what he says. It's like a joke. That's based because we have attachment and aversion. We have an assumption that we deserve good. Don't we? We really do, deep in our bones. We have an assumption that a child should have a good parent and deserves a good parent. Because we think, and it's right if your parent makes the child. But if, you know, the Buddha's view that you create the cause to have that parent, then to say that you deserve a good mother, deserve doesn't come out of nowhere. Just like if you look in your bank and you see there are no kronas there, you don't say, how dare there be no kronas in my bank? I deserve kronas. You wouldn't say that, would you? Because you know the presence of money in your bank is dependent upon your having deserved it, which is how hard work. You get my point here? No one, people would accuse you of being a real pathetic person if you think you deserve kronas. There's an assumption that somehow they should be there, having nothing to do with you, right? That's how we think about karma. That's how we think about life. I didn't ask to get born. We have this assumption of attachment, which only wants the nice things, which means we assume we deserve them. And we have an assumption that we don't want the bad things, which is we mean we don't deserve them. So we have all these assumptions. The Buddha says that it's a load of rubbish. We've got to question them, analyse them, unpack them. That's the point. So you don't look in your garden and say, how dare there be weeds in my garden? I don't deserve this. You don't say that because you know the garden's yours. Well, our life is our garden, Buddha says, and so I've got to posit the possibility of past mind, because none of this makes sense about it. Are we communicating here? Mm-hmm. Okay, so where was I here? All these points. So it's 2 before noble truths.
Suffering will change.
Yeah, thank you. So then the three kinds of suffering, the first noble truth. But if we take the second fact for the noble ones, which is the causes, and get it down to these two, karma and delusions, then this is a really good reference point for understanding the three kinds of suffering. What's break time, isn't it? Yeah, not quite. Okay. So the first kind of, if you think about the main one in the second noble truth, this effectively, according to these four noble truths, the main cause of suffering in day-to-day life is attachment. The root cause of all samsara is ego grasping, but effectively in our life, the main one is attachment. Effectively. So, taking attachment being the main cause of suffering, we can see the three kinds of suffering in reference to these, or certainly these first two. So the first kind of suffering, which is when the bad things happen, the red light, the mean husband, the cancer, the rape, the war, the terrorism, whatever you want. Do you understand? When the bad things happen, we all know instinctively, and we can see it by looking at every living being, nobody likes the bad things happening. Well, let's call it that what bad things are is when attachment doesn't get what it wants, or attachment gets what it doesn't want. That's what we mean by bad things happening. Again, this sounds shocking to us because we just think it's normal that people don't like bad things happening. Well, no, Buddha says, if you didn't have attachment, and you're a bodhisattva and a great holy being beyond delusions, as they say, you can be punched in the face on one side and kissed on the other. For you, there's no big deal because you're beyond attachment. That's why this is so abstract for us, to even comprehend the possibility of having this level of mind. So you've got to take it cautiously. Don't just leap into it. It sounds weird. Understand? You can't comprehend, it's kind of weird. Like, for example, I remember Courtin Rinpoche. Has he been here? Ever? No. He, one time, talking about bodhicitta, bodhisattva, a certain level of bodhisattva. He said, for that bodhisattva, the action of cutting off his hand and feeding it to a starving animal is as inconsequential as a leaf falling off a tree. Now, please hear those words. They're kind of intense, aren't they? The action of cutting off his hand and feeding it to a starving animal is as inconsequential as a leaf falling off a tree. That implies all the wisdom wing, giving up attachment, giving up delusions, realizing emptiness, guaranteed, and immense levels of bodhicitta. And that's logical in this way of thinking. So that's intense to hear. Okay, so then the first kind of suffering is the suffering of suffering, which is basically when attachment gets what it doesn't want or gets what it doesn't get what it wants. It's the junkie in us that's driving us every millisecond. And remember, attachment's the junkie that only wants pleasant things. So naturally, unpleasant things is when attachment doesn't get what it wants. You get me? For the most intense level of suffering. But again, it sounds brutal. Like as if, you're pathetic, attachment get what you want. Now you have a suffering when somebody raped you. You've got to understand it. It sounds brutal. The suffering of change is when attachment gets what it wants. We call it happiness. Yes, that's what attachment is. That's what we call happiness.
Suffering or change.
Patrick, listen.
I'm fine.
Listen, it's the point. Buddha calls it suffering. Buddha, but just wait, I haven't finished, Patrick. Thank you for all your questions. The shocking part is when this ordinary suffering, when Patrick punches me, that's called suffering, right? So my attachment is so enormous, isn't it? It's so clinging and grasping and only craves and wants the nice things every second. So the extent to which I've got attachment for pleasant things is the extent to which I freak out when I don't get it. It's obvious. Now the second one is when attachment, you're nice to me. Now we call that happiness, right? Don't we? But Buddha says, sorry guys, it's a honey-covered razor blade. It's a subtler level of suffering. So we'll have a break and we'll talk about it in a minute. That's right. Go and enjoy your tea with attachment and then I'll describe how it's nothing other than suffering. Okay, let's now analyse why, first of all, Buddha calls what we call happiness suffering, and why specifically he calls it the suffering of change. So why is it suffering? This is why, it's a subtle level basically. So basically it's this. Well, a simple one. When we see it's suffering and change, it's very obvious, and we know it, and it's embarrassingly obvious. But because, okay, because it's all we know, we don't notice it. So it's clear. But there's attachments inside me, okay? First of all, it's this energetic level of just feeling dissatisfied. That's the deepest, most primordial level of attachment. From having practiced it in past lives, we get born with this sense of dissatisfaction. Then on the basis of that, then naturally, because we think something's missing, we have to look for something to fill up the hole, don't we? It's kind of obvious. If you feel you're missing something, you have to go search for it. So the feeling of missing something is very broad, and then depending on our karma, for some people it will be sex, for some people food, for some people being seen as a nice person. Well, we've all got that one, but fairly in the obvious first one of the objects of the senses. For some people it will be a pretty home. For some people it will be a family. For some people, we'll see, we've all got different tendencies, haven't we? For some people it's money. For some people it's just friends. We can see, depending on your tendencies. So dissatisfaction is you haven't got enough. So then the hankering, which is the next level, the craving, the hankering, will be specifically for certain objects. So if you, have a feeling of, let's say, the attachment, the dissatisfaction for you functions as seeing the lack of money. Let's say, then you'll always notice that you haven't got enough money. You'll be thinking about money. It'll be money that you'll refer to. You'll see the bank. You'll be worried. You'll feel insecure. You'll always want to have this. No matter what you get, the thing is then, you'll crave for more of it. So you'll then go do the job of getting it. And then the belief of attachment is when you get it, you'll get the feeling of satisfaction. But then what Buddha's saying is this, that when you do get it, and first you're believing when you get it, you'll get happy. But the second you get it, you still feel dissatisfied. You still feel dissatisfied because it's not enough. Because not feeling you are enough is a bottomless pit. So the lie of attachment is when I get it, I'll get the happy feeling. But my sister, the second she'd given birth to her sixth baby, saw another baby and had an instant craving for another one. The boy jumping on the girl that day was thinking of the next girl. Drinking my tea in the morning, I'm anticipating the next one. Because attachment is a bottomless pit. And the lie, first of all, of attachment is that we believe when we get it, happy feeling, satisfaction will come. This is not even getting to the suffering of change yet. Here, that simple point, that we can prove. That's the suffering of attachment. So we tend to think, well, what do you mean attachment? Attached to what? Well, depending on your karma. Attachment is limitless in its capacity to find something to be attached to. The object isn't the issue. That's why the boy who's got karma to kill is attached to fishing. The poor boy who's got karma for torturing is attached to torturing. So the more torture, the better. But the more torture he does, he'll never get satisfied. He wants another person to torture because attachment is a bottomless pit. As my mother said to me all the time, well, Bobsy, that's what they call me, the more you get, the more you want. This is profound. This is the point, first, foremost, logical, obvious. That's why no matter how much food we get, it's never enough. No matter how much money we get, it's never enough. No matter how many friends, it's never enough. But we don't question it. We just take the assumption as a truth. And then we, like little vampires, rush believing, now I've found happiness with Patrick. And I can imagine my next 80 years. I always quote this one, Nicole Kidman. I love Nicole Kidman, but I quoted her from an article when she was with Tom Cruise. And she said, we will be together until we're 80. This is what attachment does. It writes this elaborate novel, and especially with partners. Now I found happiness. And we believe the lie. This is what Buddha's saying, is we have all these lies in our mind. So, you might be attached. You might notice the absence of friends in your life. You might notice that absence, like another person notices the absence of money. Another person notices the absence of food. Another person notices the absence of fish to kill. Can you hear my point? That's depending on karma. So then, the illogic of attachment is, you know, in this case, of one of friends, the conclusion is, oh, I must be a bad person. That's a shocking one. That's a way of manifesting dissatisfaction, you know. So the first point is, Buddha's saying, the more you get, the more you want, because it's the suffering of attachment. We can prove it every day. So not only, he's saying, with attachment to chocolate cake, simple old chocolate cake, not only will you not get satisfaction, and that's the part you have to look at, but worse is you'll just crave more. That's why it's a junkie. We all know a junkie. The more you get heroin, the more you want. We all know it's so stark, staring, obvious. So we get karma here, you know. So now, what's suffering of change mean? Well, it's hardly rocket science. There's attachment, the junkie, believing that cake is what's missing. So, you know, oh, cake, oh, great, get it. And the anticipation, the joy, you can't wait to get it in the mouth, and the attachment's making it look utterly, the more the craving, the more the missing of it, the more the craving, the more divine it looks. So the more hungry and anticipating you are, and you get it in the mouth. With the absolute belief that happiness is coming. So it doesn't come from the first mouthful. In fact, the first mouthful is the best. It's downhill from there. But we don't notice. Because why? Because dissatisfaction is still there. It's not enough yet. So you have another mouthful. And it's still not enough. And then there's another mouthful. And the pleasure's not even as good anymore. You see, don't think pleasure is attachment. Pleasure is a happy feeling. And like I said before, being in this sensory body, the only way we know how to trigger happy feelings is to get an object of the senses, whether it's a friend, money, sex, food. This is the grossest level, okay? There's a subtle level. We'll go in a minute. So, attachment believes the cake will bring the satisfaction. Happiness is a satisfaction. But then what happens, this process, and we know it, we do it every single day. You keep getting the cake, the anticipating is still there. But what's happening is terrible. You're noticing the stomach is getting fuller. And it becomes very distressing. Because you're beginning now to activate, this is the point, slowly in this seeking for happy feelings by eating the cake. What it's actually doing, what the cake is actually triggering now is unhappy feelings of being too full. Are we communicating? So what we think will bring pleasure does initially triggers it. For a moment it does. But we're not satisfied with it. So we keep eating more. And then slowly this is changing into the first kind of suffering, which is a stuffed stomach. It's obvious. So actually, chocolate cake is the cause of the suffering of suffering. It's very interesting. Chocolate cake does trigger, initially, happy feelings, but eventually, because you keep stuffing it in, chocolate cake will trigger very unpleasant feelings. This is a scientific fact, right? Do we all accept this? But you know, when you think of chocolate cake tomorrow, you forget the unhappy feelings, don't you? You forget all about the stuffed stomach. You only remember the good. And that's all you're wanting. A chest like a little girl, oh, we'll do that again, we might get happiness this time. Because you forget. You forget that it triggered the stuffed stomach and you wanted to vomit. Are we communicating? Yes. But we don't like to hear this. It sounds mean and cruel of Buddha to point this brutal fact out. Why? Because this is the only way we know how to trigger any happiness at all, so we're kind of desperate. So attachment is the cause of the suffering of change. Attachment is a state of mind that over-exaggerates the object, its deliciousness, whether it's Patrick or the cake, then anticipates and then writes this novel and believes that getting the object will cause me happiness. Which it does initially. It does trigger pleasant feelings. But we're not satisfied. That's why we're going to put another piece in. If you were a bodhisattva, if you're a person who's given up attachment actually, your tongue doesn't drop out of your body. If I've given up attachment and Patrick and I are having a relationship, you know, my body doesn't suddenly become frozen like ice. I've still got a nervous system. He's going to just contact with him, just looking at it, will trigger the most delicious feelings imaginable. And they'll be much nicer than when I've got craving attachment, when I'm a junkie. Can you hear that point? You're still going to get pleasant feelings, but you won't be greedy. And you'll be very blissfully satisfied. And you won't need Patrick to get good feelings anyway. That's just a bonus when you get Patrick. Are you with me? When you've given up attachment to having friends, and that's what I want to go to in a minute, this is more subtle, and we've all got this one, but some of us are more rampant than others. Then you'll be happier when you've given that attachment up. You'll know you're full. Already you are blissful. Already you are satisfied. You are content. You are joyful. You are fulfilled. You are not empty. And you're certainly not a bad person. But that comes from giving up attachment. And then whatever friends you do have, you'll find them blissful experiences. But if you don't have them, you'll still be blissful. That's the bonus of not having attachment. You're happy, and you're happy with cake, and you're happy without cake. In other words, we stop being junkies. That's all. So, I mean, we can hear. So the second kind of suffering is the more nuanced one, which is what the world thinks of as happiness. The Buddha is saying the causes of suffering are the cause of this suffering. The causes of suffering are delusions and karma, and attachment causes. The attachment not getting what it wants, which is a stuffed stomach, is what we call suffering of suffering. And attachment getting what it wants initially does trigger happiness, but it leads inexorably to the first kind, stuffed stomach. It's logical. Are we communicating? It's logical. So the other one, the relationship one, let's say with Patrick or Nicole, we will be together till we're 80. There's another delusion kicking in there. Because attachment's such a junkie, and because the attachment did find what it wanted, they even said when they first met they fell in lust. Not in love, they said. They fell in lust. That's fine, they had very delicious sex. I'm happy for them. Nothing wrong. So naturally, because attachment got so much what it wanted, there was so much joy triggered, and then you come together, then you get these kids, and then then we start to take it for granted, which means you see it as permanent. Because when you've got such a junkie for attachment, we can't stand the thought that it will change. So another delusion coming along, which is called grasping at it as permanent. Because you can't stand the thought that it might change. That's why we become vampires holding on to it. That's why she said, we will be together until we're 80. Because attachment's so happy, attachment's so excited getting what it wants, it's unbearable to think it could change. So then you project this lie onto it that's set in stone. We say, finally I found happiness. Get a good job, you get money in the bank, get a friend, finally I found happiness. It's a lie. It's not like that. It's more subtle, more nuanced. So attachment's tricky. It's a honeycombed razor blade. So the trouble is, when attachment's getting what it wants, it does trigger pleasant feelings. Buddha does not argue. That's why we get tricked by it. So to tell a person in the midst of enjoying their first piece of cake that this is actually suffering, it's like cruel and mean, and they know what you're talking about. It's only when the suffering of suffering comes, when Tom left her for Penelope Cruz, I read the papers, that she fell to despair, like the stuffed stomach. The attachment got taunted, the bubble burst, and all you're left with is a stuffed stomach. All you're left with is minus Tom, the absence of Tom in the house. See, it sounds cynical when we don't have any other option, when our world doesn't have another option for getting happiness. Not really. Then this sounds extremely cynical and depressing. Do you understand? That's why we've got to analyse it carefully and look into our minds deeply. And be so cautious with it. Not kind of gross and over-exaggerating or moralistic or religious. It's subtle psychology.
Excuse me. Since this word is so important in Buddhism, attachment, do you have other synonymous?
Yeah, of course. I'm going to be saying them all day, all 2 days. Delusion.
Desire.
No, okay. Sorry. It is I gave the synonyms for all those ones. So desire is one. In Buddhist literature, desire is one. Craving is another. Craving, desire, attachment are the three main ones you've got to read. And sometimes the word grasping is used for a deeper level of it, but that often too is craving, grasping, attachment, and desire. Generally speaking, are synonyms for attachment. So I'm using Western words like neediness. I think it's a great one. Do you have that in Swedish? Can you hear that one? Neediness. Like an emotional neediness, for something. That's a very powerful. I like that synonym for attachment. So okay, now let's look at a subtler level of attachment, which is really where the one really, you know, this is, they only teach it, like on the first day Patrick said, that's on the shut up, because that wasn't relevant then. I was telling Patrick to shut up. Is the 8 worldly dharmas. If you've read Tibetan literature, you're going to come up with this strange phrase called the 8 worldly dharmas. So the trouble is, naturally, not the trouble, but part of the trouble, like any system, acupuncture, music, it's got a lineage. It goes back for hundreds of years. So naturally you've got to learn Bach's unique language to understand music. You can't just say, oh, you can't use Allegro, call something that's bloody Italian, let's call it something else. You learn the language, don't you? So you can learn the theories of music beautifully, paying respect to the lineage. Well, it's the same here. Over the centuries, these Tibetans, coming from India, have set up their own systems, their own ways, their own constructs. Do you understand? And it's very respectful to repeat them. But part of the thing that I'm seeing is it's so important to pull them apart and use ordinary language for them, otherwise we just mystify them. That's why I see Lama Yeshe was able to do that from the very beginning. He always talked psychologically. He always talked directly to modern Western people. It was very fascinating. Even when he had really crummy English, you know, he somehow could see, intuit the way. So, you know, I'm his daughter, whatever. But for me, I find it so important to unpack these concepts and get them to sound like we can comprehend. It's so important. I find for myself important. So, the Zangmodi Dharmas is a more advanced way of understanding attachment. That's all it is. And it's just 4 pairs of attachment. And a much more subtle, primordial, nuanced, constant. And these are constantly in our mind. So the first two, you know, this really covers what almost at a most basic level. The craving every second. Basically, it's the craving every second. We've been saying it already. The craving every second for happy feelings. And that means mainly based on our body. Because that's the way we get happy feelings, isn't it? Do you understand? Mostly, you know, we get happy feelings triggered by the body, triggered by objects of the senses. So if you just think of an ordinary day, this constant attachment is there like an instant. It's so sharp and sharp. It's all the time wanting a pleasant feeling. So the millisecond my leg hurts, what do? I'll move like that, won't I? Naturally. We call this natural, but that's attachment. Because suddenly unhappy feeling comes. So who wants that? That's why suffering and having constant headaches and people living in pain, I can't imagine the suffering. I can't believe that amount of suffering. Where you can't make the pain go away. That's incredible. So this attachment is like this. Attachment to the pleasant feeling is just there, unspoken, constant. The second the knee hurts, now it turns into attachment to be free of pain. Do you hear it? So I know if you're in a cold place, like at one centre, I always think of it this way, one of our centres in Australia, there's like a 3-minute walk from the warm gompa to my warm room on a freezing cold day, you know? So the second you're in so when you're in the room, you take the warmth for granted, because as soon as attachment gets what it wants, we stop noticing it's getting what it wants, we just take it for granted. So here we are in a room that's fairly pleasant, the warmth is reasonable, you know? If suddenly the windows are open, there's gales of cold air, isn't it? We take it for granted because we're getting it. Attachment is getting what it wants in terms of the temperature, let's say. But the second I walk out the gompa, you're hit by this cold air. So attachment is getting what it wants in the warmth. But the second the cold air comes, all that's happening in the mind is the anticipating of my warm room in 3 minutes' time. Do you understand what I'm saying? So to catch that, that's intense. And then that means naturally I will do everything to get me to the warm room. And if you dare to interrupt me and start to have a conversation for half an hour in the freezing cold, I won't be so happy. Are you kind of hearing what I'm saying? So attachment's running us all the time. Attachment to get the good feeling, and then to attach to be free of the bad feeling. And it's just never stops. It's too shocking for our minds, you know. That's why you can't be kind when you stop me in the tracks. I can't be kind because I'm anxious to get to my warm room. And we just say, oh, that's normal. Yes, normal. Join the club. It's called samsara. It's called suffering. It's so obvious. It's so intense, though. It's so depressing because we're never free of it for a second. Ooh. That's just the first pair. The second one, maybe it depends on people on this one. I don't know. I just don't find this so exciting. It's attached to getting things, having things. Maybe that's for some people more. Do you understand? The third lot, the last 2 pairs are really intense. The first one, the next one is constant, and they sound similar but they're different. Constant craving to hear nice words with our name in them. It's called praise. And then the millisecond we hear unpleasant words with our name in them, we are frantic to be free of that pain. This is the real, and then the worst one, the deepest, most primordial, constant craving to be seen, just to have, to get to be seen as a good person. Not praise, that's particularly words, to hear praise. This one is to be seen as a good person. They call it attachment to reputation. It sounds kind of funny. But it's, since we're born, the craving to get feedback from other sentient beings that will show me I did and said the right thing. We need it. It's attachment to approval, attachment to being right. It's so primordial, and that's what loneliness is. That's what feeling you don't have any friends is. You're always noticing the absence of people smiling at you, telling you you're a nice person, because attachment thinks I'm nothing if I don't have that. That's why we're junkies for other people, junkies for approval. This is the subtlest of all, the most primordial. Can we hear it? It's shocking to hear this, because the assumption in our culture is it is normal. That's why this little girl, one of these little girls, you know, who's said to be a reincarnation and one high yogi, she shows, no, even more simple, forget the little girl, but the monk in Courtin, who built Courtin, he would be called autistic, because he's got no social skill, he doesn't look you in the eye, he's shy, he looks like he's lonely and internal, but he's humble and blissful. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the normal world would be two little children playing, and they all need, and you look at them, they're all needy, each getting the other's approval, and then why they fight is because someone took their thing, or you didn't look at me properly, and they burst into tears, then they kiss and make up. Now we call that normal. So two little bodhisattvas, they might say, wouldn't even say hello when they walk past, because they're quite content with who they are. They have no social need to be seen to be approving of each other. They have no wish to say, hello, how are you, and be polite. But we would call them mentally ill. But they're content with who they are, thank you very much. I mean, you could say that. Or another bodhisattva might be being so kind to the other child, but out of kindness, not out of neediness. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So this attachment to be seen by others, and so it's so built into us since we're born. We've programmed our mind with learning to do and say what we know will get approval, what society thinks, what mummy thinks, what daddy thinks, what he thinks, what she thinks, what God thinks, what the law thinks, and we are constantly judging everything we think and say and do, our behaviour, in relation to what we hope will get approval. The second we even notice a person not approving of us, we have a panic attack. We adjust our behaviour. You see it in children, and we're all the same. And this is the deepest one. It's just so hard to see it, but it's there every second. And the assumption of this attachment, in other words, especially this one, all of them, is that the assumption of attachment is that I'm nothing on my own. That I'm nothing. That's why we get lonely. That's why we feel we're not a good person, because a person isn't smiling at me, a person isn't stroking me, a person isn't praising me, a person isn't approving of me, a person isn't liking me. It sounds so bizarre to say this because we think it's so normal, but this is Buddha's point. This is the deepest something of all. And what determines most of our choices in life is to get approval. That's why we're not authentic. That's why we get freaked out. That's why we have panic attacks. That's why we get angry. That's why we feel lonely. That's why we say all the wrong thing. That's why we don't have any authenticity, because we don't even know who we are. Always judging ourselves in terms of how we're seen by others. Lama Yeshe would sometimes call us schizophrenic. It's a nice way to put it. They say the yogis in the mountains who've given up everything, amazing beings, the last illusion to go is thinking about what the people in the village are thinking about. So if you look into our mind, every second, even we're observing. If we think to do something or do it, we're observing someone seeing us do it. We're observing someone approve of us, and that's why we can't observe. If we can't notice someone approving us, then there's no value. That's what we mean by loneliness. Quite subtle, very interesting. This is called attachment at the subtlest level. It's the closest to ego grasping. It's the closest to the root delusion, the sense of an I in the first place, which is lonely and bereft and separate and fear-based. Sorry, way to go. The trouble is, this attachment, much of attachment is at the level of assumption. We never question our assumptions. So for most of us, our biggest suffering, I see it in people all over the world go to the Dharma centers, and people, you know, but I've been practicing for 30 years and I'm still angry, I'm still depressed, I'm still this, I'm still that. So what's the mistake there? The mistake there isn't that you're not getting better. It is you are not satisfied with your progress. That's dissatisfaction. That's our worst crime. And until we change the story and start consciously arguing with that assumption and noticing, well, Robina, I'm doing really well. I've been practicing all these years. I'm keeping my vows. I'm doing this. I'm not raping. I'm not killing. I'm not lying. I'm stealing. Yeah, I'm still neurotic. I've still got anger. Still got attachment. That's okay. Way to go. I'm doing a really good job. Whoever says that to themselves? Nobody. Because we're addicted to misery. And the tragedy is, bad enough, as Lama Zopa says, that we think these dumb things. The tragedy is we believe these dumb stories. But we don't even know it's a story. Because it's a habit to feel lonely. We assume the conclusion, therefore I'm not worthy. And it's just a lie. This is what Buddha means by delusion. It's a misconception, but it's an ancient habit, so we believe it, and we don't even notice the lie. We don't even notice the thoughts there. It's a feeling, that's all, and we believe our feeling. That's why we've got to go deep into the mind and hear the conceptual stories that inform those physical feelings. Are we communicating? So the other one that's totally fascinating is how depression is the flip side of is the internalizing of aversion. Anger, as we would normally call it, is the externalizing of what's called aversion. Depression is the internalizing of aversion. In each case, aversion is the response to attachment being thwarted, attachment getting what it doesn't want, attachment not getting what it wants. And that means we have to be paying attention 1,000 times a day. Because if attachment is this constant motor propelling every decision, which is this craving little baby girl in there desperate to get what she wants every second. So the second, you know, like I said before, even the smallest thing like you drop something, you know, I'll drop something, look. The first thing we do is if you're like doing the dishes, oh, I shouldn't do that, it's wrong. Robina, drop something. Is that common? You do something naughty? It's like internalized mumming. You've learned as a little girl you shouldn't drop something. You've learned as a little girl you shouldn't shout too loud or talk wrong in the restaurants or do something that the world doesn't approve of. You've learned that. Shh, be quiet a minute. Shh, people are looking. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't drop something. Don't do this. Fix the dishes. Don't leave the dishes there. Don't leave the oven on. The number of people, if you leave the stove on, oh, you should turn the stove off. You left the stove on. Are we kind of hearing me? Are we not communicating here? All these little baby things we've learned to be a good girl to mummy. And nothing wrong with being a good girl. But we over-exaggerate them and then believe I must be a good girl. So that's forevermore. Mummy's dead. But she's dead. And we still turn the stove on. It's like shocking. You can't leave the stove on. Well, sometimes the room needs warming up. The heat's not working, but put the stove on. Well, it's a stove, not a heater. I mean, are you kind of communicating? We're good little girls and boys. And we do our whole life trying to be a good girl and a good boy. Do what Mummy said, Daddy said, God said, we've programmed our minds with it. And this is what underpins all our decisions. So I'm getting it. I've lost the plot there. What happened? Depression thinking. Okay, so listen to this. Here we are, this little attachment motor every second driving us to get the nice feelings. So just naturally, you can't get nice feelings all the time. You're going to hear a sound that's too loud. You're going to drop the thing when you wash the dishes. You're going to leave the stove on. The wrong thing will happen. You'll see something on television. 1,000 little baby things will happen in your daily life that will trigger aversion. Aversion is, oh no, isn't it? Attachment is, oh yes. Are you with me, people? Are you with me, people? Now, normally, let's say you're not called an angry type of person because you don't shout and yell. So when I don't get what I want, I shout and yell. Well, not less now. I'd shout and yell all the time. You understand my point? You get my point? When it was uncontrolled anger, it would be explosive. Kick, shout, scream, punch, throw things. Do you understand what I'm saying? But another one of my sisters, or one of you, every time your attachment didn't get what it wanted, an aversion arose, it went in. kind of, oh no, and it went in. It didn't get expressed. So that's harder to recognise. That eventually becomes what we call depression. Are you hearing me, people? Yes.
And this is,
What?
this is then compounded by impermanence because if you're attached.
I just said that before. Yes, Patrick. Right.
I just wanted to.
I know, but don't get the note.
Because you can't. Yeah.
I know, but I want to stick right now. This is not quite the point here.
Okay.
I'm talking about the way, the neediness to get the nice things, when it gets thwarted, you drop something. The baby things happen. And that's what I'm saying. You don't go to the therapist, well, I get upset when I drop a dish. First they'll cause a new mental illness. Distressed when you drop dishes, they'll cause. That's what I books about. So I mean, I'm being sarcastic, but get my point. But all it is a mild version of annoyance, irritation, upset, frustrated. That's polite words for aversion. Can you hear me, people? And it's so subtle, and we don't notice it because we think it's normal. We don't call it a problem until you want to kill somebody or kill yourself. But it's too late. We wait, you know, we have maintenance for our cars, for our houses, for everything. We have no maintenance for our minds. We wait till we kill or even don't. It's like saying 40% of all car accidents because the wheels fall off. You'd be quite shocked by that, wouldn't you? Well, how come they didn't go to the mechanic first? Do you understand my point? But we go, oh no, 40% of all women get murdered. Well, what went wrong there? Maybe that's men, you know. I mean, I can't get my point. I get to the point. It's bloody called aversion, attachment, not getting what it wants, and jealousy coming, and frustration because we're not communicating because we don't know our own minds. Oh, I'm sure we're communicating. So how do you counteract it when you drop something? When you see the frustration, annoyance, irritation, upset? Well, you just simply argue with it. It's all right, Robina. Drop another one. I'm really serious. Just my oranges now. I want to eat. So aversion is the second attachment. This is a particular one of being approved of. It's approval. You've got mummy over your shoulder. That's the only reason you think it's bad to drop something. There's not a single logic. We're human. We're allowed to break things. It's okay. You know, but we're so strict since mummy, don't do this and don't do that and don't do this and you can't do that. We live with it. We're full of what God said, and Judge said, and mummy said, and daddy said. And we have fear because we think being a good girl is doing what they said. And that's the Buddhist view, the dualistic view of having a creator or mummy telling you what to do. Now, nothing wrong if you can be humble and accept God. Wow, great system. We are neurotic with it. So the Buddhist one is not, you must do it because I say so. He advises, don't do this because it'll cause you suffering. So when we start to go beyond this fearful attachment of being a good girl, being a good boy, and having it programmed, we start to question the programming. You're not a bad girl. It's just a shocking over-exaggeration. So it might be right that you've got the karma not to have what we call many friends. Some people say that, you know, they're lonely. It's true, it might be right. Lots of people don't have many friends, that's true. But the attachment, the particular assumption in your mind that believes, you know, that notices that. Maybe you don't notice you haven't got much money, but you don't care about that one, do you? You see, we never question that. I wonder why I'm not attached to money. That's interesting. Then you go the logic, well, I haven't got that much money, but I don't mind. Well, then why can't I be the same about having no friends? We don't ever question, do we? So mine's attachment to food. It's just ancient history. Ancient history. Just normal. I'm not trying to say I'm not a special junkie here. It's normal. Ordinary. It's ordinary. Ordinary. And it's old habit. Old habit. That means you think about it when it's not there. You think about getting it. And then when you've got it, you're craving it. And then when you haven't got it, you feel, you know, there's always this constant voice underneath. Constant, constant, constant. Like one of my friends in prison on death row in Kentucky, he thinks about torture all the time. Because that's his habit. You know? The fisherman thinks about fishing all the time. Panos thought about having sex with girls all the time. The furry boy thought about having sex with his furry toy all the time. Depends on the karma. And then your attachment gloms onto that. Attachment is attachment is attachment. Depends on how it manifests in each of our minds, depending on our karmic habits, you know. But we just so when a person is always thinking of food, it's just there in their mind all the time. They're always noticing the absence of food, or then wanting it and not wanting it, and eating too much, not eating enough, and blah blah blah. You know how it works, you know. Because it's obsessive. All these words we have in the West, compulsive, obsessive, all these words. They're just attachment, variations of attachment. Keep it simple, you know. subtle level, so nuanced, so multifaceted. And the millisecond it doesn't get what it wants, it's called aversion, and that builds up. For another person, they'll kill their partner, the other person will kill themselves. So clear. It's thwarted attachment. But we build up the habit of it. It's like programmed in us. So then eventually the whole world looks grey and useless, doesn't it? The whole world looks hopeless. There's a colour like painted on the whole world, isn't it? And on me. So then eventually life is not worthwhile. And the story becomes completely consuming. And then of course, we totally believe the story. And then we're so convinced that when you have that loneliness, when you're feeling like you're missing a partner, you know, particularly when I say a sexual partner, then you see the whole world full of partners. Everyone looks like happy partners, isn't it? When Patrick leaves me, all I see is the whole world full of happy partners. That's all I see. Isn't it? It's just not true. It's aversion exaggerating. It's depression, aversion exaggerating. Because you're noticing you haven't got a partner. And then attachment exaggerates, aversion exaggerates. And because it affects our body, and because we're junkies for feelings in the body, that's how we feel it, we call it a physical feeling, an emotion, a feeling. And we believe our feelings. So it's a very interesting way of seeing the world. I find it very tasty. Okay. Any questions for me? Yeah. Cecilia.
Would you say a person who tries to develop the wing of compassion,
Yeah.
If they don't have the wing of wisdom, they will fail?
I understand. Okay. You don't wait till you're perfect at it before you start doing the compassion wing. So we've got to practice all of these all the time. So my way of saying it would be, okay, in general, if we understand this gradual thing, to have genuine compassion, the way Buddhism is describing it, you can't have that until you've got genuine wisdom. But you can practice them every day. In other words, you won't accomplish grade 12 in Bach until you really accomplish grade 11. But you can practice grade 12. Nothing wrong with that. So in one day, if you reach out to a person, that's called the compassion week. If you work on your own mind, that's called university, high school. If you control your speech, that's called junior school. So when we know the different levels of practice, and I mean it very sincerely, you apply different ones at different times. And this is also the other point, now talking about loneliness. We're so, when I'm attached, when I'm lonely, when I'm feeling unloved by Patrick, let's say Patrick now, because he's bored with me, he stops looking at me every minute because his attachment's died down, so naturally he doesn't be so kind to me anymore because he's got no vested interest. I look a bit boring to him, you know. This is how it works. So suddenly I'm feeling this loneliness, and I'm frantic, my attachment's frantic because he's not looking at me every time and stroking me and loving me and being smiling at me. And that's the worst suffering. It's not even sex that's the worst suffering. It's not even not having sex that's the worst suffering in a relationship. That's not why it goes bad. It's because he stops looking at me, stops praising me, stops stroking me, stops kind of, delicious. Isn't it? That's reasonable. So then, naturally, I'm convinced I'm lonely, I'm sad because he is not loving me. So when I haven't got friends, it's the same. I'm convinced there are people out there who aren't noticing me, and I'm convinced that when they do notice me, I'll get happy. But in each case, what we don't realise is it's up to us to change it. It's very interesting. I'm convinced he should change. When you're lonely, you can, in other words, these stories of attachment are the stories of victims. I'm not being mean to us. This is how we all are. You feel hopeless, you feel stuck, and you're convinced you'll get happy when Patrick is kind to you again. You'll be convinced when a person smiles at you and becomes your friend. We're convinced that it will come when they do that. But how about we decide, simple, how about me reaching out to other people? How about me, first with Patrick, I can't make him change. So I've got choices here. I either learn to love myself, be happy with myself, give up attachment, and be content, or I decide it's finished. Bye Patrick, I'm leaving. But we don't. We go there like a moth to a flame, craving that he loved me again, upset when he doesn't, jealous, talk about him behind his back, talk about him bitter, angry, passive aggression until one day I kill him or he kills me. I mean, how can we live like this? Well, we do. Because we're obsessed and we're victims. It's all his fault. He doesn't love me. We're not noticing that I've got some work to do. And when I change, I will be happy. When I change, that's the method to make me happy. And maybe that's the method to attract friends. So it's kind of, we've got to put ourselves in the driving seat, basically. Doesn't mean it's easy, doesn't mean it'll change overnight, because maybe we really do have the karma for not meeting people like us. Some people just have that karma. It might be that way, but then when we start putting ourselves in the driving seat and realise that I've got to get out there and start being kind to others, not with the expectation they're going to like me, but that'll help change me. So stop expecting Patrick to make me happy and start making myself happy. Then I might say, bye Patrick, see you babe, karma's finished. Thanks a lot, enjoyed it while I was there. So we've got to be in the driving seat. We've got to realise I've got to change, I'm changing, because that will bring me the fulfillment. That's hard. Of course it's hard. Because we always, all the delusions see it all as out there. Everything's out there. It's all out there.
But then you are saying that nothing and nobody can make me happy.
What's that? What?
You are saying that nothing and nobody can make me happy.
I'm saying,
can make me happy.
no, I'm saying that getting cake and Patrick, they do trigger happiness. But the junkie believes it's the only way to get happiness. Whereas the Buddha's saying, okay, even more simple, we think happy feelings are what we get when attachment gets what it wants. Buddha says happy feelings are what you get when you give up attachment. So yes, what you're saying is right. Finally. We think happiness is when attachment gets what it wants. So happiness is the junkie. Buddha says happiness is what you get when you give up attachment. When you give up craving, which means you then give up anger and jealousy and all the rest, because they all come from attachment. So that's why, yes, Buddha says work on your mind, because that's the benefit. So that's the point now. Okay, one more point here. Leading on from this concept of suffering and change. What Buddha's saying is, we do get some pleasant feelings when we get cake or get Patrick praise me. He doesn't argue that we don't. But he would say, first of all, it's contaminated happiness, it's polluted happiness. It's the happiness of a junkie. Looking onto a junkie, they're desperately putting more junkie to try and trigger that little baby feeling, isn't it? Like, you understand my point? But you can see how dreadful it is and suffering it is. It's such a nightmare to trigger some little moment in this frantic experience. That's the suffering of attachment. So the point is this. Buddha's saying, like I said, so he's saying that we do get some happiness, but it's polluted, it's contaminated, and it doesn't last. It turns into overdosing. It turns into being fat. It turns into all the other rubbish. Too much. I mean, even I always so gross. Buddha's saying this. It's so hilarious. This is like a joke. Buddha's saying, listen, you guys. Hey, people, come on, wake up. If cake is the cause of happiness, then the more you eat it, the happier you'll get. That's logic. Now we know that. Think of having sex with your handsome boyfriend, the best sex in the universe, but don't stop. Don't go to sleep and get hungry again. Have it again, and again, and again, and excuse me, and again. Logically, if that is the cause of happiness, you'll get better and better and better and better and better bliss. The more sex, the better bliss. We know you die of disgust and exhaustion. This is logical, although it sounds so hilarious you can't believe it. If you think you're missing friends, please then imagine a friend coming to your house and never leaving you! Living in your bed! Touching you all the time! You say, leave me in peace! Think of that side of it! We don't like to, do we? Are we communicating? Yes. Thank you. So what Buddha's saying, hey guys, hey people, I've got a method for you to get happiness, and hear the words literally, that doesn't change into suffering. I've got a method for you to trigger happy feelings, but to get happy feelings, pleasure, bliss, joy, fulfillment, satisfaction, they're all synonyms. I've got methods for you to get happiness that doesn't depend upon an external object and will never, ever, 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 ever change into the gross suffering. And that's working on your mind, giving up attachment to the delusions. It's not complicated. It's just outrageous, that's all. So he means that literally. He says the mind, this is the pure nature of mind, the mind, when it's finally unencumbered by all these neuroses, which are adventitious, which are misconceptions, which are superstitions, and which are not at the core of our being, and the hard work is working on them, when we have a, finally, when our mind is unencumbered by these neuroses, that mind is naturally, blissfully joyful. And it will never, ever, ever change into suffering. It's a simple technical point that he's making. That's the final teach. That's the real point of Buddha's view about the mind. That's why, as long as you think it's the brain, this stuff is mystical crap, you know. Do you understand? And that's what's encouraged. Buddha has found, from his own experience, that mind is pure in its nature. That's what he means by that. That the pollution is adventitious. You don't need to have all these delusions. But we've had them a few eons, so it's quite hard to get rid of them, so be patient, please. One step at a time, baby. Because the goal is not some religious feeling of something. The goal is bliss. The goal is joy, fulfillment. Naturally. It's psychological and it's natural. Every mind has that potential. That's what Buddha's about. So it's practical. It's psychological. It's not religion. It's natural.
It's about the anger.
Yes.
That expressing anger is to externalize.
Is externalizing of when attachment doesn't get what it wants, isn't it?
And the
Is
pressure
internalizing. Yeah.
is internalizing.
Okay, so listen. You know, drop something.
But they are not.
Go on. What? Go on.
So it's better to externalize anger.
No, of course not. You're ridiculous. No. Well, okay. There's one
I don't
effect.
want to be depressed.
No. Listen, you don't have
And
to
internalize
No, you
it.
don't have to internalize or externalize. Neither. The point that Buddha's making is very simple. We think the only options are to shout or to get depressed. We don't assume we don't have to do either. So if you think, and I'm not kidding here, this is so simple a technique. If we are becoming more familiar with our mind every second of the day, which is intensely difficult and very advanced, then even the few moments in your day when your attachment is thwarted, the red light comes, the annoying sound, dropping something, Patrick being mean, farting on the sheets instead of the toilet. I mean, simple things that happen in daily life, which we never pay attention to. We just launch into aversion. But a depressed type person, their aversion is more subtle. They won't notice it. Can you hear me? So that will build up. Those moments of aversion build up until they pervade. But if we're working on it every moment, and how do you work on it? It's simply by arguing with it. We get so emotional, so we go to the red light. What's the way of arguing? Well, Robina, it's okay to have a red light. It's fine, honey. It's okay. That's arguing with, how dare there be a red light? So when you drop something, you hear yourself cursing. It's okay to drop another thing. That's arguing with the assumption you shouldn't drop something. So those little moments of aversion build up, and either a person who's been suppressing themselves, I'll explode on Patrick one day and punch him, or not get out of bed one morning because I'm built up, because nothing goes astray, nothing leaves the mind. We build it up. It's habits, like playing piano every day. You get better at it. Can you hear me? So
Yes.
the opposite isn't just to shout it out. The opposite is to know your mind. So you work on it right there. Not of course, as if you're about to say but. If you're being your own therapist, you won't need to external. I'm not saying it's easy, I'm speaking theory here.
Yeah, but I am thinking about not all these things that you say
What?
when you like and dislike and the red light. So I am thinking about there are times when you may become suddenly very hungry, very angry.
Darling, you're not
Like
listening. No, what my point, I know, excuse me cutting across. Of course I know what you're saying, but why that happens is because you haven't paid attention to the moments.
You build up it.
That's my point, honey. And that's why, to understanding karma, when I was a little girl, I knew how to be angry. My mummy didn't have to teach me. Now speak louder, Bobsy. Clench your fist, darling. I didn't have to be taught. I had practiced it to perfection in past lives. So of course I was good at it, like Mozart. So it's been a hard life. Now I'm 72, still working on it, you know? Do you understand? So it's an old, ancient, deep habit. We've got to be very humble. But the theory of it is the more we control our body and speech. So the first level is At least, Robina, don't vomit the words out. Good start. Then, not suppress. That's what we think. We either suppress or vomit in our culture. But Buddha's got these views that you can see your own mind. So, not suppress. That's an immense practice, not to vomit out and harm other people. Now, my job is to go to high school and learn to meditate and see my own mind, and step out of my head and start to, beyond the feelings, beyond the emotions, slowly hear all these elaborate conceptual stories about anger. What is anger saying? Anger says, how dare that happen? I don't like that. That's what anger's saying. And so is a depression saying that. But it's more subtle and internalized. So when we hear the voices beneath the emotion, then we can work at that level and argue with the conceptions, be a cognitive therapist, and then by the end of the day, you're not dragging any junk around. So it'll never explode out again. It won't because you're in control. I mean, we're talking theoretically here, but this is the practice. It's technically feasible, just hard job, because we don't know our minds as well. Are you seeing what I'm saying?
Yes.
Good. Which means don't get guilty if you explode. It's okay. That's why choose a friend, a good therapist. Don't vomit on everybody. Choose a person whom you trust and love and who loves you. It doesn't have to be a friend or a therapist. I don't care who. If we don't know how to work with it ourselves, find someone to be a good sounding board who wants you to help you see your own mind like you do. Then you can cry. I can go to them and cry and moan about fucking Patrick this and shout and yell and scream and abuse him. But the reason I'm doing that is to see my own mind. And my friend helps me. See, look, more dropping. Look. All right. See, look. You see what happens?
That's your
First,
method.
it doesn't... Okay. It's okay, thank you, darling. But you sort of see my point. You know, I'm a maniac. I'll drop 6 things, you know. Oh my God. Because in my life, I've found so fucking... I'm extreme. It's okay, drop everything, you know. Instead of, oh my God, I should have done that. Thank you, darling. I know one time I was at a meeting with a friend who's very controlled, you know. And I remember, even before, I didn't even talk. But the first thing he was convinced I was about to say was he put his hand over my mouth. Not his hand over my mouth. All my life I've helped people kind of holding me back, don't go too far, I drive too fast, talk too fast, do this too fast, drop too many things. It makes people very nervous. Do you understand? But there's a good, I've learned there's a good side to it, not be scared, it's okay. Do you understand? Yeah. Thank you, it's time for lunch. I'm extreme, I know. It's only water, darling, it's all right. She's the best girl of all. Yeah, catch it, it's just water, I'll do it later. She's a very good girl. Catch is a really good girl.
Microphones. It's electronics.
You know, I know I'm extreme. Are you kind of communicating here? There was a little bit of a kind of, that was sort of like a demonstration. You with me, people? We've got to be reasonable. I can't run around being a maniac and dropping everything, making people nervous. But we've got to kind of, you know, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, I remember, I'll tell you before lunch, this is confession time now. Me and my 6 siblings in the 60s were all diagnosed as manic depressive. 3 of my sisters had mental breakdowns, right? One after the other. My mummy was very busy taking care of them, had electrical stuff and all that business, you know. And then she found this lovely psychiatrist who used lithium. He was a very dear man. So when I came home from London, I was being a radical lesbian feminist or something, whatever I was doing. And I remember she wanted me to go to the doctor as well. And I thought, well, you know, screw these guys and their boring old male medicine, but I went anyway. And he kind of decided I was as well. So I'm sure he felt he won the lottery, an entire family, you know. So what I'm getting at here by telling you this, I remember at the time thinking, I don't care, so I've got a crazy mind, I'm fine, I'll work with it, I'm happy, I don't care about stupid old labels, stupid old medicine. And that's been a good point. There's been something good about that, because I can see we're very afraid of what goes on. We go crazy at the thought of being crazy. We go crazy. And so crazy for the Buddha is now I've found the Buddha's view, which helps me understand what we mean by those labels. Are you communicating with me here? Yes. So all these things I'm talking, Buddha psychology, is the method I'm using to comprehend IDID, ADDD, bipolar, depressed, psychotic. You know, these are the modern terms. All I use is Buddha's view, which I find quite interesting. I mean, his view helps you get enlightened. It should be pretty advanced. If it doesn't help you understand depression, I don't know what it's all about then. It's a method to get rid of all of it, so it's a pretty interesting model. But I'm prepared to use the Buddhist model, and I'm insistent on using that. I will not buy into the Western one. Not because I'm trying to be Tom Cruise, like, you know, the science of those people, you know. Are you kind of communicating with me?
Yes.
Are we filming all this, aren't we? Is that a video, is it? Maybe this goes into your library and nice.
Streaming.
You put it on, are you streaming? No. You do it on YouTube. You don't put it on YouTube. You don't put it on Raw. What's the point of it if you don't put it on YouTube? What you do is you make videos.
Well,
We are selling it to you.
no.
So what do you do with it normally? All your teachings, all your friends and
I
people.
know, I want to put it on YouTube, but other
One
people...
day.
I want to do it, but other people are saying, oh, you can't do it because...
Why not?
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking you,
I
other
don't know.
people. Why
I
not?
don't know.
But why not?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because all I know is over the years, not just me, I'm talking, the unbelievable, the number of people I've met who are watching for 10 years stuff on YouTube. It's the way they hear teachings, it's unbelievable. If you're sitting in your drawer, I think you're really irresponsible, whoever runs this centre. You can probably do something about it. Maybe you better edit mine,
I
really worse than
agree.
anything.
I agree.
No, really, it's shocking.
Yes.
Because YouTube is an unbelievable way to get to so many human beings. Really, it's incredible. So you really should start doing that. If you video, you do spending your money doing it. Have your committee meeting or whatever you have and get agreement.
Thank you.
I really think so.
I'll show this one.
What?
I'll show this...
Good.
what you
Persevere,
just
make
said.
it happen. They've got to edit mine. I don't know if it's too extreme or not, but it's up to you to decide. Anyway, are we communicating?
Yes.
Don't be scared of what's in your mind, ladies. Don't be scared of it. Do not be scared. And that's my other point. Because I look like a maniac, talk fast, speedy, drop things, steal things, swear. The point is this. The point is this. One point is this. We have this cliched, awful idea that being a good Buddhist means going slowly and not having many thoughts. Well, I call that deep depression. I love His Holiness. Everybody says he speaks so fast you can't believe it. Now, what kind of example is that? If it's meant to be going slowly and not having many thoughts. It's such a disgusting misconception of Buddhist teachings. Buddhist teachings have virtuous thoughts, but don't have non-virtuous ones. That's all. So less attachment thoughts, less depressed thoughts, less angry thoughts. But it doesn't say they've got to be slow thoughts. And you can have more love, more kindness, more wishing to help others. You can be as speedy as you like. I don't care. It's just a question of your personality. So don't misunderstand Buddhist teaching. It's shocking and immoral and completely cliched to think you've got to be sitting on your bloody bottom with your eyes closed to be a Buddhist. It's so disgraceful to think that. Because we think of mindfulness meditation as an alternative to a pill. Make it all go away. It's nihilism. That is nihilism. It is not accurate. Not understanding Buddhist teachings. Using mindfulness properly is incredible. But the real job is to heal your mind. If you just make it all go away, it's like covering up the cancer. What good is that? You haven't got to the solution. You haven't got to the source, which is delusions. And we know that. We want to see our delusions. A friend of mine says, like, working on your mind, being a Buddhist, is having your hands in your own shit. And it's true. I like to say it's tasting your own vomit. It's true. So you've got to have courage to see your mind. And even back before I was a Buddhist, I remember thinking this guy said I was one of those. I didn't mind, and I'm glad I had that view. Are you kind of hearing me? Yes. We're so scared because we want to be good girls. You know? That's what makes us crazy. And then we think, 30 years of practice, oh, I'm still bad. It's wrong. You're not. You're doing an incredible job. Unbelievable, working so hard, sowing amazing seeds for the future. That's the thing we have to rejoice with and be happy with our progress. You know, you're full of delusions until you realise emptiness you're going to have them, but they'll get less and less, and we see them more and more. They say one of the signs of success when you do single point of concentration is described in terms of 9 stages. The sign of success at the first of the 9 is you think you're getting worse. No, you just see it in your mind. That's all. That's fantastic. Be happy. And that's why you've got to have courage to confront it, because this is attachment. I mean it, you know. I'm a maniac. I don't need to be a maniac. I'm just trying to communicate. Okay? Let's have lunch. Quick lunch. Come back soon. Okay? Please enjoy it. And talk about this stuff if you feel like it. Otherwise, talk about the football.
Most of the restaurants also
Oh, do they? Oh, dear. Okay, we have no choice. I have to relax now or I'll keep talking. What do you think? Any questions?
What do you say?
Most of the restaurants opens at 1 o'clock on Sunday.
Any
Men
questions?
julgran till solrosen ett tåg.
Any questions? But, I mean, Maybe next time I come we can buy the lunch and have it all together.
Maybe
Just
I
add it to
once
it.
in a while.
No. You provide it and you add it to the price. It's very simple. How much do you charge for these courses? How much do you charge?
Different.
Roughly.
Different courses.
Roughly.
About €75, €70.
For 2 whole days and an evening. So cheap. You make it more and you add lunch to it. Come on, be creative. Then we have a little community with having lunch, all sit around having lunch and talking and discussing. Yeah, try little euros onto it. It's nothing. 95 for 2 days of teachings is nothing, is it? You poor sweet, you earn much money. I don't give it all to the government in your taxes, I bet that. There's ways of doing it. Isn't it? Yeah. And then people who are poor don't have to pay. You know, it's okay. Yeah, go on. Question.
Yes, I was wondering, yesterday you described that you made a decision to go to Amitabha's Pure Land.
Okay.
What are the courses you need to create?
Of course, first step is wanting, yeah.
Yeah.
Then?
Are there like specific practices you do? Or?
Yeah, practicing virtue, practicing the path. Stop, control your body, control your speech, control your mind. Do junior school, do high school, and make a few thoughts of wanting to go to Amitabha. One of the main causes is wanting that, but the causes are virtue.
Yeah.
And then one of the causes are Mahayana says, so you become Buddha. It's not complicated.
Yeah.
Practicing Buddhism, practicing Dharma. So do junior school, live in vows. Let's talk a bit now about living in vows, and we'll talk about purification. We'll start this now and we'll continue after lunch, okay? Okay, so junior school is back off and don't kill, don't lie, don't steal, don't this and don't that. Those 7 little things, you understand? As well as the 3 of your mind. The potent way to do that is to do it in the context of vows. Okay, so this is a really important point with karma, all right? So Buddha's saying every millisecond of what we think and do and say, or what we say and do on the basis of what we think, sows seeds in the mind, programs our mind. Every seed will bring a fruit, logically. It's just how the world is, Buddha says. So therefore, we better be very cautious. First level, immediate, urgent level of practice is don't sow more negative seeds as much as we can, isn't it? That makes sense, doesn't it? So that doesn't have, that's not, it sounds passive, merely not killing. But what you've got to realize is the conscious, intentional decision to not kill sows a positive seed. It just doesn't not sow a negative seed. It actually sows a positive seed. So it's not just a passive thing of don't do something. You get my point? There's a really important point about karma. So intentional I will not kill is a positive action of not killing, which sows a positive seed in the mind. Are you with me, people? Mm-hmm. Like an intentional action to help people, that's intentional as well. They're both action. They're both proactive. Now, the point is this. The key factor that determines, I said this before, the key factor, this is all in your teachings, the notes, the key factor that determines whether the action you do, start with the thought, leaves a positive or negative seed in your mind, which means what determines whether that will bring happiness or suffering, isn't the action, is the motivation. Now, given that most of us don't have realizations of bodhicitta and emptiness, which are the really powerful motivations, they are what make our actions so potent. Given that our virtue is quite weak, this is being reasonable, then our virtuous actions are quite weak. Can you hear my point here? Naturally, so the seeds are very small and weak. So, this is the point. Secondly, another point, given that we have to have a bank vault of bucket loads of strong, intentional, non-killing, non-lying, non-harming seeds so we can get decent human lives in the future, as well as have a decent habits to not kill, etc., etc. We've got to have, there's only when, and then we've got a bucket load, we need big fat bank vaults, okay. Now, the next point, given that the only time you're going to create sow a positive seed of intentional non-killing is when you meet a sentient being and say, oops, I must not kill it. If you never have a thought of not killing, you're not sowing any intentional seeds of non-killing because there's no intention, is there? Can you hear that? It's a literal point. So in this room right now, we might not be killing. But we're being nice people. But we're not doing it. We're not creating any virtue. We're just resting on our laurels from past virtue that we have a nice environment where no one's threatening us, like mosquitoes and, rats and cockroaches, not to mention terrorists. So the only time we're ever going to create the conscious karma of non-killing is when you meet a sentient being. whom you then decide not to kill. Well, now if you're in India, it's like Jurassic Park there. You can really practice non-killing because every second you're being bombarded by these beings. You know? Honestly, the number of bugs and creatures and rats and God, it's like unbelievable. But here in Sweden, clean old Sweden, you don't even meet a fly. I've never met a fly in Sweden. Never get flies. Do you have flies in Sweden? Yes. What do you do? Okay.
And we have
Get my
putting out.
Huh?
We have a little bag called
Six.
Okay. So anyway, get my point. So here we are. Okay, so then, given that we need a big bank vault full of strong, intentional, non-killing, especially non-killing is so powerful, seeds, how are we going to cultivate them? Well, I'll tell you, easy peasy. Live in a vow of non-killing. Lord Buddha says, vows are so potent that they have a subtle physical energy that's visible to clairvoyance. So Lord Buddha loves his vows. He's got all these sets of vows. And all the lamas will certainly say that your practice is dependent upon the keeping of the different sets of vows. So the very first level, related to junior school and high school, the wisdom wing, is what they call, as you know, the vows of individual liberation, the prati-moksha vows. These are vows related to this first level. Don't kill. Generally, there's 10 instructions in the beginning. They're not vows yet. They're advice from the Buddha. He exhorts us to not kill, steal, or sexual misconduct. The next 4 are don't lie, rabbit on about nothing, talk bad things about people behind their backs, or use harsh language. 4 of the speech. 3 of the body, 4 of the speech. And then he gets us to start working on the mind, just minimal, controlling the grosser levels of the 3 main delusions. So at least don't have intense craving all the time. Try not to have ill will and bitterness and wanting others to suffer all the time, which is the grosser level of anger. And try not to have this fundamentalism, which is the grosser level of ignorance. These are the 10 little instructions Buddha would exhort us to try and use as our guideline for our first level of practice. But as we start to do this, this protects us from doing negative things. But then when we decide we're going to become a Buddhist formally, we take refuge, and then we take the 5 layperson's vows, which are extracted from this. So normally vows are about behaviour, the body and speech. They're not about the mind. So the prati-moksha, or individual liberation vows, are extracted from those first 7 bits. There's don't kill, body, don't steal, body, and then no sexual misconduct. 3 of the body are included. There's 1 of the speech, don't lie, and there's a 5th, don't have intoxicants. So the reason, first of all, to refrain from these, like we're talking, Buddhist teachings, is because that will protect you from sowing more negative seeds that will ripen as your future suffering. And guess what? You're sick of suffering. So of course you're going to refrain from those. But the really potent way to create bucket loads of merit every second and to purify your mind every second is to live in the vows of morality. Buddhist teachings say that. And the way Lama Zopa puts it, you could have one person practicing lots of Dharma day and night, but not having a vow not to kill. Buddha really stresses the power of vows for the mind. And another person who really keeps their vow of not killing nicely. Rinpoche says the second person is creating infinite more merit every second and purifying their mind every second than the first. Because even though we might be practicing, we've got to have this fundamental one of refraining from killing, refraining from lying, refraining from these things, because that's the cause when it ripens in a fully ripened result way of getting a human body and of not having a tendency, wake up in life to not kill, not lie, not steal, etc., and have bad experiences. So, living in vows 24 hours a day, if you're living in your vows and keeping them purely, you're ticking over virtue and you're purifying your mind. Whether you're thinking about it or not doesn't matter. That's the power of vows. So it's a technical point. So Lama Zopa says we just can't, his word, not my, these are my words, we can't get ahead of the game. We can't get ahead without living in vows. Just our virtue is not strong enough. He said just being a nice person isn't enough. And Buddha's thing, all the Tibetan Lamas will talk about, our enlightenment is contingent upon keeping these 3 sets of vows. Because virtue is not powerful enough on its own, so we've got to be boosted by these incredible vows. So we have, as we know, in our Tibetan Buddhist tradition, you might have commitments. We've got commitments, which is like keeping your word of honour, a decision to do something. And then you have vows, which is a decision to refrain from something. And all of the practice is underpinned by these very potent commitments and vows, which are this conscious decision of your mind to do these things. That's what makes it so powerful. It's sort of like writing a contract with somebody, committing yourself to something. And that's why, let's say for a person called a fisherman, his decision, that boy, saw fishing, attached to it, got karma to do it, defined himself as a fisherman. Every action he did in his daily life was determined by his being a fisherman. So that clearly that's more powerful karma than just killing occasionally. So a vow not to kill, which is in your mind 24 hours a day, is infinitely more powerful than merely not killing sometimes. So this might take a while to understand, but for me it's very powerful. So the first level. Then on the basis of that, you have your bodhisattva vows. They go from life to life. They're so potent. Then you've got the tantric vows. And if we keep all of these well and purely and understand them, this is the basis of realization. Let's say that. Any questions about that?
What about breaking vows? Is it a very strong non-virtue?
Of course it is, yes.
Like stronger than if you would not have
Of course
vows?
it is. There's no question. Like keeping it is more powerful than not just, infinitely more powerful. We've got to be brave there. It's sort of like, but a vow is a bit like when you learn to drive a car, it's only 5 things. But when you learn to drive a car, how many things you have to remember? Probably 62. And one of those vows is, do not drive more than 120 kilometres an hour, or whatever your speed limit here is. You have one of those in Sweden? That's a vow. And you know that if you break it, it's a vow, and it's going to restrict you, isn't it? But you know you want to keep it because you don't want to get fined, and not to mention you don't want to get killed. So there's always going to be a downside, isn't it? So it's the same. Everything we do, we learn. We don't do this and don't do that and don't do this and don't do that. We're happy to keep them. You're happy to keep the vow not to go into the wrong lane at 120 kilometres an hour while other cars are coming, isn't it? And you will be alert every second and will want to keep it for your benefit. That's how you think of vows. You understand? So breaking a vow is quite powerful. It means you've got to know you've got a vow, not care, and have no conscience about it, and have no interest in the heart. So it's quite heavy to actually break a vow. We're often just a bit weak sometimes.
Yeah, because sometimes I feel I'm afraid of taking the tantric vows, for example, because I'm not sure if I will keep them.
I know that, but did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
You don't ever say, I won't drive a car because I'm not sure I mightn't go over 120 kilometres. That's like saying, I won't even walk out in the street because I might get knocked over. It means you won't even live. You might as well die. I hear you, and it's really good to think that. But then when you understand the benefit of vows, you understand the benefit of having these in your mind stream, then it will cause you, like driving a car, to be really alert and not want to break them and not be fearful. The point's good, but when we understand the benefit, then it'll give you the courage to know the benefit rather than just, I'm going to play safe. Really, it's a really good point you're saying. It is a good point. And in fact, as most people don't keep, and we are lazy with our vows, we don't even know what they are. It's a bit heartbreaking. But the thing is that all the lamas will say, you can't get enlightened until you've got a highest tantra initiation. And all the traditions are the same, they call them something different. And that implies taking the vows. And you need all these things in your mind stream. So if we have sincere wish to keep them, pure devotion, really sincere, genuine and understanding and studying and appreciation, then this is fantastic. Because it's not possible to keep them. Purely, it's impossible. And the irony is, until you're a highly realised being, you can't. So, but a highly realised being doesn't need them. So with our sincere effort to do it, sincere devotion, truly wanting, understanding the logic behind it. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's really important to you. Someone else. We can talk more about this later. You're not very happy. Nearly 1 o'clock. Nearly 1 o'clock. Okay, so we just have a let you come back and we carry on a bit more and see what we're going to shout about after lunch. Okay? Good. Any questions for the last teaching?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about attachment.
Yes.
But if you say attachment, then I think about the attachment theory in psychology.
That's right.
And then I'm thinking, how can you fit that in?
You can't.
No.
It's not complicated. You just have to know what the words mean.
Yeah.
If you study geometry, you learn that that's a flat surface. Would you agree that's geometry? Would you agree? Flat is the word, isn't it? Now, if you study music, you play a piece in B flat. And if you live in London, you live in a flat, except we're all Americanised now, so we live in apartments. So there's three words, the same word, same spelling, different definition, honey. We know that. So don't get confused. Just decide which definition you're using. So obviously the Western view is not the same as Buddha's. There's no confusion. You just have to know the definitions. Do you see my point? That's all, isn't it? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so, because I think it's more the love and the compassion and so
Which
on.
one?
In the theory, in the psychology.
Of course it is. It's related to connecting with people. Of course. But that's why we've got to be careful, because what happens is, especially when we come to things like this, as opposed to geometry or, you know, we hear the same word and we get confused. But they're like, we're grown up. We can have different definitions. We know that. You just decide which one you're talking about. And that's the trouble, because we don't think to redefine it. We assume Buddha is referring to the nice one. And then when we hear that we're supposed to get rid of it, of course we get depressed. Do you understand? So it's really important we see what he's talking about. Otherwise it's utterly confusing. Of course it is. And even without the theory you're talking about, everybody just naturally uses it in a good way. You know, without learning a theory, it's used in our culture in a good way. So we've got to know what Buddha means by it. That's all. Know what he means. No, and it's not easy unless we learn the Buddhist model, which is these three categories, negative, positive, neutral, this kind of business, you know. It's a very different way of seeing it. And it takes us a while to hear it, because we can't hear that definition. We just hear, like as Lama Zopa said, when we hear that we have to give up attachment, we think, oh, I've got to give up my heart, I've got to give up my happiness, because we just hear it wrongly. And also because we're not used to this clear distinction between what the Buddha would say is neurotic states of mind and virtuous states of mind, or positive ones. We just think of them as similar, as a spectrum, you know. So it's very hard to get to hear Buddha's one clearly. You with me? Makes sense, doesn't it? What else, Pete? Nothing? Everything's clear? Yes, sir.
I mean, if it's okay to ask, but I'm a bit curious if you would like to talk a little bit about what, because you said that when you met Lama Yeshe, you were this maybe political activist.
I was, yes.
Yeah, and then he grabbed you by the
scruff of my neck.
Yeah. Like, how was that process for you?
Meeting a Lama.
And sort of becoming ordained is, I mean, it's so...
I understand, yeah. I understand. Well, I mean, it's like, you know, roughly my life, I was brought up Catholic in Melbourne, in Australia. And from the moment I went to Mass, I think I mentioned, I had a very strong connection. So when you think of karma, I clearly came into this life with a strong connection with this type of thing. But the moment I went to Mass, I kind of figured it was my job, you know. I announced to my mother I was going to be a priest. It was just clear to me. And I remember I must have been very little, because I didn't understand intellectually why I couldn't, because I was not a boy, right? So it was just very strong inside me. I always thought about God, the meaning of life, went to Mass every day. I was in love with God and Our Lady and the saints and all that stuff, right? But on the outside, I was very naughty, very rebellious. I didn't look like a holy girl at all. I wasn't holy, still not holy. On the outside, you understand? I had very outrageous behaviour, naughty, rebellious, angry, proud, you know, in trouble. They said I was a nice girl as well. I'm not only all but bad. Anyway, when I was about 19, I kind of decided it was time to say hello boys and goodbye God, because you couldn't have both, you know. And I wasn't into guilt or anything, and being tortured. I just made a decision. Goodbye God, hello boys. So this kind of evolution for me, always trying to find a way to understand the world. Always trying to understand what the world is about. You understand? I think I mentioned this. So we sort of went from Catholic to hippie. It was up in the 60s. I came to London. Then, you know, hippie, and then radical left, black politics, and then feminist. And so it was this evolution internally, looking for a way to understand the world. I think that was the best way to put it. Always trying to find a way to understand the world. And then clearly it was a personal thing as well. So by the time I got to being a Buddhist, by the time I got to being a Buddhist, going through this process, it was sort of like I think by that point I wanted something spiritual again, you know. Didn't quite know where to go with it. Went to Mass, it didn't work, did TM meditation, this kind of thing. And then literally bumped into these Tibetan lamas. I wasn't looking for Buddhism. I heard the word Buddhism, but I don't know much about it, knew nothing about it. But I remember I'd been doing martial arts. I was totally into martial arts and doing it because I'm always fanatic, extreme. I was doing it 6 days a week. I kind of felt I'd found my path, you know, and then somehow I had this car accident, some bloke ran over my foot and sort of stopped me in my tracks, literally, you know. Anyway, whatever. So the point is, I then was sitting in this restaurant in Melbourne and saw a poster that talked about the Tibetan Buddhist course, and it said Lama Yeshe. Well, it's very interesting. Until today, I had this strong feeling that I'd heard about that person before. Do you understand? I kept thinking, well, where have I heard his name before? And I'm still feeling, I'm convinced I'll remember one day. But maybe that's just how karma is, you know? I saw this name and that rang, it triggered the connection for me. So I had nothing else to do. I couldn't do my karate. This fellow had run over my foot. I'm very grateful to him now. His name was Bill Bright. But I sued him. And I got $4,000. And that got me to Courtin. Eventually, that got me to go to Courtin. But the point is, it stopped me in my tracks, and suddenly I saw this name, and I figured, oh, I've got nothing else to do, so I went to the course. And so I met Lama Yeshe, did a 1-month intensive Lam Rim course with Lama Zopa. I was at Chen Reisig Institute in Australia, June, 40 years ago, June. But I didn't understand a word Lama Zopa said. I heard the words, but I couldn't get my head around this bizarre, medieval, arcane, strange, philosophical concepts. I had no concept. I kept saying to myself, where's the Buddhism? You know? I must have had a few conceptions like Zen or something, or be here now. Maybe that was the best I thought about Buddhism. I wouldn't know. It was just confusing. But the point is, part of me, I was in an uproar, because I could have been a hippie, Catholic, then hippie, and I was always extreme, right? And then by the time I got to being a feminist, I was a feminist, and then I gave up, then I became a radical feminist, and then naturally there's more to do, so I became a radical lesbian feminist, and then I became a radical lesbian separatist feminist, and I chucked out all the men, and I was always extreme, so I went to this outer edge of feminism, sincere, genuine, very full-on practitioner. But then I bumped into these Buddhists. It was an absolute culture shock. I can't really describe to you the intensity of the culture shock. It's like I'd been in this 10-year bubble of intense radical activity, right? Serious, 100%, never had a real job, lived on the dole, lived in London, did all this intense stuff, 100% involvement. And then suddenly to go to this spiritual thing again, where all the women called themselves ladies. I mean, I can't describe to you the shock of being a serious feminist, right? And meeting all these people, and it was like for me reverting back 10 years. And I was in a state of shock, and I didn't think I could cope with being there. Here we go, and then all of these men sat in front, the monks sat in front of the nuns, and it was like intense at my mind. I can't describe to you. But I knew there was something there. I knew something, some part of me knew. So I had to persevere. And then I heard the point that Buddha says, don't believe this, Buddha's not a creator, you're the boss. So I remembered that. And that put the onus on me to check it out, and I liked that, you know. And then I think I heard the word karma, and that was very powerful for my life. That's something triggered for me. So anyway, I stuck around for the month, did this intense course. And then the thing was, I didn't understand Lama Zopa, but Lama Yeshe would come in the evening and give a talk. And I'd kind of sigh with relief and think, oh, thank God, this makes sense, you know. But Lama always made sense somehow. He was very down to earth, very funny, very psychological. And he had this capacity from the time he'd met his first Western student. His English was insane. He had no grammar, no structure. I mean, even now editing his teachings, it's like sometimes you can't say what he's just kind of this, you've got to get a sense of what he's saying sometimes, because it's so abstract, his words. But he chose really tasty words. It was incredible. Extraordinary, actually. So Lama grabbed my heart, there's no question. But it was a big shock to me, I mean it sincerely. I don't know if many of you have been feminists, but I was a radical lesbian separatist feminist. Have you even heard of them?
Separate from what?
Men, what the hell do you think? God. Serious, 100% radical outer edge, the most radical of feminism you can ever find. Radical lesbian separatist feminist. I didn't talk to male people, even boys. You had a thing between your legs, you didn't exist. The cause of all suffering. It was a serious philosophical position. One of my friends bought some country in the land in the country, and she called it Amazon Acres. And we lived there. All these women lived there on Amazon Acres. I mean, I was serious. I'm telling you. So coming from that, to decide, I mean, even then, you see, even when I went to study, I was studying martial arts. And when I was in New York, in that period, I studied at a women's dojo. Naturally, I studied at a women's dojo. Because I'm a feminist. Of course I did, because there's no question. I didn't listen to male music. I was a serious feminist. Do you get my point, people? So anyway, in New York, I lived with these women. I did karate in this women's dojo. Then I go back to Australia, and I knew I wanted to find the same style, so I did. But I knew, okay, one thing shifted in my mind was quite scary. I realised by that point I kind of exhausted all options over those past 10 years of finding who to blame on this earth for all the suffering. So in a sense it was like, first it was all the non-Catholics in the world were the problem, and then it was all the straight people were the problem, and then it was all the rich people that were the problem, and then it was all the white people who were the problem, and then of course it was all the male people who were the problem. And I'm serious. By that point, in this very intensive 10-year period, I had exhausted, as far as I was concerned, all options for who to blame for the world suffering, right? And I had nowhere else to go. And I knew I made this big shift after I was sticking around the women. That I was in Melbourne, and I went to this dojo, and it was run by a man. And I remember making this really profound, huge decision that I realised I couldn't just hate I couldn't hate half the human race. It was just bizarre. It was my problem. So then I remember going to this guy, taking a male teacher. So anyway, it was about then when I broke my foot. And then I saw this poster. So it was a massive shift for me to go to this class. And the point was I liked this person. I mean, yes, I really liked this person. So it was a massive thing for my mind. I mean, when you really realise you're 100% committed to something, it's scary to change it, isn't it? But it was clear to me. Clear to me. I couldn't avoid this connection. There's no question. Lama Zopa, I couldn't connect with him. It took me 10 years to recognise him as my guru. He is now. But it was very, I didn't understand him at all. Anyway. Well, Lama Yeshe was like this strong connection. Use these words, And that's nothing special. It's not holy. I remember reading this 19-year-old white supremacist when he first read Hitler. It was the same. He met his guru. It's the same thing. Oh, I felt like I'd come home. Every word he said was so special. Wow, it's the same. It's called karma, Well, lucky I'd come with Lama Yeshe, not Hitler, isn't it? Just as well. You understand? So I really liked, and I heard all these teachers about gurus, all this stuff. It was all too much for my poor mind, But I knew something was there, and I stuck around. Then I did another month of a retreat with Lama Yeshe on Chenrezig. It was a lovely, sweet text. His Holiness the Dalai Lama wrote when he was 19, called The Inseparability of the Spiritual Teacher of Guru and Chenrezig. And it's published by Wisdom, actually, the commentary. It was my first teaching from Lama, and I edited it. It's called Becoming the Compassionate Buddha. It's a very beautiful Guru devotion text, so sweet, on the practice of Chenrezig. So I remember hearing this teaching from Lama, but I was in an uproar, all the time in an uproar. My mind was so tortured, struggling and arguing with everybody, and all these, just difficult for me. But I stuck around, And then I think eventually I decided I was a Buddhist, I took refuge with Lama. I hadn't called him my Lama yet, I hadn't thought this thought. That was a horrible word. Guru was a horrible word. Oh, not that word at all. Yuck, Anyway, I went back home to Melbourne, and I did my practice every day, and I was still living with my lesbian friends. They felt sorry for me. I think, go to something mad, I remember early before that, I remember one of our communes, we lived in one of our radical lesbian communes, and one of our friends, she went off to some Christian commune in Perth or something, and we sat around. I remember the derision, the pity we felt for this poor woman going to this male Christian commune, So that my friends felt the same when they saw me go to this Buddhist thing with these men, Anyway, I kept around. So then halfway through that year, actually there was one centre, the second centre in Australia was this centre called Tara Institute, Tara House. And there was one nun there, so I was living in Melbourne, so I remember seeing her, and I remember I like to do things. I'm a bit of, action girl. So I decided, we had a printing company. My father was a journalist. My mother was a musician, but we all worked in this company at some point in our lives. So I decided I'd do this version of Lama Zopa's teachings that they used for the course, this wish-fulfilling golden sun. So I decided I'd redesign it, re-edit it, and retype it, and do a new version and offer it to Lama Yeshe when he came next year. So I took over this project, and I did this job. So I did this printing, and then halfway through that year, before I went back again, kind of the penny dropped. And I realised that Lama Yeshe was my Lama. I said to myself, but I whispered to my sister Polly, I said, I've got a guru, but don't tell anybody. I was sort of embarrassed by this horrible word, guru. So all I know is this, if you take it to, it's like in one sense, it's like anything. When you like people, some people you meet, people you like them immediately, right? Some people, if you fall in love with somebody, it's like you've met, you know, it's like that. It's like that. People often say, how do you know if you're lava? Well, how do you know if you love somebody? How do you know if you feel close to Patrick? Whether it's good or bad doesn't matter, but there's attachment's there. But there's a connection. It's karmic connection. That's why the Buddhist one, I like this. If you factor that in, there's no way I could possibly meet anybody if you hadn't met them before. And then, like, say, Patrick, we meet like we're old friends, you know? It feels like that, doesn't it, when you meet somebody, sometimes. Or old enemies, let's face it. You hear some people, you can't can't even bear to hear their name. So it's karmic connection. So there's two things, the karmic connection with people. And then there's whether you like or don't like or have a good or bad relationship with them. Well, clearly so this is, okay, this is when we understand the bodhisattva path. A bodhisattva is a person who's doing the wisdom wing, hopping along, working on their mind, meditating, understanding, getting rid of delusions, getting renunciation, and then eventually realizing emptiness and continuing to be reborn to work on the compassion wing, to continue, as I said, to remove these obstacles that delusions have created between self and other. So you're removing this by doing all the work on the compassion wing, gradually moving towards bodhicitta, and then continuing to get reborn. So what motivates the bodhisattvas? They don't need, at some point they don't need to be reborn. They've finished the job, from their point of view, from the wisdom wing. You can say that. They don't need to be reborn. But they consciously choose to be reborn. And there's two things about bodhicitta. One is this constant wish to only be of benefit to others. Whoever you meet, it's your job. It's like your job description. That's if you've got it, I'm saying. And the second part of bodhicitta is that you're never giving up, going from life to life, being reborn, and you get more and more powerful at that. You can get reborn in many forms simultaneously because you've got the power. It's to never give up until you become a Buddha, because then you're really qualified. So the point is, bodhisattvas going along from life to life. They've got, one of the key things is, they want to lead sentient beings to enlightenment. That's their long-term goal. But in order to meet somebody, so they'll listen to your instructions, right? They've got to like you. They've got to connect with you. They've got to know you. So whoever we meet and like, or even dislike, we've got a karmic connection. That's the way of saying it. So the bodhisattva's job is to make sure they talk about hooking sentient beings. Getting them, Now look at His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. It seems to me, if you look at the world, probably millions of people like him, isn't it? And certainly we're Buddhists, we feel devoted to him, maybe he's one of our gurus, blah, 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 whatever. So that's not because we're so clever. It's because he, in countless past lives, has personally met us and hooked us one by one, or maybe together, He's got us, he got us. And we can argue, if we like the Dalai Lama, if he appears pleasing to us, it's because he's used peaceful means to hook us. So and they talk about it in the Bodhisattva path, and certainly in Tantra, because the Bodhisattva's way ahead on the ego thing, gone beyond ego, gone beyond delusions, has immense compassion, they will do whatever needs to be done to hook you. They will use wrathful methods as well, if they have to. Best one is peaceful, but if you're a bit stubborn and can't be subdued any other way, they're going to use wrathful methods. So there's a lovely story, I remember, about this bodhisattva, and they're going along from life to life to life. You can't tell they're bodhisattvas, they look like a regular old Joe, they're not walking around with halos. And they're using each life as part of their practice, and part of what they're doing is hooking, connecting with sentient beings. So here's this lovely story. This bodhisattva in some village, you don't know what he looks like, he's a regular guy, but his agenda is to hook everybody, connect with them. So if they want to be led to enlightenment, if they're ready to be led to enlightenment right there, he'll give them the teachings. You can't shove teachings down somebody's throat. So you connect with them in any way that suits their personality. So he's hooked, he's connected with all these people in this village. Hi, how are you? Happy, smiling, being friendly. In other words, they've got a connection. They've got an imprint in their mind such that when they're ready to be led to enlightenment, 52 lives, 97 lives, whatever, they'll meet him again and he can get them. So that's what His Holiness has done. He hooked us. Don't know how many lives ago, he hooked us, he got us. He also hooked the Chinese. But look at their response. They can't stand the sight of it. He must have used wrathful methods for them. But he got them. So this story, this guy hooked everybody, but there's one old lady in the village who didn't notice him, and he couldn't leave her behind. So peaceful methods hadn't worked for her, because she didn't notice him. So he discovered she had this beautiful garden doesn't matter. Drop another one. It's broken anyway. My iPad, I cracked it. So anyway, he couldn't leave her behind. He could not have a karmic connection. So he discovered she had this beautiful garden. So he rode his horse through her garden, destroying it. Well, guess what? Now she noticed him. Do you understand? So he used wrathful methods. His agenda was very clear. You wouldn't have seen a nice guy. You would have seen a mean guy destroying this lady's garden. They probably threw him out of the village. He didn't care. He got her. So the point is, and the Lama who told this story said, when it comes to bodhisattvas, it's better to have bad karmic connection, which she would have got, than to have none. So that's why they have a lovely saying among the Tibetans, you don't know who anybody is, so don't judge. That's too intense for our minds. Because we think of a holy person like his holiness, we think he's got to act nice. But if he starts chucking things at you, you've got to get very upset. Do you understand? Because we've got this cliched idea of a nice person or bodhisattva has to be holy and sweet. Well, excuse me, if they're a bodhisattva and he's got to connect with you, you know, they're going to do rough things. But it doesn't look holy to us. It's shocking, isn't it? That's why it's so powerful and necessary to understand the bodhisattva teachings. In the Pratimoksha teaching, there's no wriggle room. You just don't kill, you don't lie, you don't steal. There's no space for anything else except good behaviour. But the more advanced level, given you've got a more advanced mind, there is an ability to do what would look like negative, but it's genuinely based on compassion. And that's pretty intense, you know. Why am I telling you the story? Where did that come from? What happened? Lama Yeshe?
Sarah asked you about.
I'm telling her about Lama Yeshe, yeah. But why this particular part of the story?
Getting hooked.
So cooking. Oh yeah, that's right. So he used wrathful methods to hook her. That's what I'm saying. So Lama Yeshe, obviously for me, was fairly peaceful. I think Lama's Open must have used rough methods. It took a while to look at it. He used to freak me out. You know? He freaks out lots of people, Lama's Open. Actually, Lama's Yeshe made me nervous. And he wasn't cute to me, I promise. He was a bit intense. Anyway, I went back up to Chen Raising Institute this a year later with these books. Feel like, you know, I'd recognise Lama as my guru, but felt like a good girl. I'd done all this hard work and I wanted to show Lama the books that I'd done, you know, present them to him. Anyway, I had a meeting with Lama and I was too proud. I didn't know you're supposed to request. You prostrate 3 times, make an offering and beg the person to be your teacher. I didn't know that. So proud. I informed him. He was my teacher. I didn't even use those words, I was too proud. I told him I respected him. He said, yes, I know, dear. I was telling him he was my guru. But from that moment, because in a sense, it's not about guru, how I see it. When I always use the example of when I first learned to make a cake from my mother. I was 26 and not 6, okay? I was living in London, I was a hippie at that point, which came first, before communist, before feminist, before blah, blah, blah. It was the first part of my evolution, okay? After Catholic. So anyway, I was going home to Melbourne, and I decided I wanted to make a cake. Hippies make cakes, I think, and I had the thought for the first time in my life, I wanted to make a cake. It was a carrot cake. I remember the thought. So then I thought, well, I'll ask Mum to show me, because I was going home to see my mum, you know, and my sisters. But the point was, I'm getting at this. My mother, I didn't choose to ask my mother to show me a cake because I was trying to be nice to my mum. No, I'd done my due diligence. I'd eaten her sister's cakes. I'd eaten her cakes. Her friend said she was a good cake maker. I'd done my research, which is what they say to do about a guru. You know, you check up on them. You check on their reputation. You check on their teachings. You check on the product. You check on their students. You check on all these things. And I'd done that spontaneously. So now the time came when I was finally wanting to make a cake. My mother was intelligent enough not to force me until then, because I wasn't ready. I didn't want it. But now I wanted it, so my mind was ready. And then I requested my mother. I went home and I requested my mother to show me to make a cake. It was the first time. The point is, that's what it's like a teacher. Same thing. My mind was ready. I'd done my research. She was the appropriate person. I had to check. I'd done the checking, and then I requested. And then I learned how to make a cake. And the point is very interesting. I remember the day, the cake. In fact, it was an apple and walnut cake. I remember the kitchen, the moment, because all the conditions had come together for me to learn to make a cake from this valid knowledge holder. The word in Tibetan is tenzin, Dalai Lama's name, knowledge holder. My mother was a knowledge holder of cakes, okay? Lama Yeshe was a knowledge holder of Dharma. So I chose my mother as my cake guru. Do you understand my point? So I chose Lama Yeshe. Okay, he hooked me 57 lives ago, or whatever. Huh?
No, sorry, I want to ask you.
Ask it.
Okay.
And if it's not relevant, I'll tell you to be quiet.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't.
So is it really to hook, or is it to evoke things in you?
What? Sorry.
So when you say Lama Yeshe hooked you,
Really?
is it to hook? So is it to hook, or is it to evoke things in you that you didn't know existed in
Patrick,
yourself?
you're leaping ahead. You always leap ahead. You're so intelligent. Shut up. Patrick, you wish this question's perfect, but it's several steps later. That's the point. Hooking is getting me first. Hooking is when I wasn't ready to hear the teaching when he got me. He probably gave me a cup of tea. Maybe, no, he wouldn't have run over my garden with a horse, because I would have been mad and angry at him when I first met him. But I wasn't. I liked him immediately. So he must have used peaceful methods how many lives ago? Or maybe I'd been his student, in a monastery. So he...
You talked about emptiness yesterday.
Patrick, God
Okay, sorry.
almighty, can you be quiet?
All right.
Okay, nothing wrong, honey, you're great. So listen, Lama, so we're all set up for it. So then what happened? I see the name. How come I recognise that name? Because he'd hooked me in the past, or I'd met him in the past. Maybe he'd been my teacher in the past. Whatever it was, we'd set it up. So in this life, I'm blogging along, doing karate, car runs over my foot, stops me in my tracks, and then boom, this poster. Lama Yeshe. I thought, oh, so that got me. Then I got there, and I enjoyed his teachings, and then halfway through the year, the penny dropped, and I decided he was my teacher. So then I, blah, blah, blah. So can you get the point? So hooking. And then, of course, the job of the teacher is to do exactly that. That's his job, it's his skill. My mother's job was to show me how to make a cake. But if I hadn't asked her, if I wasn't ready, if I didn't want it, what good, That's why, love is open for me. He's also my teacher, okay? It took me 10 years from the time I met him, 11, from the time I met him until the time the penny dropped with me for Lama Zopa. Even though I'd had a dream years before that he was my guru, somebody said, oh yeah, that's the Lama who leads you to enlightenment. I was very surprised, this dream I had. I went to the monastery in a dream. It took me, I knew intellectually, but it took my heart at least 10 years. So then before that, in that period, Lama Zopa just never talked to me, he cracked jokes, treated like an ordinary person, But when my mind was ready, then he picked me up when my mind was ready. So that's why in the Buddhist one, you don't try to convert people. It's kind of considered really bad manners. And also, it's irrelevant. It's kind of bullying, You've got to be ready, you've got to want. So that's why I like to say we choose our own guru. So in other words, I gave permission to Lama Yeshe to show me my mind. If I hadn't, he would not stick his nose in. Lama Zopa spent 10 years waiting for me to be ready, Do you understand?
Yes.
So then, of course, their job, my mother's job, was to show me how to make it. And because my mind was, I wanted it, and I was ready. And this is why you've got to check out first. It's very logical. I didn't have any experience of making a cake. I'd never even read a recipe book. I'd never looked at a recipe. So logically, I knew zero about cakes. So if I hadn't checked on the right teacher, and let's say I asked Patrick to show me how to make a cake, and he's eager to get my approval, but he hasn't got a clue, right? He'd tell me to put 14 eggs in. I wouldn't know he was speaking rubbish, would I? I haven't even got any intellectual certainty. So this first checking one, you've got to have at least intellectual certainty that the person's valid. Do you understand? And that's what I learned even before I was a Buddhist. When I was doing karate, I told you, and I was in New York and I was in a women's dojo. It's a really good point. I chose that teacher because it was feminist. Then I studied with her very intensively, and then one of the extra things that happened when I went to this other guy in Melbourne, the male teacher, the extra piece was this. I was like in the 3rd level of belts from this women's dojo. Then I got into the class, I told him I was in that class, so he put me in that level. Then next week, he called me and he said, I'm sorry, Robina, I think it's best if you go back to the white belts again. Because he could see I'd been taught wrongly. I never checked properly on that teacher. I chose the wrong teacher in New York. You understand what I'm saying? That's when I learned that a teacher is incredibly important. I was first insulted when this guy said to me, you've got to get back to the white belts. I thought, who do you think he is? I was so upset. Then I realised the teacher was important, and I went back, tried to be humble, not easy. Are you communicating here? So that's why you've got to check. Now, I had checked on my mother. I tasted her cakes. I tasted her sister's cakes. Her peers said she was valid. So then I had a ready mind. I was open. She showed me how to make the cake. I listened. And even in my mind, I remember that day. And I haven't made a cake, I think, in 30 years. I bet I'll make a good cake because it went in. And that, I'm not joking now, that's like an initiation. I'm really serious here. We have all these words in Tibetan Buddhism: initiation, empowerment, transmission, oral, all these words, you know. We mystify them. I received an initiation from my mother. She was my knowledge holder. She was my cake guru. I'm serious when you understand the meaning, you know. So all those conditions have to come together. I have to want it, check on her, be ready, request, mind my own business, and do what she says. If I started saying, who do you think you are? 2 eggs. How do you know? Well, clearly I wasn't ready, was I? I hadn't checked. So I shut up, I did what she said, and I made a cake.
Why did you want to make a cake?
Oh, God in heaven, it's not completely a relevant question. What do you mean by teaching? That's different. Are you meaning that? Are you meaning why did I want to study, have Lama Yeshe as my cake?
Yeah, it's the same thing. You wanted to make a cake, you were ready.
So are you asking me why did I want to be a Buddhist? Why did I want Lama Yeshe to be my teacher? Is that what you're saying? What do you think? Tell me the reason. Why would I want him to show me what? What am I discussing in this room?
Oh my God.
This is cake making in this room. This is about cake making.
Help me.
No, it's nothing special. It's obvious. What am I speaking in this room? Stuff that I've learned from my teachers, right? So obviously I wanted to learn that. Isn't that not reasonable? Meaning I tried to blame all the Catholics, the non-Catholics, then I tried to blame the straight people, then I blamed the white people, then I blamed the rich people, then I blamed the male people, and I'd exhausted all options. So when I met these teachers and went to this Buddhist class, they told me I should look at my mind. I'd never heard of that. That was a brand new idea. So here I am, 40 years later, doing that job. So I wanted Lama Yeshe to show me my mind. Do you understand? That's why I chose him. I wanted to learn to become like him. For me, he was a good example. Look at the Dalai Lama. I remember a friend of mine in London years ago who had a Buddhist husband. And she was Jewish, and she liked the Dalai Lama, but she wasn't sure what Buddhism was, because it was so complicated. And she went to a teaching of his in Royal Albert Hall, and she was in tears. And she said she loved His Holiness. I said, would you like to be like him? She said, yep. I said, that's enlightenment. Don't worry about it, you know. So I want to be like Lama Yeshe, obviously. If I made a cake, I want to make cakes like my mummy. When I studied singing, I wanted to be like a music teacher. So you're using a teacher, they're a mirror for you, like he said, to show you what's in there. So clearly you better choose a person who knows what's in there. My karate teacher didn't know how. I learned it wrong.
Yeah.
That's all. But it's not like, that's why the difference between the relationship between God, your creator, and the Buddha is this profoundly different. So, Lama Yeshe, I checked on him, I watched him, I observed his teachings. Lama Zopa was his main disciple. You couldn't help but be impressed by Lama Zopa even if you didn't understand him. He looked like a perfect disciple, right? So he's the product. That's a pretty good product. I looked at his Western students. I admired them. They looked like a pretty good product. So I thought, okay, this sounds reasonable. I liked his teachings, and then slowly my heart connected, and then I became his student. And from that second, it's like I wrote a contract. You have permission, Lama Yeshe, to show me my mind, and he started right there. I promise. And it's not that easy. Thinking your mind is horrible. And Lama Zopa the same. They've got their styles, you know. So some people think having a guru means you go sit at their feet and have teaching. Excuse me. I can count on 2 hands the number of meetings I've had in my gurus in 40 years. You know, it depends on the person. In fact, the few times I've ever asked Lama Zopa advice, one time he ignored me, just literally ignored me. Literally ignored me. Another time he said, what are you asking me for? Another time he said, I don't care what you do as long as you do what's most beneficial. So it's, you know, get the answer you need. But when I edited Mandala, he never told me what to do, but he'd always tell me when I'd done something wrong. You understand? So it's like these lamas work in different ways. Lama Yeshe would shout at me, you know, whack me sometimes. You're so slow, he said one time. So, you know, but it's like, even the first time I met him, Lama, I'd done this book, right? I told you, this book, we got a printing company, journalism had always been my job. I'd done this book, I was very proud of it, proud in an arrogant way too, as well as proud and a good girl. And I was dying, of course, for Lama, you know, and the first thing Lama said to me was, there's this nun in the Tara Institute in Melbourne, and she'd had nothing to do with it. But she sort of maybe helped me a bit. Because I did it. I was the one who thought of it, and I did the work, and I got our printing company to do it, and I packed it, and I designed it, and I typed it, and I took it up to Chenrezig Institute, and I gave it to Lama Yeshe. And then the first thing Lama Yeshe said is, thank you for helping my nun. And I thought, excuse me, she helped me. I did it. Are you kind of hearing me? So from the day one, he began teaching me already. I thought, oh no, you know, God, try to teach me humility. I'm still learning, right? So it's very funny. My own mind, I mean, people tell me I'm kind. I don't know. They tell me I help people and I'm kind. But I like to be the boss. And there's absolutely there's no shame in it. I just know it's my personality. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. When I went to Mass, I didn't want to be the altar boy. I wanted to be the priest. Not be the boss, you know. I just assumed it was my job. So all my life, this sounds so peculiar, but some of my girlfriends at school, I'd say, what do you want to be when you grow up? You ask that. And they'd say, a nurse. And I wouldn't say anything. I'd be shocked. A nurse. A helper. Meaning a person who walks behind and helps. Do you understand? It was shocking to my mind. I mean, it sounds so arrogant, but it was how I don't mind helping, but I'm going to lead the way. Do you understand? It was just my nature. And I'm not being apologetic, so you've got to own what you are and try and make the most of it, isn't it? So all my life, though, Lama Yeshe and Namazopa, it took me 25 years to get a job in the FPMT to lead something. Then, even worse, after this business of Lama, then, you know, then I started doing publishing and editing in Courtin Monastery with Nick Rebush. I typed, I designed things, I did things. I was in heaven, you know. And then Nick wanted to take it. Lama Yeshe sent us to Delhi to start doing the publishing seriously. And then eventually he decided to send us to England. I just finished my retreat, and I got a note from Nick saying, fantastic, Lama says Robina can be the secretary. Well, I swear to you, I was just thunderstruck. I mean it. I completely was clear that I was going to run the whole thing. It had been my profession all my life. It just seemed logical next step. I had all these ideas. I'd done a publishing plan. I found the printers. It just was obvious to me. I wasn't being arrogant. It was just being obvious. And Robina had to be secretary. And I said to myself, I remember the thought, I was shocked. And I said, poor Lama, he doesn't understand. I mean it. So it took me 25 years to get a job called directing something, which was a prison project, you know. Anyway, so our Lamas show us our mind. The point is this, I could have run wisdom really nicely. I mean, I'm happy to run things, but I wouldn't have worked on my mind. You get my point? The job is to work on your mind. And the job to work on your mind is you do the job that you need to do. So I had to learn to be humble and patient, and I'm still learning. It's my practice. Another, I'm always gobsmacked, as we say in Australia, that Lama and our Rinpoche would always choose, the one job they choose in their centres is the person who's going to run it. And so often I notice the person is completely hopeless at running things. Because they get the job they're supposed to learn. Well, I got the job I was supposed to learn, to be the helper. It's like mind-boggling. Are you communicating? That's why for me, I really went crazy, you know. It took me years to understand that. The job you're supposed to learn. So
everything is a goal.
What?
Everything is a goal for them to say, to choose the one where you need to learn to become
You're just repeating what I said. So,
just information.
Yes, darling.
I'm wondering
What, sweetheart?
when we see a female Dalai Lama.
A who?
A female.
When will we?
Yes.
Yeah, when the time is right. Why?
When the time.
You're asking why are they always male? Is that your question?
Yes.
It's obvious. It's culture.
It's culture.
Tibet, 99% of the 1 million monastics were male. It was a male, Asian, patriarchal culture. India, at the time of India, I mean, Buddha was pretty radical back then. He even let women become nuns. I mean, they were, you know, they literally, I mean, even in our culture, you didn't exist as a female, a person. You weren't even called a person until 100 years ago. So it's like, look at culture. Now this is the point. Who created that? Who created culture? Who created culture?
People in power.
Rubbish. Who created the cause for you to be born to a girl's body? Who created the cause for you to be born where you got born in a culture where you have your clitoris cut off and your hole sewn up and you wear black clothes over you? Who created the cause for that? Huh? Who? Arab mummy's womb. Who?
You.
Thank you, you. Yeah. So then, egg on your face, baby. That's what I learned back then when I was teaching. I realised that I had created the cause to be a girl. If a girl was a drag of a birth, guess who did it? I'd probably been some arrogant boy in the past. Guess what? This is what culture means. This is how it takes time to hear it, you know, but it's what
it is possible
Darling,
for...
I'm not even going to answer the question. You know the answer. I'm not being rude. Of course it is.
Thank you.
Of course it is, darling. It's because a bodhisattva is a person who wants to be born in an environment where they can be most useful. So you take culture into consideration. You don't wait to be reborn when you see some sexist world or racist world. You don't wait till you get a perfect world. You get born in whatever role where you can be suitable in that culture. It could very well be as the low group, or it might very well be as the high group. But either way, you're cool because you're going to do your best to help other people. So, you know, subculture where females are nothing, you can be born as a girl, you can be born as a boy. It's your decision. It's your call when you're a Buddha, when you're a bodhisattva. So Tibetan culture, if you wanted to have power and you'll be born the Dalai Lama has to be, of course, has to be a male. Who's going to choose a girl? You wouldn't do it in that culture. So then you're going to be born as a boy. But you're probably bopping around as 42 other girls around the neighbourhood, but no one recognises you. You're being born as a dog as well to help others. So you choose the one that's reasonable, where you can have the most power. Bodhisattva, especially Dalai Lama, where he's not some little yogi in a mountain. He's a person who wants to have influence. So clearly you take a rebirth where you can have power and influence, where people hear you, listen to you, respect you. Now more and more culture enables people who are called female to do that, isn't it? So then you'll obviously take it when the time is right, if you're going to be listened to. What's the point of being born a girl? Is to prove a point. You kind of hear me a little bit? No? Huh?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think so.
So
yeah.
if you want to have power, if you're a bodhisattva and you get born in the 1940s or even the 2017s in the South in America, I don't think you'd choose to look like Jacqueline. You'd be in serious trouble. So the bodhisattva would happily, unless they want to help other people, and by being humble, you'd be born as bodhisattvas as a black person in South America or wherever you want to be born. You'd choose a rebirth where you can have power, and power is someone who will listen to you. They would not have listened to Jacqueline in the 1930s. They would have strung her up on a tree. So you choose with complete open mind to be born where you can have power and influence. That's what bodhisattvas want. And why? Because they want to help people. Do you understand? So you be reasonable and choose the rebirth that's going to be suitable. It's not a political thing, it's a practical thing. Do you see what I'm saying a bit? So therefore, of course, they're going to get... I mean, as I just said before, many young girls now being recognised as reincarnated lamas. That would not have happened anywhere else. But it's more... The world is more open now. Are you seeing what I'm saying? A little bit.
A little bit, yes.
Good.
I have to work on
Of course we can, yeah.
I have to process.
No, truly, darling, because it's not the way
But I mean,
I understand.
I guess my question was.
Huh?
No. I think I was. I thought I was posing a somewhat provocative question.
Well, that's all right.
And I
Join the club. Speak like me now. Well done, girl. Yes.
Yes, when there's an interview with Dalai Lama, he said that he could be the last Dalai Lama. What does that mean?
Well, darling, look at the Dalai Lama evolution. Historically, the position of Dalai Lama has only been about 1,000 years. It's a term from the Mongolians. It's not even a Tibetan word. Lama is a Tibetan word, but Dalai, I don't know, that came up from some of these Mongolians. It was some term they used for only 14 reincarnations. Clearly he's been reincarnated since the beginning of his time, but way back a certain particular person was labelled the second Dalai Lama, so by default the previous one. So they began this tradition of recognising the reincarnated one. It's just a tradition in Tibet. So therefore, and then he became, over the centuries, was the boss. It was a religious country. There were 99% of the people were Buddhist. 1% were Muslim. I think the Muslims. The Catholics tried in the Middle East. Even the Jesuits went in there, and even they translated the Bible into Tibetan. They couldn't get one Tibetan, not one. But the Muslims, a few Muslims. So there's a couple of Muslims, but they're 99.9% Buddhist. Now, maybe less so. So then their government, they had a lay person and a monk, not always a monk, in the position of, in each role. There was a lay person and a monk in each role. So it was a totally Buddhist country in that sense. And it was monastic. And so from top down, a sixth of the population were in monasteries. So the Dalai Lama was just always the boss. He was the head, the boss. And they also happened to see him as the Buddha, because that was their culture. So that's why now he's given up the job of being political head, because Tibet's changing. So he's given up the job of being political head. He's resigned from that position, and he's just a spiritual head now. So obviously, when the world changes, and maybe there's no longer this appreciation for, maybe it's just seen as cynicism and a load of rubbish and superstition and garbage, well then he will stop having this, they'll stop being with this position called the Dalai Lama. Then very well might happen.
And
It's what it
he will
is.
be reborn some
Well, of course he will.
year,
They never
maybe
stop.
as a girl or something.
Whatever, I mean, he's already doing that. I mean, listen to me, honey, this is where it sounds a bit cosmic now. The lowest level bodhisattva already has the capability of manifesting their own mind in 100 different forms simultaneously. So as you keep progressing on the bodhisattva path, developing more wisdom, more power, more compassion, by the time you're a Buddha, your consciousness pervades the universe. It knows that which exists. It knows the minds of all beings, all their past, all their future perfectly. It has infinite compassion for every single sentient being as if they were you, and you have this effortless power to manifest your mind in trillions of forms throughout all the universes, for trillions of eons, for the sake of trillions of sentient beings. That's a Buddha. So don't hold your breath. Way to go. You with me? That'll include dogs, girls, hell beings, all kinds, simultaneously, right there, all the time, to help others. That's what they're doing, they say. Understand? There's a lovely story about His Holiness. Lama Zopa told me years ago, in the early 60s, when the Tibetans had come out of Tibet, were in India, Nehru and all the kind of people were looking after the Tibetans and giving them land down south, where they now have got all these thousands of monasteries in the south of India, all this forest land. And they were in the process of negotiating to get this land. And of course, His Holiness and the Tibetans were kind of urgently wanting land so they could build their monasteries, so the knowledge holders, the older knowledge holders, could pass on their knowledge to the younger ones, so the lineages wouldn't collapse, because it's an oral tradition. Once the oral tradition stops, it just becomes stultified myth. Do you understand? If you suddenly for 100 years stopped there was no single human who could play Bach. I don't think there'd be any Bach anymore. It's got to be a living tradition from pianists right back. Cakes as well. Where did my mother get her cake knowledge from? Her grandma. It's an oral living in tradition. It's really got great meaning, So same with Dharma, of course. So anyway, they were negotiating with the Tibetan government, the Indian government. And the story goes something like this. This Tibetan minister was sent down from Dharamsala to Delhi. It's about a 12-hour train journey, And he tried to get a meeting with the appropriate Indian minister in Delhi. And it must have been Indian bureaucracy being the way it was. He couldn't get a meeting. So he went up back to Dharamsala very frustrated. And His Holiness basically said, it's cool, you'll be okay, go back down. So he did. And the story goes, the Tibetan was chatting away to the Indian minister's little boy who was in the office that day with his daddy. And the little boy expressed the wish for a dog. Well, the Tibetan was delighted to grease the wheels, and he said, I'll get you a dog. So he went out, and there was a sadhu with a little dog. Can I buy you a dog? He did. He gave the dog to the little boy. The little boy's happy. He went to his daddy. Daddy's happy. And the meeting worked. Everything worked, because the daddy's happy, the little boy's happy, and the Tibetan's happy. So the point is, Lama Zopa said, the dog and the sadhu were manifestations of the Dalai Lama's mind. Now the point is, I know it sounds so cosmic to us, so I've got to understand all these teachings properly, according to the literature, how this is possible, what does it mean, This is the bodhisattva path. He was spontaneously able to manifest his mind wherever he's needed to benefit sentient beings, and they're doing it all the time. We think the Dalai Lama is this nice bloke sitting in a monk's robe up in Tibet, up in Dharamsala. Meanwhile, he's bopping around the universe, manifesting all the time. So these are pretty cosmic. When you study the teachings and understand it logically, understand the mind, what it is, not physical, karma, the universe, there's all this stuff, then you can put it together. It's got logic, how this is possible. That's how they help. Now the point is this. You wouldn't have seen a holy dog with a little halo, It wouldn't have been winking at you. I'm the Dalai Lama. No. You would have seen a dog. It might have been a mean dog. It doesn't mean it's a holy dog. It might have yapped at you and bitten you all the time. So you can never tell it's a dog unless you're clairvoyant. And who's clairvoyant, You see a dog. And the sadhu, and the thing is, it didn't need to be born in a womb. They can manifest as dogs and sadhus and bridges and pillars and whatever they need to benefit sentient beings. And that's where the more you understand, certainly the Vajrayana model, how the universe is made of the 4 elements, the more you understand the mind being not physical, how it's conjoined with the 4 elements, the more you understand emptiness, the more you put all these pieces together, then this is totally logical, according to this system. So it's up to us to read and think about it. So bodhisattvas are out there helping all the time. We just don't see. That's what they say. Any questions? Where are you? Yes? What happened? Yes, my friend.
When bodhisattvas choose to reborn, does it mean that they always are like, they don't have delusions or stuff?
What, darling? What?
They don't have delusions.
It's all a question of what levels. There's levels and levels and levels.
Okay.
I mean, that would make a nonsense of the whole meaning of it if you could still have delusions, isn't it? I mean, a certain level of delusions. Because the point is, as you know, if you've got a spectrum from totally complete deluded sentient being, let's say even humans, all the way to an enlightened human being, there's a spectrum in between there. So it's a gradual process of lessening delusions, and growing power and growing wisdom. So it's a question of where you're at on that spectrum, isn't it? So a certain level, the lowest level bodhisattva, who's on the path, on the 10th of the 9 stages, that's a person from the first second you realise emptiness. Still got delusions. You've got further to go to become Buddha, but it's ever more subtle, ever more subtle, ever more subtle. So you get ever more powerful, ever more compassionate, ever more wise. It's a gradual development. Do you understand?
Yes.
What else, people? What do you want to talk about? We've got an hour left. Come on. 2 hours left. Whatever you want, maybe whatever. So tell me what you want to talk about. Patrick has surely got an idea. Yes, go.
I have an idea.
Hang on, darling. Go for it.
You mentioned something yesterday, I think, that you had a lecture on why bad things happen to good people.
Yeah.
Can you
Karma.
develop why good things happen to
Same.
bad people?
Karma.
Okay.
It's just karma. So again, let me reiterate the point. The key to understanding this is, like we've talked, is to understand I call it the 4 different tracks of karma. The 4 ways our past actions can ripen in the present. Do you understand? So if we look at our life, it's very clear when you get it. Look at our life. First one is we're a human being, aren't we? We've got a human body. So this is why all these karmic seeds are triggered before we even stop breathing in the past life. Can you hear me? Because we're lugging around countless karmic seeds from countless past lives, because there's nothing that goes astray. Everything stays in the mind. So at the time we died, we can deduce that our death was reasonable. Certain things happened that enabled the first of our 4 ways of karma, one of those seeds, to be triggered, which was a very powerful, non-killing karmic seed practice, as Lama Zopa said, like we've been talking probably in the context of keeping vows of morality. That was triggered, the first one, and that got us the human body. Do you understand? First. Now, look at the human bodies on this planet. The next level will tell you the difference. Look at our personality traits. You with me? Can you see humans have all got a human body? Hitler's got a human body, Mother Teresa's got a human body. Can you see that? If they never opened their mouths, you wouldn't know the difference. But they start opening their mouths and doing things, now you can see the difference, can't you? And it's dependent on what's in their mind. So your tendencies is the next way karma ripens. The next track is your tendencies, the personality traits, the wish to kill or lie or steal or be psychotic or loving or good at music. Do you understand? Your whole entire personality traits. Not one atom of those came from your mummy. They were also triggered at the same time before you even stopped breathing in the past life. All from your next little bank vault, the second track, all your tendencies, all the seeds from those from having done them before. Your tendencies. Are you with me? That's the second way. Look at yourself now. You're a human, number 1. Number 2, you have a personality traits, characteristics, good, bad, clever, intelligent, stupid. Do you understand? Every one of us has our own set of personality traits. We agree with this, don't we? It's pretty clear. Do you understand? So if you have a predominance of virtue, you're called a good person, right? If you have a predominance of non-virtue, you're called a bad person. You agree? Okay. So, Mother Teresa's a good person, let's say. And Hitler's a naughty one, isn't he? So they're the good or the bad person we're talking about. You with me so far? You with me? Next track is now how they're seen and treated out there by the world. This is called experiences similar to the cause. Look at each one of us in our life. We're very social beings, look at us. We are surrounded by billions of sentient beings, would you agree? And as we've been looking, they're divided into categories called friends, enemies and strangers. Well, most of them are strangers and they neither harm nor help us, do they? But what do the other two groups do? Some are mean to us and some are kind to us. Would you agree with that? Now, some people have a life where only ever bad things happen. You can see it on this earth, can't you? Abused, raped, tortured, harmed, lied to, stolen from. Do you understand? Some people have the most nightmarish of this third kind of karma, where bad things happen to you. Do you understand? But they can be really saintly, nice people, can't they? These are separate tracks of karma. We've got billions of karmic seeds, and they ripen in all these different ways. So one is in your tendencies, the next is your experiences. So you can be a Hitler who's got maniac tendencies, but look, he had lots of good karma for quite a while. He was very famous, he was very powerful, people adored him, looked after him, gave him things. Of course, then it all changed and became like a naughty. I mean, no one liked him eventually. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we all have both of these, don't we? Do you understand? And then the fourth lot is your environmental karma. It's sort of like mostly out there. Now you can be a really good person, be human, tick the box, virtue ripen. Lots of good tendencies, tick the boxes, lots of good tendencies. The third one, bad things happen to you. You get lied to, stolen from, raped, put into prison, wrongly accused. I mean, the number of my friends in prison are really nice people. And some have maybe done something wrong, not much. But they've been wrongly accused, you know. That's bad things happening to good people. Do you understand? So these two have not much relationship. Whereas in our life, this is why we nearly go crazy, I think. If you're a fairly nice person who doesn't lie, and then one day at work people accuse you of doing, let's say, lie to you or believe that you told a lie, and you know you didn't, we go mad. We know it's not true, but we don't know why they can't see this. That's how life is so often. That's from past karma. Do you understand? So there's always quote this woman in prison. I work with people in prison a lot over the last 20 years. So this woman, I read about her. I didn't know her. I read about her. She was on death row in Florida. This nice white hippie lady with a white hippie husband and kids hitching in Florida. Got picked up by two guys. And then the guys got stopped by the police. The guys killed the police and blamed the hippies. So they're put on death row in Florida. So of course they're considered total monsters. They were in fact utterly innocent. The husband even got executed. Can you imagine the nightmare? She got out after 17 years. But what was impressive about this amazing woman, I'm so extraordinary, this woman. But the point is that's a classic example. And especially everywhere, but American prisons are so rampant with this injustice. It's so heavy, you know. I mean, it's like unbelievable. You see it. So if you're speaking from the point of view of karma, you're born in an environment where you're considered bad, even though you're not, and you're given this intense sentence, even though you didn't do it. That's due to the past action like that. So you can only deduce this woman must have done something like that in the past, this is what the Buddha's saying, such that, she's considered to be accused wrongly. Now look at Mr. Trump. It's very interesting. On the face of it, it does seem he's quite deluded, wouldn't we think? I mean, maybe he's got good qualities too. I mean, I'm serious now. But it seems to me he's kind of deluded, very interesting. But he's got such good reputation right now, isn't it? No matter what happens, all the people who support him, those grabs ladies by their pussies and God knows what, even though he's been found to be lying, stealing, nothing seems to touch him. That means you can say, and now he's even the President of the United States, that means he's got such powerful, good reputation karma from whatever life, that no matter what he does now, that's like Hitler. Look, maybe he's not as bad as Hitler. He's got good reputation. But look, it won't last. It'll change. One day he'll become a pariah, I guarantee. 47 women come out of the woodworks with their lawyers determined to prove he was really a rapist. Then eventually he'll lose his job. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. But as long as he's got good karma of reputation, nothing can touch him. That karma will run out eventually. Like this woman was completely innocent, but had heavy-duty negative karma. It took 17 years for them to see the truth. So one track of karma is called experiences similar to the cause. And essentially it's how you're seen and treated by others. It's not complicated, but once we get this clear, we can start to have a sense of why things happen. Otherwise it's just chaos for us, Because our feeling very strongly in our world, we assume if I tell the truth, of course people will believe me, and that's why we go mad. Or if you know you're a good person, but people can't think you're a monster, which is like racism, for example, in certain culture, you're something else. That's heavy-duty negative karma from the past. Or if you're seen as good, even if you're evil, that's good karma from the past. You see what I'm saying, people? But once we get these 4 tracks clear, if you're trying to use karma as an explanation, then it makes a lot of sense. And then you can calm down a bit. And then you'll understand the purification practice. Did we discuss that?
No.
We did. We didn't. No, I get confused why I said it last. It seemed fairly recent. It was probably in Stockholm. We'll discuss that. Maybe we'll finish with that. It's very helpful to understand it. The more we understand this thing about the 4 ways karma ripens, the more we can understand the necessity to clean up our act, purify it. So we'll discuss that in a second. So are we clear here? Are we communicating?
Yeah.
But of course it's intensely painful. And this is why this woman amazed me. I remember reading her memoir, and at some point she said, this is incredible, blew my mind, this woman. She said, at some point I realized I couldn't change anything. But they couldn't take my mind from me. So I decided, I'm not a prisoner, I'm a monk. I'm not in a cell, I'm in a cave. Now, I mean, that sounds so romantic. We'd love to hear it, you know. But try and imagine the nightmare. Not just being accused of, you know, stealing $5, murdering 2 police, and yet the whole world thinks you're evil. Husband even is executed, lost your kids. You can't conceive of it. So all I can say is, using the Buddhist view of looking at this, she has to have had such intelligence. I don't think she was a Buddhist, though she did yoga and things. But clearly she had this extraordinary intelligence. And this is what I mean sincerely, the kind of intelligence that could see, that she could accept, she could recognize the fact that her hands were tied. She couldn't change anything. So in other words, she had the ability to not be angry. That's really, it's as simple as that. She had the ability to not go completely crazy and go mad with rage. At the same time, I read about this other guy, also innocent, also death row, who in fact did go mad. And this is what I'm getting at with the Buddhist view. Basically, which is typical, which is normal, he would rage and scream every day. I did not rape and kill that woman. So look at the way our ego works. Look at the torture of this attachment to be seen as a good girl. And the millisecond someone says you did something naughty, we go mad, don't we? Because we're so frantic to be seen as a nice girl, so frantic for someone to hear us. This is the suffering, the depths of attachment. So naturally, when a person doesn't believe us, this guy was considered normal. And in our psychological models, he is considered normal, isn't he? Well, of course, and then we go, of course he's suffering like this because look at what they did to him. The Buddha would say, yes, it's true, but that's due to his past karma, and second, he's gone mad because he hasn't changed his mind, and that sounds too shocking for us. But he doesn't know how to work on his attachment, and he doesn't know how to work on his anger. In fact, he doesn't even know he's got these. He just thinks he's feeling this because of this what happened. But this woman had this extraordinary ability, this extraordinary virtue, extraordinary intelligence to know she could change her mind. And this is why, without even thinking about karma, you can do this. This is why this is so stupendous. Look at karma. Karma is the explanation of how come. But if you don't ask that question, then this woman was able to see that she could change her mind. That's pretty incredible. So in other words, this is a practical issue, not a moralistic one. It's practical. You want to be happy? Buddha says, well, change your mind, babe. This is so stupendous because it's exactly what we can't do. It's exactly what we can't see we can do because we don't even think that what I'm thinking, we don't even think that my mind is making me crazy. I think Patrick is making me crazy. That's how demented we are. So that's pretty stupendous, that woman. Amazing, you know? Absolutely amazing. So admiration. You with me, people? It's incredible. And it shows how hard it is. Because the depth of ego, the depth of attachment, the depth of craving, the depth of neediness to be seen in a good way, which is all the attachment we have. And it's so monstrous, so frantic, so despairing. And when we see this ourselves, then we can have compassion for others. It's not possible to see others suffering until we see this in ourselves. This is why I love Zopa. When we first started the prison project, we started doing a newsletter. And so this is how all the prisoners would meet each other, because in America they can't write to each other. And there you are sitting in one of the prison in Texas on your own, you know, and you get a lovely newsletter with all the other American prisoners writing their poems. And it was so moving. It was like their community. They were so happy to get these newsletters. And so we'd have teachings and things, you know. So in there, one of the, you know, all these prisoners would meet each other. And then naturally they'd write to him. They'd write to Lama Zopa because we had his teachings. And he'd often say, and this was the first time, we had this first prisoner I ever connected with who wrote to me. I was editing Mandala magazine, which is Lama Zopa's magazine, FPMT. And this prisoner was in prison in Northern California, Mexican, he told me, Mexican from Los Angeles. He'd been a gangster since he was 11, in prison since he was 12, and now he was 16. He was tried as an adult and he was serving 3 life sentences. This is 20 years ago. So he told me by that point he was 18, and he was in this top security prison in Northern California where they're in their cells 23 hours a day in their orange jumpsuit. They're allowed to have 10 books, but no hardback, because you can whack your cellmate. The inside of a pen, not the hard part, because you can stab your cellmate. The food's like beyond disgusting. You're only allowed to drink cordial or like Kool-Aid, because you can tip a hot drink on your cellmate. The noise, they say, is like being at a rock concert all day. You're treated like an animal. Cost the taxpayers $50 to $60 to $100,000 a year per prisoner. America has 5% of the world population. It has 25% of the prison population, meaning 25% of all humans on Earth who live in a prison live in the United States. So it's pretty intense, you know. And there's poor Mr. Obama been trying to change it as much as he can. God knows what will happen with Mr. Trump. Anyway, so the thing is, there was Arturo, this young man, in this cell, 23 hours a day. He also do read books, so you know, the library. How fortunate this one prison, which is a prison that was built especially to have this what they call permanent lockdown environment, which is all the gangsters, Mexican gangs and black gangs especially. They've got all these gangs in the prisons which are unique to the prisons. It's like a special culture in the prisons, you know. So the gang, 2 main black gangs, 2 main Mexican gangs. On the streets there are thousands of gangs. In the prison there's 2. So Patrick and I were gangsters in Los Angeles, and he'd be in one block and I'd be in the next, and we would fight to the death. That's what you do. Then we get sent to prison. Well, overnight, we'd join the club spontaneously called the Southerners, the Mexicans, the Sureños, because we're from Southern California. And now we're part of that gang. So overnight, we've gone from hating each other to being blood brothers who would give our life for each other. It proves emptiness, actually. You don't have to work on it and get equanimity. Overnight, we'll give our life for each other. We're now called Sureños. And our worst enemy is the Northern Mexicans, who are from Northern California. So these are the gangs unique to the prisons, you know. So then our fights and our wars will be against the Northerners. So when we had our wars, the Northern Mexicans from the San Francisco area would team up with the blacks, whom they hated, against the Southerners, whom they hate even more, and we team up. So it's funny, I feel part of the Sureños, because all my friends in prison are from Southern California. I don't know why. All my Mexican friends are from Southern California, so I have to be part of the Southerners gang, you know. So anyway, we would team up with the white supremacists, whom we hate as well, but we hate the Northerners most. And then we get out of prison, we'll kill each other again. That's it. Anyway, never mind. Arturo was a Southerner, and then he was in this top security prison, 23 hours a day. One walk in another cell up and down. No light. They never see the light of day. They all get liver disease because they never see the sun. A lot of them get AIDS. A lot of them get liver disease. The food, you can't believe, is so disgusting. They'll get skinny, you know. Costs a fortune. I think lessening it now. Somehow the governor in California, Jerry Brown, he used to be there in the 60s. He's back again. He's like 80. He's trying to make changes, but it's so hard, you know. Unbelievable. So painful. So anyway, these top security prisoners are in their cells 23 hours a day, many of them for years and years and years and years. And of course, they go crazy. Now you imagine a room, like smaller than that section in there, much smaller, where there's 2 bunks in that section, like a room back there, right? Isn't there? Yeah. So imagine there's 2 bunks, a bit of space at the end and a bit of space in between, and you've got a television if you have the money, and that's where you live 23 hours a day with another human being. Well, put your best friend in there and you, with no light and noise around you 23 hours a day, with disgusting food and screaming and raging all day, and not kill each other. It'd be quite hard, wouldn't it? They kill each other regularly. Of course you would. Can you imagine? And these idiots who run these places can't see what they're doing to human beings, you know. It's so bizarre, you can't believe it. It's hard to bear. So this is my point now. Lammers said to Arturo, your prison is nothing in comparison with the inner prison of ordinary people. Guess who's in that group? And then he said, the prison of attachment, the prison of anger, the prison of depression, etc. And this is Buddha's point. And this is what takes us time to see. Because initially we don't think we're suffering at all, because we don't see our minds. And this is the depth of the level, the depth of the suffering that Buddha is suggesting, but it just takes time to see it. You know? It just takes time. And the only way we're going to see it is by going inside. And it just takes time, because we're so addicted to these things, we just don't notice. So it's kind of humbling, you know. And these prisoners, it's shocking, just, it sounds patronizing initially. Your prison is nothing, you know, in comparison with the rich people in Los Angeles. Thanks a lot, mate. You understand? But we can see the point now. This is the honey-covered razor blade of attachment in ordinary life. And you can see this is the point for me. There they are, these guys, who really aren't free. Their backs are against the wall. But that amazing woman, and my friends are like that. They see that they can't take their minds from them, so they change their minds. Whereas look at us in our daily lives, in our jobs and relationships, and running back like a moth to the flame, blaming the boyfriend, blaming the boss, blaming everybody else. As if we're not free. We can walk out of that relationship any time. It shows the depth of suffering of the victim mind, the suffering of the ego, you know. And it's not meant to put us down. It's not criticizing us. It's showing the depth of the suffering of ordinary states of mind. You understand? Very powerful. So I have great admiration for my friends in prison who know they don't have a choice. You know. Friends on death row, my friend Mitch in Kentucky. I'm ready for that electric jolt, Robina, he said. So when I see him, we crack jokes the whole time. He's hilarious. He's been there 30 years, tried all the appeals. He's not a psycho. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, you know, dealing with guns and dealing with drugs. And so guns are there. Guess what? If you've got guns, people die, don't they? You know, kind of intense. Very interesting. So I have great admiration for these people who work on their mind. That's why I always like to tell the story about what's practice mean, you know? Well, one of my tourist friends, because then they started writing, within a year I had 40 people writing, it grew from there, right? At some point when I was running it, I don't now, we had like 1,000 letters a month from people in prison, you know? We were sending books, we had mentors, Australia and America mostly. So anyway, they're still running now, but someone else is running it. But I remember this time, one of these guys called Richie, one of our tourist friends, he wrote to me. And he told me he was very laid back, but he gets very angry, you know, he's kind of a crazy gangster. I think killed several people on the streets, in prison for life. Older guy. And then I met him eventually. I went up to see him, 8 hours drive from San Francisco. And I remember there he was, the glass between us, we had the phones, you know. And there he was, covered in his tattoos. They all love their tattoos, these gangsters. It's all prison art, they say. They make the needles, they make the ink, they create the fonts, they do all the work themselves, they're very creative. So anyway, Richie was covered in tattoos on his face. They all tattooed their names, the gang name, you know. Because the biggest question you ask on the streets is, where are you from? That means, which gang are you? And you're in trouble if you give the wrong answer, you know. So anyway, whatever, he was covered in these tattoos. So I said to him, how's your anger, Richie? And he kind of blushed under his tattoos. And he said, Robina, I'm sorry, I have to confess, I had a fight with my cellie. In California, cellmates are called cellie. I had a fight with my cellie this morning. And I put his head down the toilet. But then he said, really innocently, but then I took it out again, Robina. So I figured that's practice. I was so full of admiration. He didn't kill a fifth person, you know. And then he had the guy thrown out and he sat down in his Tara meditation. Because the Latinos love Tara, I tell you. Very interesting. Another one, I always tell this story too. My friend in Michigan, Tim, he was a Puerto Rican gangster. He was kind of like depressed and unusual guy. I love Timothy. And he got out and he's back in prison again, whatever. But the point is, he had heard about, he was full of hate for his enemies. And he'd heard about, that's why the Latinos love meditation, because it's about discipline. And they all into being disciplined. All these mafia and the Mexican gangsters think they're disciplined, the Puerto Ricans as well. So they really like the idea of meditation. Many of them do it, you know, they love it. So he heard about meditation, and you can get powers, cities, and he can destroy his enemies. He was very happy. So he started meditating. But he said he got pleasure instead. And then he said there was a green light in my cell, and I wasn't sure whether it was internal or external. But he said I knew it was feminine. Then he read books and he discovered her name was Tara. That's how come he became a Buddhist. Wonderful stories like that. So many stories like that, I tell you. So I have admiration for my friends in prison. I don't run the place anymore, but I've got about 30 guys I still write to, you know. And we should have done a postcard, I forgot. I like when we do things like this, we all write a post. You write a postcard and silent love from Patrick and Robina. They love getting their postcards. They love getting postcards. A bit late now. Next time I come, we can do it. Anyway, any questions? Purification. I said I'd talk about that, didn't I? Okay, we'll probably tea break again. Have a tea break. The different levels of mind. So you can say that junior school level, like I'm saying, you know, is basically you're really playing safe. You back off and you start with at least refraining from harming others. First level of practice. Immediate, urgent level. At least don't harm others, which means at least stop creating heavy, negative karma that will bring results for you. And slowly from this, it doesn't say it, but you'll start to understand the meaning of this. Because these are driven by delusions, driven by attachment, driven by anger. Then you start to realise it also means don't maybe have 15 pieces of cake. Cake doesn't mind, not harming cake. You start to understand that that's also driven by delusion. So then you start to look into the deeper level of negative karma, which is only harming you. So you sort of slowly get this. The reason to refrain from doing actions that harm others is because they'll harm you. Then the reason to refrain from doing ordinary actions that are only going to harm you is when you follow your senses, you follow the craving, you follow the attachment. So you slowly learn this from the very first level of practice. So then, and then, as I said, there's this little list of 10 things. The last 3 are where, and this is my way of putting it, Buddha is exhorting us to at least begin to work on your mind. You don't really begin to work on your mind until you get to the second level of practice, which is what I like to call high school, where you now become your own therapist. You now get to the root of the problem, which is the delusions. So here, you know, you begin to look at the mind. So the Buddha gets us to refrain from the grossest level of attachment, which is really intense grasping. The grossest level of anger, which they call ill will, that kind of terrible, unbearable rage that wants other people to suffer. Bad enough to get angry, but you hold on to it and then even want others to suffer. That's an extra heavy level of anger, you know. And then the beginnings of working on your mind to refrain from the grossest levels of ignorance, which in this context, like I said, is the tendency to be very narrow-minded and fundamentalist and small and rigid and concrete. This is junior school level. So you're really learning to harness the energy of your body and speech. So the consequence of this is you become a more stable person. And naturally, you know, the purpose of this is for your benefit. But guess what? As Lama Zopa says, all the rats and roaches will have a party because you're living in peace. Isn't it? So this is directly for your benefit, but indirectly other sentient beings benefit because you leave them in peace, you leave them alone, you don't hurt them. The world would be a great place if we could all do this. Now you go to high school, which is still the wisdom wing. And this is now where you go more deep and you start to actually look at your mind. You start to get to the root of the problem, which is the delusions, which is where you have to learn Buddhist psychology, distinguish between those and the positive ones. And still it's the emphasis on refraining from the negative. That's the emphasis here. So you start to see the delusions, attempt not to follow them. It's pretty intense practice. Be your own therapist. So this junior school and high school, the wisdom wing, or the Theravadan part of the path, if you like, first and second scopes of the Lam Rim, all these words are synonymous. The vows that fit for this is the individual liberation. If you stop here, like I said, if you graduate in high school, you will eventually realize emptiness and achieve your own nirvana and not come back. You're done. That's the wisdom wing. So the vows suitable for this are the 5 prati-moksha vows of a layperson or the vows of a monk or a nun. They're all the same level of vows. And this is shared by all the Buddhist traditions. Burma, Thailand, Mahayana, Vajrayana. This is the basic level. Like I said, for the Buddha, he loves his vows. These are so stupendous. It's the powerful way to really get ahead of the game. Practicing morality in the context of keeping vows. In fact, as Lama Zopa says, it's not possible that we have this human life and these conditions of this human life that we've got now without having lived in vows in the past life. The morality we must have created has to have been created in the context of living a life, in living in the context of vows. So potent vows. the next level, we can go to the Bodhisattva vows, which is the next stage, the university level, the compassion wing. We just touched on that briefly. We just began by looking at equanimity, which is the first of these series of techniques that culminate in bodhicitta. So like I said, you're doing just the same job, you're working on your mind. But if you like, in the wisdom wing, the emphasis is on working on your mind and body for your sake. Keep out of the way. Back off. Don't harm sentient beings. That's the main emphasis. So you could argue from the wisdom wing point of view, the role of others is to help you work on your mind. Help you work on your mind and your body and speech. So if you think about it from this perspective, this is how I like to think about it, from the point of view of your interaction with the world. Okay, first, the best way to do this one is give up sex, drugs and rock and roll, become a monk or nun and go to the mountains. That's the best, quickest, most direct. Most of us will not do that. So we're going to live in the world. So the wisdom wing, the application of the wisdom wing practice in the world is okay, the deluded way of interacting with the world. You read the papers, you see the things, you read the news, you freak out. How dare they do this? All these poor people over there, oh, who's to blame here? Who's angry? How dare? It's criticism, 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 judgment, 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 rude, 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 jealous, angry, depressed, all that garbage. We see the outside world as through the filter of our own neuroses. This is samsara. So here, we're trying to stop doing that. And so I like to put it this way. The outside world, from my perspective, in the wisdom wing, if I'm trying to practice the wisdom wing, which means I'm going to try and see my mind, that's my job in the wisdom wing, then I love to read all the papers and the news. I live in the world, so I'm obviously part of it. I can't keep telling you stories about yaks. I've got to tell you what I read in the New York Times or whatever. You understand? I'm in the world, so I'll be part of the world. So my way of seeing the world, and this is a discipline we have to practice. Instead of just launching into criticism and anger and jealousy, when I read the papers, I read about Mr. Trump, read all the things, whatever. You think of it this way, it's like grist for the mill for your practice. So that means you're using your analysis of karma to understand the world. You're using your analysis of the mind to understand the sentient beings in the world. And then you've got to link it to yourself. So the usual arrogant one, the deluded one is, look at all these people out there, they this, they that, how dare this. That's just samsara. So how are you going to use the world to help you learn your mind? Well, it's very easy. I've got two things to say to myself when I read about Mr. Trump, let's say. Let's not say Mr. Trump, he's in the news these days. Instead of all my criticism, how dare he, this, arrogant, that, blah, 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 I'll go, thank you for showing me how not to be. Are you understanding? It's a really simple way to put it. Let's not be rude. Instead of they out there, and I'm so special, which is how we tend to talk, we're so arrogant. It's not they, it's we. And I'm grateful when I look at Mr. Trump and I can see there he is lying and grabbing ladies by the pussies, and you understand what I'm saying. Thank you for showing me how not to be. Straight away you bring it back to yourself. The other one, thank you. The other one, I say to myself, and this is very powerful, I recognise that. There's nothing that I see in any human being, including the pedophiles, the wackos, the psychos, that I don't recognise in myself, because I'm using the Buddhist model. We've all got ego grasping, we all have fears, we all have neurosis, we all have attachment, we all have jealousy, we all have anger, we all have pride, we all have insanity. Join the club, baby. I recognise that. So right there, suddenly the world becomes something that you can learn from. You get the learning from it rather than they out there. And then we go crazy because we can't cope. Are we communicating here? Yeah. This way is very tasty. We've got to practice this. That's the wisdom wing practice. So every second of the day you're learning about your mind, even by seeing others. And it's not being arrogant. Because we're all deluded. We're all in the same boat, That's the wisdom wing. It's all about you. Now, the compassion wing, the application of the compassion wing. In other words, if I go into my toolkit and I get out a wisdom wing tool, that's how I would practice with the world. The same way, and I'll get my compassion wing tool, and how am I going to interpret the world now? Well, guess what? Look at them all. All of them. Look at the world. Look at them creating negative karma. Look at them causing suffering to each other. This is unbearable. So you have compassion now. So karma tells me why it's happening, and I learn from that. I'm not going to do that killing. I'm not going to be like those warmongers. I'm not going to be like Mr. Trump. I don't want to do that because I don't want to create suffering for myself. Now, the look at the suffering they're causing themselves by harming others. That's compassion. And you will not have that compassion until you have it for yourself. That's why, literally, the compassion when practiced is more advanced, literally, than the first level. But we're not used to thinking spiritual teachings are like that. So compassion is more advanced, because real compassion in Buddhism, this is the point now, okay. The essence of the realizations of the junior school and high school is renunciation. And it's got two parts. First part is you're recognizing suffering. First, second, and third. Remember, first noble truth. You see suffering and you go, you know what? I'm up to here with suffering. I'm sick of it. You've got to first be sick of suffering, which means you've got to recognize what it is, all the levels, to whatever degree you can. And you've got to recognize you are suffering and you're sick of it. That's the first part of renunciation. The second one is, now you've got to know the causes. We're all sick of suffering, but we all think he's the cause, and then you'll never stop suffering because you're blaming the wrong person. So the second part of renunciation is understanding. So in other words, the first noble truth is there is suffering. You've got to know that and be sick of it. Well, now you've got to know the second noble truth, which is what are the causes of it. Well, guess what? My past idiot karma and my past idiot delusions. Therefore, don't, not do them now. So that's renunciation. You know what suffering is and you know the causes. And that brings, if you like, you could say compassion for yourself. Because it's soft. It's not brutal. You don't beat yourself. It's kindness to yourself. Like you've got a wake-up call. Now I know what I've got a bellyache. I'd better give up the ridiculous cake. That's renunciation. That's junior school and high school. You get that for yourself. So of course you don't want to be harmful to others because you don't want suffering. And of course you don't want to be deluded because you're sick of suffering. And of course you want to purify your negative karma because you're sick of suffering. It's all for you. It's a sense of urgency. That's how you learn from the world about yourself. Now you're ready to see the rest of the world in the same boat. And because you're going to see not just the victims being harmed, which is the usual group we have compassion for. And then the usual view we have of compassion is look at the poor innocent victims and therefore it has to be some wicked monsters harming them. That's the usual view we have of suffering. So we only have compassion for very few people. And it's usually animals and children. Because they're about the only ones we can find who seem to be us to be innocent. So our compassion is pretty limited now. And it brings anger, because you now got to find the person who caused it. And you've got to have, the more you have compassion for that victim, the more angry you're going to be towards the person who did it. That's the way we have compassion now. So it really ends up just being anger. You know? Kind of interesting. So Buddha's definition, Buddha's view is very different. Once you've got it for yourself, understanding karma, and understanding the cause of it is you, your heart will break for yourself. You'll only want to stop creating negative karma, and your heart will now break for others. And who? The victims, even more for the oppressors. Because the victim has just finished their karma, and the person harming them is just beginning theirs. So they're the ones you have even more compassion for. So then you've got, and because you understand the first kind of suffering, you have compassion for both the victim and even more for the oppressor. Because the victim, like I said, has just finished their karma. Due to their past action, they're now getting kicked in the teeth. And the person kicking them is just beginning their suffering. First level of suffering. The second kind is all the happy people, all the smiley people, all the rich ones, living in their worlds of attachment. You have compassion for them, the inner people. So suddenly the whole world now, we'll see, is a basis of our compassion, because they're all experiencing the fruits of their own past actions. You can still see the oppressor doing the harm. You can still get mad at, you know, understand how Mr. Trump's so ridiculous, grabbing ladies by their pussies, and so okay, you know. Understanding karma doesn't bring, well, they deserve it, which is how we think. Everyone is suffering. But it's not be sentimental. You see, compassion, we think of it as something soft and sentimental. Not like that. When you have compassion for the oppressor, you don't say the poor thing can't help it. You put him in prison and protect them from harming others, and protect others from them. Of course you would, but it's based on compassion. But it's kind of got wisdom, not weak and soft. So karma informs your compassion, but it doesn't come out as sentimental, wishy-washy, you know, not like that. Not like that at all. quite a big view, it's quite different. So now you take the Bodhisattva vows, which they say last from life to life, you know. It's very intense. And there's this powerful bodhicitta really, okay, all these techniques that culminate in bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is not the equivalent of compassion. It's kind of the result of unbelievable compassion. So you start in equanimity, there's different little kind of packages of techniques, incrementally growing. Start the foundation in each case is this equanimity. There's different techniques you go through. We haven't even got time to do them. But it culminates in bodhicitta. But before bodhicitta comes what they call great compassion and great love. These aren't just emotional, these are technical terms. In Tibetan, in Sanskrit, mahakaruna, great compassion. And that's the unique characteristic of the Bodhisattva path. That is on the basis of compassion. And that's on the basis of these other techniques that begin with equanimity. So compassion is, oh my God, look at that suffering. Empathy with someone else's suffering. What is love? Look at that happiness. I'm so happy for that person. So compassion is when you see someone suffering, you have empathy, and you see them happy, you're happy for them. Or you want them to be happy, and you want them not to suffer. So this next level, the unique one of the Bodhisattva is really important to understand. Great compassion. You could even say great love. And this is where you say, first of all, you see, oh my God, look at that suffering. And then you go, what can I do to take it away? It's this sense of personal responsibility, as the Holiness says. It's this attitude of what he used to call universal responsibility. It's this attitude of the Bodhisattva, which you consciously have to cultivate. It doesn't just come naturally. It's my job. What can I do? Remember, even Martin Luther King was amazing. He said, you could tell he was not an angry guy. You could tell. He was very patient, you know. And I remember him saying one time, it's good to find fault. He used the word anger, but what he meant, you know, what I'm saying is, that means, oh my God, look at racism. Oh my God, look at the suffering. Oh my God, look at the racism. Look at the sexism. Oh my God, look at the war. Look at the poverty. That's called seeing suffering. We call that being angry, but being strictly speaking Buddhist view, that's seeing the truth. That's not a judgment, that's a fact. You see, this is why we get very confused. And we think we've got to give up, you know, judging or something. We think we should, oh well, there's not really war in Syria after all. Well, yes, there's a war in Syria, excuse me. Didn't you notice? But we don't distinguish between there's war in Syria and then the next second we start to find who to blame, who to get angry with. That's why if you don't care about Syria, you won't care. Let them kill themselves. Who cares, you know? Where's Syria anyway? But it was your people, like your country, your people, your race, whatever. Oh my God, look at that suffering. And then you got to find the person to be mad at, because that's the view we have now. That's the anger part. So when we think we've got to give up anger, we think we've got to give up common sense. No, there's still war in Syria. So as Martin Luther King said, it's profound. You don't, you know, anger would be, he didn't say this, anger is ranting and raving and shouting and yelling and who to punch next, to blame. You just go nuts, you know. Anger is irrational, extreme, can't see the truth, rages on. And we think we need anger to act. No, that just makes a mess. So that's why Martin Luther King said it's good to find fault, but then you say, what can I do to help? That's compassion. So you see the world, the wisdom wing, you see the suffering world and you learn from it. My God, thank you for showing me how not to be. I recognize that. And you see it as a teaching for yourself. The compassion wing is, oh my God, look at the suffering. And then that's compassion. And now you say, what can I do to help? That's great compassion. So naturally, the next question is, or the next answer is, maybe there's not much I can do. And that's where we feel hopeless, that's where we get despairing. Because lots of us have compassion, we see the suffering in the world, but literally we don't know what to do. And the fact is, there isn't much we can do to make all the war in Syria go away. There's not much we can do. So you don't just give up and walk away. And this is the Bodhisattva path. This is where now bodhicitta kicks in. So first compassion, then great compassion, now bodhicitta. So it's like this. You see the suffering? Oh my God, look at that suffering. You have compassion because you understand karma. You know why they're doing it, and you know why they're suffering. And the worst of all is the ignorance that they don't realize they're doing it to themselves. Your heart breaks. That's compassion. Then you think, what can I do to help? That's great compassion. Then you say, well, not much. If I can go to Syria tomorrow and stop the war, hey, go, I'll pay you fare. But we can't. Because why? Because these people are caught up in their own karmic nightmares. So you don't just give up. You say, what can I do? But then you say, not much. So you'll do what you can. This is the point about this level of compassion kicking into bodhicitta. It's very correct. Help the ant, help the dog, help your grandma, help the person next door. That's the job of the bodhisattva. Every second, as helping who's there. And the long term is, you see the nightmare, you see the suffering, and we're just talking the human realm here, forget the other realms. You see the nightmare, you know why they're suffering, karma and delusions. You know you can't make it all go away. You don't give up, you just say, okay, I'm going to commit to never give up as long as time exists, to become a Buddha as quickly as possible and do whatever I can, never giving up. That's it. It's the courage of the bodhisattva. So the point about compassion that we have now is completely polluted by our attachment. Because our attachment, remember, is the junkie that only can bear the nice things. So as soon as, I got my alcoholic brother, for example, let's say, I have compassion. I see my brother suffering. I love my brother. I have compassion for my brother. But also I have attachment. And my attachment can't stand his alcoholism. It's upsetting my life, isn't it? Do you understand? Attachment wants it to all be nice. So attachment in me sticks its nose into my brother's business, acting like it's compassion. And there is some compassion there. And I bully him and manipulate him to go and get fixed. And then I get mad when he doesn't get fixed. I'll be upset when he comes becoming an alcoholic again. Then I give him up because I can't stand it. That's not because you've got compassion. That's because you have attachment and anger. So the less attachment, the less anger, the more patience, the more love, the more compassion, the more perseverance. And eventually when you go beyond anger and attachment altogether, you will be this powerful being who is happy to be around the world. The more suffering you see, the more grist for the mill it is for you to never give up. And it doesn't freak you out. We're only freaked out when there's attachment. It's attachment that makes us freak out. It's attachment that makes us despair. It's attachment that makes us wish it would all go away. That's attachment, not compassion. The bodhisattva's compassion is fierce and powerful and never giving up. They think in terms of eons, is holiness then. So we've got to just understand the difference between the delusions and the virtues. Bodhisattvas are prepared to live for eons, to never give up helping sentient beings, one step at a time. And the logic for never giving up is because we all possess Buddha nature. It's our potential. That's the reason they never give up, because it's logical that every being can become a Buddha. So they never give up. Literally never give up. Literally never give up. Whereas with attachment, we're frantic to make all the pain go away. So in the beginning, get all excited, go out there and demonstrate, get all excited, wow, the world is changing, revolution's coming, wow, 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 you know. Then after a while you see it hasn't changed, you get depressed, you give it all up, you shouldn't care less again. It's too depressing. Are we communicating? Okay, good.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Good. Good. No, it has to be this one. We've got to realise it won't go away in a hurry. And you've got to have this courage. This is the one. And the fact is, the less attachment we have, naturally, the more courage. It'll come naturally. You don't need to force it, because you're less disturbed by things. In fact, it becomes a grist for your mill to wish never to give up. And that's what enthusiasm is. And enthusiasm gives courage. Do you understand? That's the one. Yeah. Anybody got questions? Anybody got questions? So one extra little piece, about the paths that we're on. Some people are on the Theravada path, which is the Hinayana path, which is the one where you're going to graduate at high school. Your lineage is to realize emptiness and to quit samsara. So, the people often talk somehow, it sounds like the Mahayanas are insulting the Hinayanas, there's no compassion. Well, it's not true, it's rubbish. No, it's not true there's no compassion. I'll explain. So the thing is, if you're on the wisdom wing, junior school and high school, the emphasis is on stopping harming others and work on your mind. And you go, and you eventually cut the delusions, you go deeper, deeper, you quit ego grasping, you realize emptiness, you perfect your realization of emptiness, you achieve your nirvana. So what's happening is this. By that point, You'd be the most stunning person. You'd be blissful. You'd have clairvoyance, you'd have bliss, you'd have joy. And you'd have incredible love, incredible compassion. Naturally. Naturally. As we lessen attachment and anger and depression and jealousy, just naturally our love and compassion will grow. It's a bit like, for me, the analogy of water in a glass, you know? Just say, a piece of water. Totally polluted right now. So as you depollute the water, meaning as you remove the pollution, what happens to the pure water? You don't have to inject pure water into it, do you? The pure water becomes manifest, doesn't it, as you get rid of the pollution. Is that right? Well, that's our mind. Our mind has got all the virtues in there, right there. There's nothing that we have there's nothing we haven't got that's in our mind already. There's nothing we have to put extra in. Not a single thing. Our mind is already pure. The water's already in that glass. It is pure. Water in its nature is pure. But at the moment it's polluted by the pollution. So as you remove the pollution, the purity rises, doesn't it? Same with our mind. So the ordinary guy, the Hinayana one, as you remove delusions, you get less neurotic and you become more blissful and more loving and more compassionate. Of course, because they're your natural state. You become an astonishing being. But the point is this. Because your lineage is to get the hell out of samsara as quick as possible, to achieve your own nirvana, then life after life after life you're on this practice, but your goal, you've got a goal, your goal is graduated high school. So naturally you're getting more loving, more compassionate, more wise, more blissful, more joyful, and then in that life, whichever life it is, you achieve that nirvana, and now by the end of that life, because your goal these countless lives is I must get out of samsara, that's renunciation. So by the time you die in that life, your motivation of renunciation, your motivation of getting the hell out of samsara, overrides and the bliss that you're experiencing overrides your compassion, and you zap into bliss, so don't come back. But if you're on the Mahayana path, your goal is Buddhahood. Your goal is Buddhahood. You're going to graduate at university. If you're on the Tibetan path, you're going to graduate after postgraduate. Tantra. So over life after life after life, you go through the same process, and you get to some point where you realise emptiness on a certain stage of the path where you don't need to come back at some point, but you will come back because at that life your compassion overrides overrides the bliss and overrides the bliss. Your compassion, because that's the goal you've been on for all these lives. I must become a Buddha. So the compassion, that's the great compassion, the one that says it's my job. What can I do? That's the unique one of the Bodhisattva. And that kicks into bodhicitta. So bodhicitta is not just another level of compassion, it's on the basis of compassion, great compassion. And bodhicitta has got two parts. I must never give up helping sentient beings every millisecond, and I will never give up as long as time exists becoming a Buddha. So you go life after life after life, perfecting your path, perfecting your path, perfecting your path. And then you just manifest in countless bodies as long as time exists to be a sentient being. Okay, slowly, slowly. So the six perfections of the Bodhisattva are the essence of this final step, of the final path of the Bodhisattva. The first four are the completion of the compassion way. The last two are the completion of the wisdom way. So the first four are generosity, morality, patience and perseverance. They seem kind of a bit arbitrary and kind of a bit abstract, really. Well, generosity, why? It's very fascinating. As Tsongkhapa says in one of his marvellous Lam Rim texts, Hymns of Experience, he says, generosity is the wish-fulfilling jewel with which you will fulfill the hopes of all sentient beings. It's the basis of the activity of the Bodhisattvas, because it gives you the undaunted courage to never give up working for the sake of sentient beings. So generosity sounds kind of cute, but actually it's this, once it's got to the level where you now enter into the Bodhisattva path, having achieved emptiness, you perfect the first four, compassion wing, the last two, wisdom wing, then there's Buddhahood. So the first, generosity, is a very conscious thing of this, it's this recognizing that your job description is to help others. It's your job. Like, you know, the fisherman knew it's his job. A mother knows it's her job. She sees a baby, she doesn't wait for someone else to save them, she knows it's her job. Her baby. Bodhisattvas know it's their job to help others. So naturally, whatever you have is others. You give it to others. So the very first level is giving material things. The second level of giving is called more difficult. It's called giving spiritual advice. I think it's the other way around for us. We don't like giving material things, but we love to give advice. We don't like giving material. That makes us nervous, you know. So, no time to go into all these things. The general is a powerful one because it's reminding whoever you see, you know it's your job to give. You don't run around like, looking like Mother Teresa, you know, hey, have my money. Oh, no, you don't want it. I want you to have my money. No, no, no. You give where it's appropriate. But it's this attitude of knowing that your job is to give. And of course you don't give somebody else's material things, you give yours. You know, excuse me. Oh, I think I want to give your money to someone else. Back off. So it's this attitude of smashing, breaking the barriers. Again, breaking the barriers between self and other. Because one of the natural, massive to do things is mine. And of course we don't want to give mine because we feel we won't have enough. But even when we understand that the two key virtues we have to practice just to get a decent human life. One, just to get a human body, is morality karma, non-killing, non-harming. To get born in a situation like we have, where we've got reasonable access to a certain amount of money, the bank gives us credit, we have a house, we have a home, we do this and do that. You don't have to work 18 hours for a bowl of rice. The cause of that is generosity. Generosity. That's why we're one of the 1% on this, or 10%, whatever it is. I mean, think about it. Maybe we're not the rich ones. We've got enough, and that's a miracle. We have enough to survive. This is the fruit of generosity. And that's what gives us the leisure to then have the luxury to come here for spiritual teaching. The fruit of generosity is a powerful practice. So we have to consciously practice it. So of course the actual culmination, the perfection of generosity, is when you give your life for another. That way to go, that one. Start though with the mosquito. If you have mosquitoes here. Do you have mosquitoes here? Yeah. So start with, as Lama puts it, giving just one tiny, tiny drop of blood. That's all they want. The little mozzie. But look at the panic attack when we see it taking my blood. Oh my God, you go, you know. Well, let it fill its belly. It won't take long. I found if you let the mozzie have the blood, when it goes, it doesn't sting, it doesn't hurt. Because I think when it gets a shock, that's just my own view. When the mosquito gets a shock and you push it away, it does something, and that's when the itch comes. But I found if you let it have its fill and it leaves in its own time, it doesn't hurt. I found that. So experiment. Try it out. And it's only one drop. Not more than one that could fit in their little belly. But look at the panic attack when they try to get my blood, isn't it? It's very fascinating, isn't it? Anyway, we can start with that. And then you can get to the point where you can be like my friend Harry. Everybody I know says about Harry, oh wow, Harry's a bodhisattva, Harry's a bodhisattva. And I thought, oh, he's a nice guy, you know. Then I heard this story and I figured maybe he is. You listen to this story, I always tell this story, I love it. So there's Harry, he'd been a meditator for many years up in the mountains where Lama Zopa's from, in the Sherpa country, you know. And then one year in Courtin, I heard this story, Harry told me about it later, I asked him. He was planning to go up to his cave again, he's got a cave up there. And though he was getting ready to go, and then he'd gone by now, and then Lama Zopa said he had a dream that Harry would die. So to get a message to Harry not to go, but it was too late. And of course it was before mobiles. Mm-hmm. So I hear, but my own added comment here is that Lama Zopa doesn't sleep, so he's just been humble. He was clairvoyant, you know, but he just said it was a dream, because he's been humble. But he doesn't sleep, so it can't be a dream, right? So anyway, they tried to get a message to Harry, but it was too late. And then Geshe Lama Kontrog, then he asked Geshe Lama Kontrog, this amazing yogi up in the mountains, who was a bunch of yogini, didn't no clothes, no food, no sleep. That one I mentioned, didn't I? Yeah. Who's now one of his rebirths, this little blonde Scottish girl in. No, I told him about that, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. So anyway, he was there at that time, and Lama Zopa asked him to please pray for Harry, because Harry's going to die. So now I heard the story because there was one nun with Harry, but then I got Harry to verify the story, and this is what Harry told me. So they're going up the mountains, and they're walking, and it's very treacherous right up there, okay? Really treacherous. I should do marketing here. Advertisement, stop. Stop, commercial time. Rinpoche's got this big plan for up there, it's called Laudo. I think it meant radishes or onions, I never know which. And the previous Lama moved moved all the radishes out in this little hole in the wall and moved in. That became his cave. So now you got known as the Laudo Lama, the radish Lama, you know. So Lama's was known as the Laudo Lama. So there's a little cave up there, and his sister takes care of it. There's been sort of little gompa there, and there's retreat places. So Richard's got these big plans to make a beautiful Pure Land of Guru Rinpoche. So anyway, I'm leading a trek. I'm leading a trek there in April to raising money, and we want to do one every year. But I've never walked up a mountain in my life, ever, anywhere, ever. I've only ever walked on flat ground in the cities. I never walk in the bush, ever. I'm not a bush girl. The thought of walking in snow, I mean, better to send me to prison, I think. I find the most bizarre concept of wanting to walk in the snow, you know. Never mind, I've never walked up a mountain, so I'm having a bit freak out, frankly. I'm trying to lose a few kilos. I kept walking up a few stairs to get some exercise, but I just gave up, I was so lazy. It only goes up to 5,000 metres. And it's only 4 days of walking. But I've never done, I mean, even 3 hours of walking on one day, and the other day 7 hours. I've never done that in my whole life, so I'm a bit nervous. But never mind, I'm leading a trek in April, so it's all full, this one. But next year, if you want to come next year, you're very welcome. That was my marketing. It's my commercial, okay? So back to the story. Back to the movie. So, okay. So then, anyway, the point is that Harry told me the story. As you get really up high, he walked all the way, I think. It's like a 10-day walk. And it's really treacherous up there, you know. My friend, one of my friends, who used to do being a porter, you know, like 10 days, they have this big pack, right, like this. He said, all you can do is see your feet for 10 days, you know, like this, you know. Intense. And there's these big cliffs, you fall over. It's really treacherous in some areas. So anyway, Harry said, at some point he had his big pack on. There was this nun behind him. She must have first told the story. So he suddenly sees, coming down this really narrow path, very intense, very fast, very quick, this whole thing happened, 4 Sherpas with their big packs, seeing their feet, you know. So it was so intense, and he said, as they're walking down, he said, it was very close, it must have been, and he said to himself, 4 of them, 1 of me, okay, I'll step to the side. So we've done none of the Bodhisattva teachings, but all these different techniques that you learn to trick ego. And one of the logics is that clearly you're one person, therefore, 4 is more than 1, well, they're more important. Of course, the ego thinks that's ridiculous, you know, because I'm more important, aren't I? So whatever. So he said, that was the first thought. Okay, 4 of them, 1 of me, I'll step to the side. Now already that's pretty shocking, isn't it? They weren't his children, okay? So this is already showing some level of realization. So this is the point too. There's no way in the world an ordinary person would naturally, spontaneously say that. You get my point? It's kind of outrageous. You'd go, oh my God, these people coming, what can I do? You put yourself against a mountain, and if they all fall off, it's not my fault, is it? That's normal, isn't it? You have a panic attack and you have to get counselling later to calm down. You know, it's not my fault, I didn't do it. Understand my point? But he stepped to the side. And they're coming so intense, they're not looking, they're just there intense, trying to fall off the cliff. And then he said to himself, if they knock me, I won't hold on. That's even more insane, right? No normal person would do that. So all you're going to deduce from this is, you know, like a person you see like Federer playing tennis, you know he just didn't do it overnight. He must have trained for 20, 30 years, right? Well, by seeing, you hear a person say that, you've got to deduce he's been in his caves practicing these techniques to the point where now the proof of the pudding. Do you understand what I'm pointing here? And he wasn't being a drama queen. Oh, I've got to step to the side to save your lives, Sherpas. Do you appreciate me? No. He just quietly did it, okay? And then they knocked him. Didn't mean to. So intense. And he said, and he was falling. He was falling, okay? His feet were on the ground, his pack was pulling him. And he said exactly this. He said, I had a psychic vision of the entire fall. I saw my body crash to the ground. And he's falling and not grasping on. And he said he felt the hands of Geshe Lama Control behind him, forcefully pushing him, and he reversed direction and fell into the Sherpas. Oh, I like that story. It's a perfect example of practice. You can't do that overnight. He's got to have perfected all these practices. That's bodhicitta. That's exchanging self for others. That's coming based on emptiness. That's all these things. And it shows the power of the gurus, the power of the Buddhas. They've got that power to manifest wherever they can to benefit sentient beings. But you have to have the karma to be helped. This does not mean mean. It's just the karma is there. The interdependent scenario created the cause for Harry to have this scenario, to be saved by the Buddhas. I like that story a lot. That's generosity. That's the perfection of generosity. You give your body, you give your life for others. But start with $1 and start with a drop of blood, please. Okay, slowly, slowly. So the next one is called morality. Well, the whole path is the practice of morality. But here the distinct difference, this is again the point about the wisdom wing. The wisdom wing is the practice of the morality of restraint. Refraining from harming others. That's, once you understand that level, then we can look at the different times of the day where we do different things. Like I said before, if you practicing controlling your body and speech, that's this level of practice. It's the practice of the morality of refraining from harming others. It's a crucial piece to get junior school and high school. Now the Bodhisattva path is the practice of the morality of benefiting others. More proactive, more powerful, more useful. Because why? Because it's based on wisdom. So what does that mean? It just means helping people, that's all. Helping people according to your capacity. Because it's your job description, then that you'll know it's your job wherever you are, whatever you do, wherever you go according to your capacity. And it's more profound than generosity. Well, it's like it's your job description. Your job is to help. Well, you can say he practiced generosity, gave his life, and he helped others. It's both, you know, you can say it was both. Harry's example. The next one is the practice of patience. This kind of sounds to us like kind of boring, you know. In fact, we think of patience, I think, as passive aggression. The best we can think of is passive aggression. Kind of waiting for that horrible thing to go away. Do you understand? When we understand in the wisdom wing, when we understand attachment, and then we understand aversion, which is the response when attachment doesn't get what it wants, then we will understand patience. Then we'll understand patience. And patience is the only way to say it, is it's this really brave attitude, fearless, brave attitude, that instead of having a panic attack when attachment doesn't get what it wants, which is what anger is, it's a panic attack, you greet the problem, you welcome the problem. Bring it on, baby. That's what patience is. It's not suppressed, fearful, freaked out, passive aggression. It's an incredibly powerful practice. Incredibly powerful practice. Where you consciously greet the problem. Because anger is a panic attack. Can't stand it. Aversion, or that needs to be present, is the same. So you, instead of, oh my God, this is too terrible, go away. That guy in prison who went mad, he had anger. I'm not criticizing. The woman in prison had patience. She greeted the problem, and even more profound, she was able to transform it, which means she's almost like had a realization of emptiness. You know, she was able to apply emptiness. It's not a cell, it's a cave. That's it's called transforming problems, which is a whole area of practice before you even get to the Bodhisattva path. I mean, even before you get to this stage of practice, it's taught in the when you get in Bodhisattva, one of the major practices. You learn about the 8 worldly dharmas and transforming problems. It's another way of putting patience, actually. But here it's the really supreme level of patience in first of all, 3 kinds. Patience in the face of abuse. This is so intense for our mind. Every day we can practice that. But you know, you've got to be a suitable vessel for these levels of practice. Don't misunderstand. If I'm still in a victim relationship with Patrick, I'm overwhelmed by fears and dramas and neediness and attachment, and I'm being bullied and I don't know what my own mind, then this is not my practice. Patience is not my practice. My practice is stand up for my own rights and be brave enough to say, I'm leaving you, Patrick. Patience is an advanced practice for the great Bodhisattvas. We can try it every day, according to our capacity. And that's why that woman, she knew she couldn't change anything, but so she practiced patience. She didn't call it that, but that's exactly what she did. She bore the problem. She didn't put up with it on aggression, she accepted the problem and even had the miraculous ability to change the way she labeled it, which is emptiness. We can do this every day. It's profound. The third level, the fourth of the perfections, is the most difficult of these 4 and is the one without which we won't succeed. And it's called enthusiastic perseverance or enthusiasm or joyful effort. And it sounds kind of cute and weird. But when we hear about it in reference to the opposite, it really makes sense. And the opposite is called laziness. And you listen. 3 kinds of laziness. The first, too much effort, can't be bothered. Isn't it? Attachment to comfort. This is a grossest level of laziness. And obviously, we're talking in reference here to achieving a goal. I always use this example, and it's a samsaric example, but it's a good analogy for this understanding of perseverance. Because here we're discussing Dharma, of course. So this analogy is, I remember when I was living in the Bay Area, you know, whatever it was, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, I remember reading in the paper, maybe 97, reading about these, reading about these amazing techie guys in their garage. Every techie guy walks in their garage, don't they? It must be a special company that sells garage startups, you know. And maybe they're even the Google guys, I don't remember. It was 97, about then they started, wasn't it? So these young guys, 18, 17, all gung-ho in their garage, trying to get startup money to start their big tech company. And I remember they're saying they were getting ready for their IPO, their initial public offering, which is on the stock exchange in America, the way they have these corporations. And so they were aiming to get the funding so they can get their initial public offering, so they can get it on the stock exchange and they get all their funding, you know. And that was their goal. That's the dream of all startups. Do you understand? So using a samsaric analogy. So that was their goal. Now you listen to this. This is the point now. The Lamas say, in order to have this enthusiastic perseverance, this joyful effort, it's in reference to what you're trying to achieve. So you've got to know your goal. And you've got to know the benefits of your goal. That's why practice is so hard, because we can hear about Buddhahood, but it's so abstract, it's like a joke. It's like a million years away. Who can see the benefits of that? It's like insane. You know? The benefits of even giving up attachment are too exhausting for us. It's too high for us even to get the benefits. So I mean, this is quite hard in the spiritual practice. Now this one's easy. The benefits of an IPO, they knew the benefits exactly. So if you don't know the benefits of your goal, you will not have perseverance. You will not go against laziness, and you'll see my point. So they knew what their goal was, clear as crystal. Money, IPO, you know. So when, guess what? Wake up one morning really tired. You'd much rather lie back and go to sleep. But the second they remember their goal, they leapt out of bed. It's obvious. When you know the benefits of the goal, of course, you will give up. The first kind of laziness, can't be bothered. You will definitely be bothered, because you know the benefits. The second kind of laziness is really tricky. And this is one of our worst ones. It's called, oh, I'm too busy, I'll do it later. Called procrastination. And this is such a tricky one. You see, I've got jobs I do on my computer, okay? Now, theoretically, they're Dharma jobs. I should be happy. They're all Dharma jobs, you know? The ideal scenario, have Dharma jobs and more merit, that's what they say. But believe me, there are certain jobs I don't like doing. So within a second, I see the jobs, and then even, again, quicker than Google, but so quick I don't notice. I say, no, I don't want to do that. So what's that kind? That's putting it off. Why? What's the job you put off doing? The one that takes too much effort. What's the job that takes too much effort? The one that takes effort. What's the job that takes effort is the thing you haven't learned to do. So whatever you're learning to do takes effort. You've got to force yourself beyond your comfort zone. So there's this massive attachment to be comfortable. The second you put off, you don't do the thing that takes too much effort because you've got to push, and the thing you put off doing because it's more tricky than plain old can't be bothered. You know you've got to do it, and then you see, oh, I've got all these other jobs instead. Oh, I'm so busy. I'll do. Then you get yourself off the hook by saying, I'll do it later, and it's a lie because you won't do it later. Later never comes. We know this. So you know the number of times you finally do that job you've been putting off. It takes you half an hour. You can't believe how easy it was. And the burden of I should do it, oh, I'll do it later. Oh, I should do it, I'll do it. The guilt, you know. And then you finally do it, you can't believe how easy it was. Are you understanding me? Because we're all bone lazy. We don't like making effort because it's against attachment. Attachment wants to be comfortable. Isn't it? And it's so tricky because it's so quick. You don't notice it. And it sounds virtuous. So that's with our practice, you know. You come home all gung-ho, all excited, into the meditation course, you want to start practicing now, you know. And you're going to start your practice. Get up early in the morning, and you're excited to do your practice. Great. Next morning, get up in the morning, do your practice. Third morning, you wake up, oh God, you know. Then you suddenly go, oh no, I've got to get practice, I've got to do this, I've got to go to the other meeting this morning. Oh good, I'll do it later. And you go back to sleep. Right there. So quick. And it's like a relief. In other words, we're not brave enough to say, I don't feel like doing it. We lie to ourselves, making it sound like a virtue by saying, I'm too busy, I've got other things to do, so I'll do it later. It's just not true. It means you haven't prioritised it. So in the morning, you've got to go to work. You're doing your practice. The first thing that always gets dropped off the list is your practice. Making your water bowl offerings to your guru. Like if you really had pure faith in our Lama, we would know that our guru, it's like for me, I use the example, the guru knocks on the door in the morning, I get out of bed, and there's my guru at the door. Would I not offer him a cup of tea? What's going on? We have to finish, do we? Is it time to go?
Maybe they need to go.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, no, excuse me. That's okay. Bye-bye. Yeah, okay, I'm running over time. So, okay. Did you hear that story what I just said? I'll say it again. The first thing to drop off our list in the morning when we wake up is our practice. So you don't say, oh, I can't go to the toilet, I'm too busy doing my practice, I'll go to the toilet at work. You don't say, I can't have a shower because I'm too busy doing my practice, I'll go to work, I'll go to work dirty. You don't say, oh, you know, I can't change out of my pyjamas because I'm too busy doing my practice, so you go to work in your pyjamas. I don't think so. The first thing to go is always our practice, because we can't be bothered, because we don't see the benefits, and it's hard. And I'm not saying it's not. For me, every day, my practice is hard. Because why? Because who gets pleasure from their practice? I don't get much pleasure, believe me. It's hard bloody work. Do you understand? If you've got bliss every day, you do your practice, of course you will. Or you've got compassion, like Lama Zopa, you know, you've got bodhicitta, then it's easy. But it's hard to do it. But we know the benefits of breakfast, we know the benefits of a shower, we don't want to be stunk to other people, we know the benefits of dressing nicely, we don't want to be embarrassed in our pyjamas at work. It's all reputation. But we lie to ourselves. I'll do it later, we say. We're very sneaky. Do you understand? Now the third one, which sort of seems odd to call it laziness, but you'll hear, in terms of this goal. A goal is always further away from where you are. A goal means you've got to get there by doing hard work, isn't it? That's any goal, isn't it? So the third one, the worst one of all, says, oh no, that's not possible, I can't achieve that. So we stay stuck. We never progress. We never get out of our comfort zone. We don't stop procrastinating, and we just think I can't do it. And it sounds like virtue, like humility, but we don't ever try. And 27 years later, you haven't taken the first step. So when we understand that it's a process of gradual, baby steps, we will take the first step. They all some of these lovely sayings our mother told us. Well, you know, or you didn't build Rome in a day. Is that what they say?
Rome was built in a day.
That one. And also we say everything starts with the first step. It's true. And another saying I love is you pave your way. Can you hear that? It means you don't. We think, oh, the goal is so far away, I can't get there. But you can't leap to the goal. You take the first step. When we know it's that, then it's humble, and we'll just take the first step. And that's where if we will rejoice in our practice, because don't expect immediate results. It's like you're sowing seeds for oak trees. If you get up in the morning and don't see an oak tree, you don't go kill yourself. You know it's going to take a few years. It's the same in our practice. So you delight not in the result, but in the fact that you're doing it and you're sowing the seeds, and the result will come logically. When we have that understanding, it's more humble and more reasonable. That's called enthusiasm. That's called enthusiasm, and it counteracts this intense attachment to comfort and putting off, and I can't do it, because we can do it. It is logical. We've all got the potential. So it's one step at a time. So this is the fourth one of these four, and it's the most important. Without this one, no matter how much morality, how much generosity, how much patience, you will never achieve your goal. So that for these young guys, equally, thinking this samsaric example, for sure they woke up in the morning, or like they come home from night, and they'd rather sit down and watch television. But the second they remember their goal, they didn't procrastinate. And the third one, I bet they had agonies of doubt. Oh my God, can we really achieve this goal? And they said, yes, we can. So they persevered, and they achieved their goal. See, what this brings is opposite to self-pity, opposite to low self-esteem, opposite to hopelessness, opposite to depression, and it brings confidence, self-confidence. I can do it isn't arrogance, it's fact, it's logic. Do you understand? Self-confidence. one step at a time, and it's up to us. Now the last two is the wisdom wing. And you're doing these two simultaneously. In your meditation, as the Bodhisattva, you're perfecting the wisdom wing. In your daily life, you're bopping around, life after life, practicing these four. This is your path to Buddhahood. So what's the wisdom wing? The two kinds of meditation. There's only two. Thousands of techniques. We've got two modes of meditation. Two ways of using our mind to meditate. So maybe we've mentioned, I can't remember, but the Tibetan word for meditation is very helpful to understand. It's the verb to familiarize. Quite shocking to us. So we have all these concepts, what we think meditation is. But it's the verb to meditate, to familiarize. And it's what we know, what the method we use to learn everything. There are three levels of it. The first is to listen. You familiarize your mind with music by listening to the theories. You then familiarize your mind at a deeper level by thinking it through and making sense of it intellectually. And then you do the real meditation based on those two. You familiarize your mind with music by playing the piano. This is how we learn everything. And this is this method here of how we become enlightened. So we first listen, like we're doing here, to the theories. Then we think them through, and then we internalize them in meditation. So clearly the last two here, the two modes of meditation, can be used to internalize all the teachings of the Buddha, but these are obviously relating. There's no hurry, we're not going anywhere soon. Harry, there's no rush.
No rush.
I want you to hear the teaching on emptiness. Come back. We're not going anywhere soon, Harry. We're hanging about. Unless you want to go.
No,
Forgive me.
okay.
He's been so kind, he's going to drive,
okay.
fix the car. Weren't you going to do the car?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm such a boss. It's too late now. I mean, you can't say, no, I don't want to listen. You can if you want, Harry.
Okay, good.
I just thought you was going out for the car. You don't need to. I'm going to hang around for a bit, okay? Okay. So the two modes of familiarizing our mind. The first kind is where you prepare. The first kind is what we all know of as single point of concentration. Okay? Single point of concentration. This amazing technique these Indians invented that the Buddha has used and Buddhists till today are using and perfecting, and that is utterly necessary to accomplish in order to get insight. So the first type of meditation is known, these two of these six perfections, the two kinds of meditation, they're known in terms of their result. So the first one is called, as we know, calm abiding or mental quiescence. And it's this accomplishment of this level of single pointed concentration using this amazing concentration skill the Indians invented, where you get your mind to this subtle level and you have this perfect, effortless, blissful concentration. And it's called calm abiding. And it has amazing qualities when you've got it, okay? And that's crucial. Finally, we have to have that in order to do the second one, or to accomplish the second one, which is called special insight, or vipassana. So Lord Buddha taught many vipassana techniques, many insight techniques. The one that's commonly known is the one that's referred to as, like the one that where you go meditate your sensations in your body. I don't know, I've never done it. But this is to help you get understanding of impermanence, to realize impermanence. There's many techniques, but this one is the Mahayana one, and it's a mental one, not using the body, and it's insight into emptiness, as we discussed already yesterday. But it's crucial. You can't do that without concentration. It's not possible. You absolutely have to get samadhi or shamatha, this very subtle level of mind, in order to finally accomplish this special insight. The name of this, the accomplishment of this meditation, insight into emptiness. And it's this that cuts the root. What's wrong? What's nervous energy around? What's happening? You wouldn't worry that thing's happening? You're all right? You are. Look at the cloth of people. Look at Mummy. She's worried. You're not worried? Good girl. I won't do a Lama Zopa on you. I won't keep you till 3 in the morning. Lama Zopa would do that. What, darling?
Is the single point of concentration also...
Single pointed.
pointed.
It's an adjective for the concentration.
Okay. Is that the same as samadhi?
Samadhi is a term the Hindus use, and they would use that term to refer to the mind of a person who's got this single point of concentration. Yes. Well, shamatha is the main term they use, which is the term in Sanskrit for this English phrase, calm abiding.
All right.
Shamatha, or in Tibetan, what's it called? Shine in Tibetan. So then samadhi is this term. Lama Yeshe would always use that because it sounds exciting. You got to go? It's goodbye, darling. See you later. See you next time, Jacqueline. I don't know where, but see you somewhere, darling. No doubt. Shine in Tibetan, calm abiding in English, or shamatha in Sanskrit. The term that the Hindus use, because they created this, you achieve this samadhi, which is sort of like their state of liberation. So Lama Yeshe would like to use these words because he thought Westerners found them exciting. Well, they did. Kundalini, he'd say, samadhi, for these different words. He'd often use the word samadhi. No other people use it. He uses it like that. So samadhi is sort of like it's an alternative word for the single point. Yeah, for this concentration. Yeah. Okay. So you've got to have that single pointedness to be able to finally get insight into emptiness. It's impossible experientially to have a direct experiential insight into emptiness with that level of mind. It's sort of like the microscope of your mind. Do you understand? Okay. So we've got to have these two. So what the Bodhisattva's doing from life after life after life, practicing the first four on the basis of all the previous practices, and these last two. In the meditation, they're doing the last two. In their daily life, they're doing the first four. And then finally, these two come together, and you've got the 6 perfections. You achieve Buddhahood. Okay, you've got to zap into the chanting class before you do that as well. Never mind. So, okay. So I just want to talk about concentration meditation for a second, okay? All right. Again, because we mystify these things so unbearably. Just horrible. So concentration, or even the way these two modes of meditation, the way we talk about them, okay? So in the ordinary way that we learn things in our world, we actually use these two modes of meditation every day. We just don't call them that. And you'll listen and you'll hear what I'm saying. I always use a simple example that when I go to school and I learned that 1 + 1 was 2. So I'd never heard that before. It was brand new information to me, wasn't it? So my teacher told me that. Now she said, go home and do your homework, Robina. And we know that that means she wanted me to understand it. Didn't she? Well, if she'd been a Buddhist, she would have said, Robina, go home, get a bit of concentration to the best of your ability, and then go to the second mode of meditation, and I want you to get insight into this. She would have said that, wouldn't she? And so then you've got, this is the crucial point now. What would be the method, speak really simply now, what would be the method we would use to understand 1 + 1 is 2? What's the method? It's quite simple. It's not a tricky question. How would we learn to do that? What would we do to understand 1 + 1 is 2? What would we do?
We take one thing and another thing.
We'd practice it.
Take it together.
Yeah, there you go. So you might have you might have your blocks, you might have your things, you might have your piece of paper, but the crucial piece first, and this is a really important point, you'd have to have the right information, wouldn't you? What if you came home with 1 + 1 is 3? Well, you'd never realise anything, ever, would you? So you've got to have the right words, don't you? That's reasonable, isn't it? Do you understand? So if you want to understand emptiness, if you don't have the right words, how in the name of God in heaven can you have an insight? It's not possible, is it? Using this method. Are you seeing what I'm saying? You've got to have the right words. You don't understand the words yet. It doesn't matter, but learn them. And you know that with music, with theory, with anything. You don't know what, you don't know, but you've got to have the right words because then you can go with it. So this is the point now. You read Tibetan literature and you're going to read all the time. There's a type of meditation called analytical meditation, isn't there? You've heard that word before? Well, this is very embarrassing. Okay, remember the word meditate is the verb to familiarize. So analyze is a fancy word for to think. Would you agree with that? So it's familiarizing your mind by thinking. That's what analytical meditation means. So in other words, more simple, you take the information your teacher gave you, you get home, hopefully a bit of focus, you close the door and the kids aren't jumping all over you, and you've got a bit of focus, you go to the second mode, you take your pencil, you get your blocks, and then you think it through, don't you? And then what happens? The penny drops. Oh, Mummy, I get it. Well, that's an insight, isn't it? Now, is that not how we've learned everything in our life up until now? Driving, cooking, maths, violin. I mean, I'm serious, have we? Well, this is how you become a Buddha. This is how you realise emptiness. But because we hear these words, we get completely confused. So analytical meditation is a fancy word for to think about it. So clearly, when you do maths, you see, when we think of meditation, we think of it like this. And then we think about meditating on emptiness, we have to sit like this and go, oh, emptiness, emptiness, analysis, emptiness, emptiness, hoping the penny will drop. That's like thinking 1 + 1 is 2, 1 + 1 is 2, 1 + 1 is 2, hoping it'll come, Really and truly, people think of insight like that, something special. I remember one guy been meditating for 20 years, and he was almost in tears because he said no insight comes. He sits there, waiting for insights to come. I mean, it's a bit depressing if we think this way, isn't it? But that's how absurd it is. If we think that 1 + 1 is 2, 1 + 1 is 2, it'll come, No, you've got to use your noggin. Okay, we talked before, remember, about Mahamudra. It's the opposite. It's an opposite technique. It's not an analytical. You go to get concentration on your mind, and then you learn to observe the ego. It's a very different approach. We need both. But this is this one. And there's nothing we don't know about. So the more you have the words, the more you think about it, the more you debate and discuss and think about, and the more you can then get you'll begin through your meditation. So you combine these two in a classic meditation session, just like you would with your mathematics. You've got your concentration, so you do your focusing to get some focus. Then you use that focus, and you go to the second mode, and then in your mind you take the information you've learned in your class, depending on arising, one particular topic, and you think it through intelligently, not weirdly, intelligently. And because you've got a more subtle mind, and don't think that you can't use analysis, you can with this subtle mind. You can. Sophisticated analysis. So in the second mode, you use your analysis, and because your mind is more concentrated, the analysis is more deep, so it triggers more powerful. And then what happens, it'll trigger an insight, and you stop your analysis right there, and you hold the insight. And that's how you eventually get realizations. Step by step. Are we communicating? Mm-hmm. Okay. How do we do that? What happened?
I said yes, but I realized I'm too tired. I didn't really understand.
It's gone in though. The penny will drop on it, don't worry about it. Okay, so we can finish now or soon in 5 minutes, and Miss Katja gets upset with me. She's eager to go. You mean even 5:07? You won't throw me out.
As long as other don't fall asleep.
Well, that's up to them. They can go home if they want. Yes.
You should mention something about YouTube.
What, darling?
YouTube.
Who?
YouTube.
YouTube? Oh, yeah, sorry. That's right. He remembered the reason they're not putting things on YouTube is because they weren't worried that somebody who asked a question might want not to be on YouTube. So their voice might be there and someone might recognise. So does anybody have an objection to their voices being on YouTube if this teaching put on YouTube? No objections, so put on YouTube. If you want to edit me out and calm me down, you're very welcome. I don't mind. I understand. Okay. Okay. So, okay. Any questions before we finish? Is this enough today, I think? Any questions before we finish? Well, that do. Do? That do? Anybody who hasn't asked any questions at all but would like to? You didn't ask any questions. You don't want to?
I also said something to have an announcement.
But I'm finished.
No, I just want to say that.
About what?
How that they should have cleaning.
No, we haven't finished that, Katja. Are you in a rush or something? She's so anxious. I can't believe it. Why should they clean? They paid to come here. You should clean after them. I'll help you clean. They paid their money. Excuse me, I say that to all the centres. I know that. Now this is me being really awful. I get that about the Buddhist centres. All this wretched thing about religion. You pay your money, then you have to clean up as well. I think it's very rude. So if they want to criticism, I mean, Katja, I'm not criticising you, darling. This is me being me. Not you. You're so kind. You're so good. You invited me. You look after me. You take care of me. She gives me her bed. She feeds me. She drives me. But this is me being rude to Dharma centres. Not you. Of course we always do it. Every Dharma centre does.
Yeah.
But it's just me being controversial.
I want to ask you about this.
But I haven't finished it though. We haven't finished.
Sorry, continue please.
Single pointed.
Yeah, go on.
When you do shamatha, and
Yeah.
so is that when you do shamatha, you became so concentrated.
That's the idea, yes.
The
You get one
idea
focus,
is
yes.
to come to a point that you call this single point concentration.
That's right, eventually, yes, that's
How
right.
does it feel?
You won't be able to believe it. It's so astonishing you can't believe. You'll have absolute, effortless, blissful control over every single thought in your mind. You'll have clairvoyance. It'll be like crystal clear. Your body will feel joyful. Sleep will be, you won't need sleep much. Your dreams will be effortless. You'll be an amazing being. You have effortless control over everything. Your delusions will be subdued. Your virtues will be grown. You've got a long way to go. This is the beginning. You can't conceive of the benefits. You'll have clarity, astonishing clarity. You'll remember things easily. You'll see the past. You'll see the future. You'll be amazing. Amazing. And this mind will be effortlessly able to take hold of emptiness and realize it easily.
But you mean that this state of mind continues after you...
Eventually you lose it if you don't realize emptiness.
Huh?
Eventually you will lose it if you don't use it to realize emptiness. You can lose even bodhicitta.
But it continues after your meditation.
That's what I'm saying. It's what I'm talking about. Without a meditation, that's what it's going to be like. Not as in. Out. And your sex will be the best you've ever had in your whole life. You can't imagine. I'm not joking now. I'm trying to be normal. You're ordinary. It's not the reason you do it. But your mind will be astonishing, clear, crystal, blissful, dreams clear, body blissful, astonishing levels of mind we don't posit as even remotely possible. And not being cosmic, you'd be humble and lovely and wonderful. Because obviously you're practicing virtue as well. If you're not, you're in trouble. Are you with me?
Yes.
So we should get all excited about that goal alone.
You use your breathing or visualization?
Study your breath. Start with your breath. It's simple. You've got to have You've got to have a non-physical object to focus on eventually, because breath is still physical. And we're discussing a state of mind that goes way beyond physical. Eventually, long term. And we're discussing here the object of meditation being emptiness, and that's where it's more sophisticated. So the simple concentration meditation, you start with your breath. Yeah, good start. Good start.
What about external objects?
Anything. Breath is external too. Yes.
I mean, like
You could even that.
looking at
Use your,
sound.
use your shoes. Doesn't matter.
It's visualization.
A visualization is from Vajrayana, and that's in your mind. That's in your mind. The imagining of a Buddha. That's a mental object. Breath is a physical object. You could use an external object, but it's easier. Breath is slightly more subtle, isn't it? Do you understand? Breath is a typical one people start with.
And then some people use like the beads and
No, you wouldn't use your beads because it's going to be keeping you busy, but you use a mantra. But
mantra,
but the point is, concentration is a simple psychological skill to focus the mind to gradually just calm the conceptual and the sensory experiences, so that you can get focus. And but the point of it is so you can use it to understand the teaching, get insight. And this finally, this last one, is insight into emptiness. Do you understand? I'm just trying to give you the 6 perfections, that's all. How the imprints of those in our mind.
This wow that you were talking about,
What's we
can you tell
What's we
me
done?
by yourself?
What, Johnny?
The wows.
Oh, vows. No, then we're talking Buddhist vows here. We're talking plugging into a person whom you sit in front of, who's plugging into the power source going right back. It's like you can, of course you can, but that's the same as reading the recipe book. But the real power comes from receiving it from the person, doesn't it? You see the point, the difference? So here we're describing a particular set of vows that plug into a person and say, I've been given permission by my Lama to give vows. So then I got that from my teacher, we got that from their teacher, and we track it right back in an unbroken chain of living beings back to the Buddha. It's like the lineage that makes it powerful. That's the vow that the Buddha's referring to. Yeah. So what else do you Anybody else? Nothing else? Enough for tonight? This weekend? This year? I'll be back, I'll come back in a couple of years if I'm still alive.
I would be very worried now about your climbing the mountain. I would be worried that because you said you never climbed.
Never climbed a mountain in my life. Never even walk uphill in my life. I know. But I know, what can I say? You'll soon find out. I've lost about 7 kilos in the last 6 months. Will that help? And I've been up in 5,000 metres already up in Lausa, and I didn't have a problem with the altitude, so that's a bonus. So I'll just have to walk up a few more stairs before April. Okay, people, I've enjoyed myself. I don't know if you have or not.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed myself. So we think, here we've been 2.5 days, all these hours, we've been chatting away. I've been listening as much as you, I really promise. So there's not 1 millisecond of any thought we've had that is not going to run away. It's all gone in. And as many moments as there have been, and they say those 64 moments in a finger snap, is as many seeds as we've planted. So we delight in this, and we think how marvellous, maybe nourish these seeds from this moment forward with our effort at whatever level we can to apply all this. Thinking eventually that all these seeds will ripen in the development of our own incredible, unbelievable potential, no matter how long it takes, for my sake and the sake of others. Never give up, never give up, never give up. So a similarly Tibetan prayer that expresses that dedication, and the second little one is expressing the prayer that made bodhicitta grow and grow in the hearts of all. Kewaji nyudu dark lama sange drugyune drowa chikyang malupa dei sala Jamcho Tsemcho Rinpoche Make Panam Ke Gyuchi Ke Panyam Pa Me Payang Gong Ne Gong Duga Vasho. And may all our holy lamas, His Holiness and Lama Zopa, and all our other teachers that we have, may they live long, long lives, because we all need their presence on this earth badly. And may we live long lives, so we can be of benefit to others as much as we can. Okie doke. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you. Going to give us inspiring, down-to-earth teachings.
Down to earth, yeah.
And speaking more of, and we wish and hope you will come back again.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, darling girl. And somebody else asked if they could offer a cutter while we're just,